vote. Article 38 of the Constitution provides the right of every citizen to exercise their free will to suffrage, right, to vote. In order to operationalize that provision of the Constitution, Parliament enacted the Elections Act and the Elections Voter Education Regulations of 2017. To what extent does this law, therefore, support the right of citizens to vote, particularly those citizens that are marginalized, have persons living with disabilities, and those in diaspora?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Carol, for those questions. I think there are multiple questions there. But if I got you right, I think it's in regard to particularly the voter education.
No, we are speaking generally about the right to vote for those people who are marginalized, persons living with disabilities, and those in diaspora.
Thank you very much. I think I got you right. I think to respond to that, the rights to political freedom, including the right to vote, the right to contest in an election, to be voted for, I think is very clear, and it's enshrined in our Constitution, as you've rightly pointed so, in Article 38. And these rights, the same Constitution in Article 88 sets up the institutional framework, the policy institutional framework through which we can now exercise that right. And I must say, from the general principles of elections or electoral processes in Article 81, we are called upon to ensure that the elections are not only free and fair, but also should take into account the fact that not more than 2/3 of those holding elective posts are from positions are from the same gender. Then in the same Article 81, we are also called upon as a commission and as a society to look at the specific needs of the people with disability. Then we have, of course, provisions around our youth, our women, and of course the marginalized people. The sort of called minority or marginalized people. We like to, even for us from Turkana, we see ourselves as marginalized, and I can actually defend that. So the whole legal framework that supports the realization of the right to vote, the right to participate in the political processes. So we have the Elections Act, which provides the elaborate processes from the pre-election, during the election, and after the election. Then we have the IEBC Act, which sets up the IEBC, which, if I'm lucky, I'll be chairing in the next few months. And that's our main electoral body, which should ensure that the mandate in the Constitution is actually implemented. And that, of course, therefore calls upon institutions like IEBC and others to ensure to make sure the participation of marginalized groups is taken into account in their election planning and regulation. So when you talk about the regulations around voter education, for example, or voter registration, from my experience, and I did mention to the panel that I actually served as a registration officer and then a presiding officer. When you talk about these marginalized groups, you find that sometimes we disenfranchise them in the manner in which we conduct our registration, but also in the manner in which we try to reach them out in terms of voter education. And so for me, you realize in some counties, especially the pastoralist counties in the north, the registered voters are less than what you would essentially expect. The voter turnout during the vote is actually at the lowest. And in some elections, I remember even those ones of 1997 and then 2002, for example, presidential election results were declared even without factoring in those results from some of those regions because the numbers were so dismal and could not affect the overall outcome. So I think as we have conversation around this issue, we need to look at those internal processes, but also external processes, the barriers, and how we can remove those barriers.
So just picking it up from there,
Yeah.
I see you have identified some of the challenges that the marginalized people have. And now, given that you identify as one of those people, among those people who are considered to be marginalized in this country, if you're successful and you become the chairperson of the IBC, what measures then can you put in place through policy that will ensure that these communities, the marginalized communities, are taken care of within the electoral processes, right from the voter registration to voters' education to voting, and their intention at the ballot counting? You say that, the IBC declared results without considering their will, so that to ensure that their will does count as much as it does for other Kenyans that are not considered marginalized.
Thank you very much for that follow-up question. I think as chair of the commission, I will have that rare opportunity for the first time in this country to look at these special groups because I identify as one of them and I've seen. So for me, I will lead this commission in transforming the way we do things, in coming up with those strategies, in coming up with those mechanisms and approaches. And remember, as I told the panel before, I am from the Human Rights Commission, and therefore my orientation is in human rights. So I will ensure that a rights-based approach to voter registration, voter education, to the polling is employed. And therefore a rights-based approach will guide us in terms of addressing some of these special needs of these special groups. For example, I will look at how do we enhance the participation of people with disabilities in the electoral processes.
Mr. Ethekon, let's talk first about the marginalized.
The marginalized.
And then we come
All
to the
right, okay,
disabilities
fine.
in that order.
For example, measures, for example, such as how do we reach out to these marginalized groups? There are certain common characteristics. The geographical terrain, the location where these people are. Are they accessible? And if not, can we as a commission then use mechanisms such as mobile voter registration units to reach out to those people in those far-flung and marginalized areas with poor network and communication and transport facilities? Mobile voter registration. There is also the challenge of voter education. How do we reach to these people? Again, we can look at, for example, using local media. There are now, luckily, with the advent of Devolution, we have counties, and many people have invested in vernacular radio stations. Even in Turkana, we have a number of them, Joka FM and all this. So this, as a commission, we work with these vernacular radio stations to reach out to those people who have not gone to school and who can understand the local language, so that then we can disseminate the information and voter education around that. Then during polling, you know, some of the factors that drive the low voter turnout in these areas, you find in some of these areas in northern Kenya, these are drought, for example, during an election. People would rather concentrate on looking for the basic survival than go and vote, because that's a luxury to them. Areas where there's insecurity. Because of insecurity, people fear to go and vote. And in some cases, I'm told, Chair, with your permission, in some cases we are told, in some regions, during elections is actually, that is the season for cattle rustling. Because, you know why? The security are occupied supporting the election process, providing security around elections. Therefore, once they are reassigned, then you leave a vacuum. And therefore, these cattle rustlers come in. So those are some of the challenges these people. So as a commission chair, I will therefore work around the clock to ensure that we address those security challenges in those areas that suppress their vote. Issues of drought, for example, working with special programs and county governments to ensure that those populations actually can get, you know, some supplies, some food, some relief, emergency relief food, to enable them get something in their tummies so that they can actually be there to exercise their vote and their universal suffrage.
Now let's go to the persons with disabilities. In the same measure, how do we ensure that the persons with disabilities, their needs are taken care of during the electoral processes throughout the entire electoral cycle, and that their will does count again at the ballot?
Thank you. A very specific question to a very specific group. I think, in my view, this is sort of like that group of persons living with disabilities is a group that we tend to keep them silent. You know, they're there, but the attitude of our society is that maybe they don't matter in terms of them, even those people living with disability who want to contest for elections and those ones who want to vote. Because you look, most of the time, even during election campaigns, how many political parties or politicians go out to meet specifically with these groups to listen to them and to beg for their votes. So I think as a commission, we will work to focus on the special needs. But first we have to understand their special needs. For example, there are people who are differently able, there are people who have different types of disabilities. So we need to understand so that we make our responses, our interventions to those specific needs. For example, voting by using Braille. Can we integrate that in technology so that then we have that as part of the solution? There are those barriers that prevent these people from, for example, even coming out to contest in party primaries and in general elections. For example, the issue of costs. These are groups that might not be endowed with the resources. These are groups that have to deal with cultural prejudices or the barriers. How do we then sensitize the public to be able to give them a chance, just like any other Kenyan, to be able to overcome those barriers, to exercise their right under Article 38.
Thank you. Then let's move to the next category of voters, who are youth. We have recently experienced a lot of dissatisfaction and, strong will coming from the young people, the Gen Zs as we call them. So how do we take care of them in the electoral processes to ensure that they participate either through contesting, and if not, when they vote during the polling stations, their needs the youth?
Thank you very much. Again, my understanding is that from reading the post-election audit report of what transpired in 2022, this category of voters, the youth, were actually a significant number, around 39 point something, close to 40%. So in terms of the real numbers, around 9 million. And this group, of course, you can see their level of participation in an election where the voter turnout was about 64 point something %. So this group, until of course recently, was again a silent sort of majority until last year when they expressed their views on what they felt. And I think as a commission, as the chair of the commission, given an opportunity, it is something that I will be alive to, and I will seek to engage with the youthful populations of this republic, given that they are now a significant number. And we're looking at, in terms of projections, maybe in the next election, if they are mobilized properly, if they register in large numbers, if they are taken through voter education so that they know even how to vote, this will be a game changer in terms of a population category in our election. So in terms of then, therefore, measures to bring them on board and to cater for them in our electoral processes, I think as a commission, one of the things we'll do, we will revitalize the Youth Engagement Committee. It'll be a specific committee, and I would love to chair such a committee. But so that then we work with their leadership, we work with these groups to identify what are some of these tools that we can use. For example, the use of technology. These are tech-savvy people, where these are people who are in spaces such as X, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. So we can work with them and the big technology companies to see how do we reach out to these groups, what language do we use. I'm even suggesting maybe we can use the AI and algorithms to see how do we specifically target them and what kind of messages. So in terms of voter mobilization, for them to register, but also to use technology platforms to be able to sensitize them so that by 2027, they are ready to exercise their constitutional rights.
Thank you for that. And moving on to the last category of vote people that I would like us to talk about, this is the diaspora vote. If you recall, the High Court had to, I think 2013, had to make orders that to the IEBC to ensure that the people in the diaspora were granted the chance to exercise their right to vote. Subsequently, there have been progressive realization of that right in regard to the people in diaspora. A few centers in the world have used the embassies to vote. So having been one of those persons from your own experiences who has extensively been living in abroad, what measures then do you foresee, if you become successful, that can be utilized to ensure that the right to vote for people in diaspora is realized and that the IBC can put in place?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. Again, on the right on the rights under Article 38. The diaspora group, these are Kenyans. For one reason or another, they have left the country to look for education, to look for economic empowerment. I think this category is key, particularly given that their contribution even to our economy. Diaspora remittances. So it's a big constituency, even in terms of our taxes. So I think for me, this is a group that I want to take it to account and to focus on. I do understand there have been incremental gains from, I think, about 5 polling stations or countries to now about 12 countries in the last election. And therefore, we are making progress. As you rightly pointed out, the Constitution gives these people the same rights as us, but it says progressive realization. So that, of course, because of the nature and the logistics involved. So as a new commission, duly constituted, in the next few months, we will have a platform, whether it's online or otherwise, to engage with this category, with our Kenyans in diaspora, so that then we can understand what is it that we can do differently to improve their progressive realization of these rights. And of course, we have to work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and particularly the Department of Diaspora Affairs, to ensure that how can we structure our registration centers around the embassies and consulates. Maybe even radically we can suggest possibilities of these groups also doing special voting. For example, mail voting or online registration from where they are. So we can look at also the process issues and see what is it that we can change. And that might require also changes in law, so that to accommodate the participation of these groups in the electoral processes. Thank you.
And lastly from me, coming back to the issues of voter suppression, intimidation, and bribery on the voting day, on the polling day, if we may talk about it that way. What are some of those measures that are needed as a way of reform, law reform, policy reform, to ensure that prosecution of those offenses, voter intimidation, bribery, is taken care of?
Thank you. I think we've witnessed, we're not talking hypothetically, but practically we've seen in the previous elections incidences of violence, intimidation, harassment, voter bribery, and we're almost making it sort of look normal, especially voter bribery, for example. And you see, even in some places, you are told, the old ladies, mamas, they tell you, my vote is 1,000. So if you don't have 1,000, don't even talk to me. So it happens even in our rural areas. And I think, of course, there are many other factors that drive that. So we, as a commission, to ensure the integrity, to ensure the fairness of the electoral processes, so that people exercise their choices on free will, not out of being induced either by money or by some treats or by force through intimidation and threats. So we need to sort out this as a country. And therefore, when you look at the Election Offences Act, we need to look at, are those offenses, are the penalties in the Election Offences Act adequate? For example, I do know voter bribery will attract, for example, a fine of $1 million and maybe imprisonment of, I think, 6 months or 1 year, somewhere there. But anyway, my point is, are those penalties adequate? So we need to look at the Election Offences Act to see whether the penalties match the severity of these offenses that are committed during elections. Number two, in terms of election security, how do we improve our election security around the election period, up to the polling and the declaration of results? So can we then ensure that we structure our security arrangements so that then our security officers are there to arrest some of these situations, including the incidences of violence? So that then, of course, again, working with the investigative agencies. That's why we bring in the Office of the DPP prosecute, to investigate and prosecute some of these offenses. Of course, I've mentioned working with our police to increase, but also more importantly, that's a bit of the hard approach. If we take the soft approach of being a peace builder, can we then take measures to ensure that we sensitize our populations on the counterproductiveness of violence, intimidation, and bribery, so that then we're able to explain to them, to educate them on the importance of avoiding some of these tactics that actually disenfranchise our populations.
All right. As a follow-up question, I hear you proposing harsher penalties and sentencing, measures. But I'm wondering, there is an existing legal framework today that seeks to deal with these issues. In my view, the problem is not actually maybe the law. The problem could be that that law is not being implemented, is not being enforced, and as you said, we have started taking it normal and casual. The bribery issues, the violence, the harassment, the intimidation of voters that at the end up suppressing voters on the polling day. My concern, and where I would like us to maybe clarify, how do you see IBC come in that area? The law exists. I hear you on your proposals, but in the context of the existing legal framework, what would be the IBC's role to ensure that these offenses are taken care of? I hear the conversation on the DPP, the IG, but does the IBC have any role outside these other agencies, these other government agencies?
Thank you. I think IEBC has a role, because one of the mandates, one of the functions of IEBC that the Constitution has bestowed clearly is monitoring compliance, especially with political parties. Political parties have to comply with certain legal requirements. For example, IEBC can take action, including disqualifying some parties from participating in elections, or some individuals who are culpable for some of these election offenses. But I agree with you. The legal framework is there. The enforcement bit is weak or lacking in some cases, or in most cases. But I think IEBC also, in terms of, for example, we're just talking about prevention of that electoral violence and intimidation. In 2010 and 2013, we had a peaceful referendum in 2010. 2013, we had a peaceful election, generally. We didn't have major incidents. But not because there were no, these things were not there. They were there. But again, as I mentioned to you earlier, the conflict early warning and early response system, which was robust and was able to penetrate across the country, was able to pick up some of these incidences of violence, intimidation, and then action was taken to forestall them. So I think we can work with partners to run that election security arrangement program anchored on a robust conflict early warning and early response system, to be able to capture these incidences. And for me, prevention is better than cure. And it has happened in this country before. And it's something that I'm really willing to share that experience with the Commission and all the stakeholders, how we did it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ethicon. I wish you well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. In the interest of time, allow me to ask Madam Koki to also ask her questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Ethicon, karibu tena, and thank you for a very elaborate response to some of the questions relating to elections, electoral process, and cycle. I would like to just ask two brief questions around the electoral cycle. You have spoken a lot about issues relating to elections operations plans, post-election reviews, legal reforms, and proposed a number of ways to address some of the challenges in elections. I wanted to just, in view of the fact that the IEBC may be reconstituted in a short while, it means that we have very short period of time before the next election. So in the process of electoral cycle, it also means that we will be required, you will be required to lead a process that will address all the electoral cycle activities and the phases that usually take 5 years to be accomplished, and you'll be required to do that in two years and 4 months, to be precise, actually. I want you to tell the panel, if you are given the opportunity to become the chair of the Electoral, the IEBC, what would be your priorities? I don't want to ask you about the electoral cycle. Clearly, you understand what it is. But then you also understand the gravity of what needs to be done before the next election. And in fact, this is a special period. We are also required to conduct boundary delimitation, which is also a whole big process. So I just want you to tell the panel and to reassure Kenyans who are watching, when you are given the opportunity to be the chair of the IEBC, how are you going to prioritize and manage these processes that are legally required before the next election? That's part one of the question.
Thank you, Ambassador Koki Moli. I am very happy to see you here. When I used to be in the human rights, our paths used to cross frequently. Allow me then to give my responses to these very vexing questions, because every Kenyan is thinking about the same, that now that it has taken this long to have IEBC in place, the commissioners, and yet we have all these pressing issues that are pending. So allow me then to tell Kenyans, because I'm sure they are watching, many of them, that one of the very, very first tasks that I will undertake as a chair, together with the commissioners and working closely with our secretariat, is to look at, number one, what are these pending issues post-2022 elections that require the attention and decisions of the Commission. Because the Commission takes decisions as a body corporate. So we will look at, for example, matters related to the pending by-elections. I know there are about, I think, 7 of them, or 12. There are issues around, of course, boundary delimitation, for which the constitutional time limit for review lapsed last year around March. And then, of course, there's now where the rubber meets the road, the 2027 elections. How can we then work backwards from the August date to where we begin our work as a commission? And I must tell Kenyans then, therefore, that the reason why this exercise is being undertaken is so that to have the 7 commissioners who will be a board corporate, who are responsible for initiating some of these actions through either gazetting some processes to begin. So as the new chairman, if I'm successful, I will work with my secretariat and colleagues to look at how do we then sort out the issue of the by-elections. How do we initiate that process? Number 2, the issue of boundaries, as you have mentioned. What then needs to be done now that the constitutional time limits has lapsed? So we look at it, I am sure, before the time lapsed, because I know we have a secretariat, and I know these are some of the most professional Kenyans running that secretariat. We will find out as a commission to what extent had they begun the preparatory processes towards the boundary review and delimitations. So we'll look at the work already done, see what needs to be taken forward. But there are also, Ambassador, with your permission, there are also certain hard questions we have to ask ourselves. Now that this boundary delimitation constitutional time limit has ended, what are we supposed to do next? So we will have to seek, for example, dialogue with the judiciary, the Office of the Attorney General, to sort out the legal issues. Then number two, we also have to bring on board stakeholders to have a discussion around the boundary delimitation vis-a-vis the timelines for the general election, which you have rightly mentioned that they are tight. So we have to make a decision as a country whether we can undertake both these exercises at the same time, or we focus as a country to planning and executing the 2022 elections. And this is an open discussion. We don't have the answers as a commission, but what I assure Kenyans is that we will call that dialogue so that we can address this very, very critical issue. Number three, in terms of the IEBC itself, I am aware that their strategic plan, which is the document that guides the Commission in terms of execution of its mandate, may have expired, and therefore their preparatory processes towards coming up with a new strategic plan. So priority as chair would be for us to finalize that strategic plan, because strategic plan is a document that will guide us in terms of delivery of not only the general election, but also other critical processes, including the boundary delimitation. So our focus will be to look at that strategic plan, to approve it, and then from the strategic plan, we can now derive the electoral operations plan, and of course many other plans, including the security. We sort out the funding issues. So for us, once we have these strategic policy guiding documents, and we are very comfortable as commissioners, remember we'll also be new, maybe most of us, if we are successful, we will have to very quickly internalize this and then roll out. And where certain decisions will require me as a chairman to gazette so that we initiate them, I will do so as soon as practicable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the answers that you have provided, and just hope that as you pray and hope that the Secretariat has done a lot more preparations for the administrative work, and we expect that they have done that in terms of preparing for the election, so that you or anyone else who gets this opportunity is able to plug in the processes and just ensure that the processes that require gazettement or require the commission are taken care of. Just lastly, I know the boundary delimitation will consequently resort to fresh registration of voters, and of course there are younger voters who have since become of age that will be registering, and that requires another big job of cleaning the voters register, updating it and making it current. And all this work requires something you have mentioned called budget and funding. How are you going to address that issue? We have read that the Secretariat had proposed or asked for some money, and I just want us to discuss briefly on the issue of budgeting and the issue of your 6 colleagues, because being a member of the IEBC does not necessarily require you to have specific skills and competencies that you may require. So it may require some induction or some training. How are you going to deal with this to bring together this team and to get the necessary funding and budget to carry out the work?
Thank you, Ambassador. I think the issue of funding of IEBC and the elections and other processes, including delimitation, if we go there, will require us to engage with the Parliament, because that's the one that holds the purse strings. We will need to also engage with the Treasury to see how we can unlock some of these things. You know, our elections, of course, my understanding is sometimes you read in the media and elsewhere, is one of those expensive elections. And I know, of course, there are those cost drivers. So as a commission, we are aware that, of course, because we live in this country, we are aware of the limitations of the resources because of the hard economic times, not only in Kenya, but globally. So we will look at what we can get from the exchequer. But first and foremost, we will have, as new commissioners, we have to sit with our secretariats to understand the costing element, the cost aspects of our work. So that then, even as we seek funding, whether it's 60 billion, as I've read it in the media, or 100 billion, we know exactly what we are talking about. And as a project manager, one of the things that experiences and skills that I've built over time is that element of costing the various tasks and units. So you attach certain units cost to some things. So we will have to interrogate that budget or come up with a new budget proposal so that then we engage the key stakeholders in that respect. But allow me also to mention, some years back when I was at UNDP, we used to support the IEBC in terms of funding certain processes. And I think I did also Kenyans to be comfortable. UN is an intergovernmental body, so it's not some NGO there trying to influence things in this country. This is an intergovernmental body that has the credibility and the capacity to support. But we as a commission will also look around and say, hey, who else can help us where there are certain funding gaps so that they can plug in. But we need to be very clear on what is it that we are costing, how much, and where are we getting these resources from, so that even when we are talking about the looking around for our partners, we are able to tell them this is where the deficit is and this is where we need their support. So I think that issue. And then, of course, internally, the issue of commissioners and induction. I think that's one of the first assignments we will have to undertake so that everybody is comfortable. When we are talking about budgeting or electoral processes and partnerships, then everybody's on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ethekon, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. This time I'd like to ask FCP Etanui to ask some questions.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. Karibu Bwana Ethekon. A question related to what Ambassador has asked you about the funding. Now I want to look at the accountability part of it. If you look at the Auditor General reports, IEBC accounts have always been qualified. I don't know whether they have gotten any unqualified report. Reason being that there are issues touching on procurement matters, how they have accounted for the funds allocated. So as you rightly put it, you'll look for funding from Treasury, you'll get UNDP and other donors to support. But the major issue that has been there at IEBC is accountability of the funds. And you'll note the Public Accounts Committee reports. If you're to look at them, there are many key audit matters that have been raised. So as the chair, yes, we do know you are not the accounting officer, but you are the head of that institution. You are the head of the electoral management body. And yes, there is an accounting officer, but you are responsible for the commission as a chair. So what mechanism will you put in place, or what strategies will you put in place to ensure that there is accountability in the resources that have been allocated?
Thank you, CPA Tanui. And CPA Tanui, for your information, I attempted to follow your footsteps by studying CPA some years back after high school, but I managed only to reach CPA 2, thereabouts. Then I dropped it.
Yeah, so you can still continue.
Thank you. I think with this enormous task ahead, I may postpone it to a later date. But thank you very much, CPA Tanui. I think the question of accountability, because we have scarce resources in this country, and those institutions entrusted with these resources must understand that even to be an accounting officer of IEBC or the chair, these are positions that you hold in trust for the benefit of the people of Kenya. And one of those duties and obligations imposed upon us by law is to ensure that we account for and we are transparent in a manner in which we expend public resources. So as a chair, as a new chair, I will actually begin by taking a sample of some of these reports, the previous reports, to be able to understand where is the problem. Because the auditors' reports, they have done their assignment thoroughly, and they have pointed out where there are these loopholes. So as a commission, to be able to seal some of these loopholes, we have to understand where the problems comes from, whether it's in procurement, whether it's in disbursements. So we will interrogate these reports, see the clear recommendations of the Auditor General, but also the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee, so that then we have to set up an implementation framework and timelines on how we are going to address those. It could be that maybe the money has not been lost or eaten. It could be that there are certain weaknesses in terms of the internal processes, and therefore we need to strengthen our financial management and risk management processes and procedures and policies. Number two, I do know in any corporate institution, there is always an internal audit and risk management kind of arrangement or committee that is normally headed by a professional outside there, probably a member of the ISPAC. And therefore, I believe the Commission has such a committee, audit and risk. We will look at the role of that committee in terms of helping us to manage some of these financial and fiduciary risks and risks associated with procurement issues, so that then we can seal the loopholes and hopefully move towards getting that unqualified report which we saw, which everybody desires in any corporate institution such as IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me also acknowledge the many qualifications that you have, even the CPA too. So congrats on that. Now, my second question, Isaac Hassan, the former chair, IEBC, actually in his book, he talks of to be a chair of the Electoral Commission. He calls them 3 Gs. And one of the 2 Gs that I remember is that you need to have grandchildren, you need to be playing golf. And I was looking at your age, and I was wondering whether you meet any of those criteria. So what do you tell people who are saying you could be young enough to be the chair of IEBC?
Thank you, CPA Tanui. Maybe looks are deceiving. I don't know. But at the age of 48, going to 49, I think this is the prime. This is the best age any professional can wish for, to be in positions of higher calling and higher responsibility. So to me, I feel I have the energy, I have the aptitude, the intellectual alertness, I have the necessary tools in terms of education and experience. And looking even forward, I believe if I do a splendid job in this running this commission for the next 6 years, it's basically I'll have something to tell my grandchildren because I'll still be alive to tell them the stories and the younger generations of this country. So for me, this is the right age. Thank you.
Lastly, given the nature of our politics, and you rightly said, looks may be deceiving, and I've actually listened to you, I think, for the last 1 hour, and I'm figuring out what transpired at KICC in 2007. You remember when the chair of IEBC there, Kivuitu, was at KICC, and just the other day at Bomas of Kenya, and looking at Ethicon today, you know, the presentation that you've had, you're mean, you know, you're humble, and those demonstrations that happen after the elections, people are walking to your office at IEBC, and they say they want to see the chair, or you're preparing for 2027 elections, and you have a stakeholder meeting, we are convening in a room like this, and there are players, active players in the elections, and they are demanding. Do you have that stamina to address those presidential candidates that have walked into IEBC headquarters, that are confronting you and demanding that you do certain things in a particular way? What can you say of that?
Thank you, sir, for that question. I think it is very serious what in the last, in some of these elections, like the ones you have cited, that those incidents happened in the Republic of Kenya. It is very sad, it's very unfortunate. As proud Kenyans who take this country as our proud home, because we don't have any other country, for us to degenerate to a level where we reach to those I don't know even how to describe those incidences, but as a country, we, in as much as I as an individual chair in that hotspot, will have to think on my feet and how to handle the situation. But I would like also to call upon the entire country, the people of this republic, right from this panel, to think, why do we and how did we get to that level? What are these underlying issues as a society that we must look at for us not to be? For most people, you know, CPA Tanui and the distinguished panel, with your permission, Chair, even applying for this job is pressure itself. I will speak from my heart. There are those who say, congratulations, go for it. You have what it takes. Then there are those who are saying, no. You're going there, you're going to die, they're going to beat you, they're going to do this, all this negativity. And the sum total of it, when I soul search myself, I say, but even if I don't go there, who will do it? Some Kenyan must do this job. Unless we are talking about outsourcing it to somebody in India, somebody in Latin America, or wherever. But if the Constitution says a Kenyan citizen, because that's what's in the law, must do this job, then somebody has to do it. And that's why I'm here precisely, well aware of those pressures. But for me, as an individual, I know I have the stamina, the strength, the mental capacity to withstand those fracas. But as a commission, we'll put in place measures to try learning from experience to avoid those measures. Both, of course, security, immediate, but more importantly for me, I will open up this conversation to stakeholders, to the people of Kenya. Why do we have to go to get to that level of violence in front of cameras, in front of the whole world? That a process that we have taken time and invested a lot of money in, we've cast our vote, we've counted at the polling station. And now we, at that point, when we now want to declare the final results, then we lapse into that kind of anarchy. So for me, as a chair, and as a new commission, we will begin to work with the electoral stakeholders. There are, of course, the political elites. That's where the problem is. We have to talk to this group and say, you can compete, you can win, but you can also prepare not to win. Because ultimately, it's the will of Kenyans that shall prevail. It is that vote at that polling station that determines your fate. So therefore, we have a conversation on how is it that we can manage situations where I am not the winner. And I would like to inform this distinguished panel of an experience that we had in 2013, where we had the two sides and many other candidates, and we were aware of such kind of things. And that's why it never happened 2013. The reason why it never happened is we working outside there, and I think it was that time the Isaka-san was chair. We supported what you call mediation processes by some of our elders in this country. Elders, both men and women, of a certain stature in the private sector, in the public service. We brought them together to be our interlocutors, to be the bridge between IEBC and the presidential candidates. And we got some of the close relatives of some of these presidential candidates to speak to them, some of their business partners, to whisper, to say, hey, if in the event that your votes don't reach that threshold, remember, you still have business in this country. You still have your daughter in this country, your grandchildren in this country. You have a country to protect. And therefore, whatever happens, let us take the legal route, which is go file a petition, ventilate the issue at the Supreme Court, whatever the outcome, let the country move on. We did it. And I remember, if you recall, those of us who were there at that time, remember peace charters. We had these candidates, all of them, commit to sign a peace charter. And we publicized it up to the determination by the Supreme Court, where we reminded them, and we reminded Kenyans that so and so, they have committed. They are not going to incite violence, they are not going to do this, but they have accepted they will follow the due process of the law. So that kind of arrangement, those kind of ideas, working with stakeholders, can help us to forestall the unfortunate situations and scenarios we witness in KICC and in Bomas.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks. If I was in a privileged place like yourself, I'll have told Tanwi that I grew up in Turkana, so I can manage hard times and situations.
Thank you, Chair, for that.
Okay, let's have our friend Misati.
Thanks so much, Zekon. You have actually explained yourself. I was just doing a follow-up on when Ambassador Koki asked you about the priorities. Maybe you forgot about the issue of voter registration. I want to follow that with my question, where I'm looking at the IEBC commissioners and the secretariat. In the Krieger report, there were some recommendations which were done on how IEBC commissioners and the secretariat should operate. May you shed light to this panel some of the recommendations that you know of, the information you have, because given that you are going to be the chair of IEBC, given an opportunity, you should be able to be fast about those recommendations of the critical report.
Thank you, Mr. Mohati.
Misati.
Mr. Musati.
Misati.
Thank you. I'm just sorry about that. Yeah. The Kriegler report arose as a result of the events of 2007, 2008, in which we experienced that post-election violence. And then, of course, there was that process of internal review of our electoral management bodies. And I think some of the recommendations touched on the roles, the functions of the secretariats vis-a-vis the commissioners. And therefore, there was a recommendation to clearly delineate these roles so that to avoid situations where there are conflicts between the secretariat and the commissioners that can sometimes undermine the credibility of the institution, but also the credibility of the electoral processes. So that's one of the things that I can recall.
Thanks so much. Now, I want to make a follow-up question on the same. Kenyans are watching, and Kenyans are wondering why, for instance, the roles of the IEBC commissioners, when they are not there, the gazettement, the issue of gazettement, so that voter registration can go on. What is your take? Because it's actually the secretariat which should be able to do that. Because why? Is it a problem in the regulations or in the law? Because the law says voter registration should be a continuous process. So Kenyans are wondering, why should IEBC staff all over the country be earning even salaries in the first place? What do you think you'll be able to do as a chairman to ensure that this process of voter registration is continuous? Because like now, if the commissioners are not there, they're not doing anything much, why should they not be doing voter registration in the first place?
Thank you, Mr. Mohati. I think this issue has also been disturbing my mind whenever I try to interrogate our electoral processes and wonder why do we have to wait until sometimes towards elections, then we start running like headless chickens, trying to do mass voter registration. And yet, the commission over time has put in place and actually continue normal, regular basis to register voters and to clear it. So for me, I think my understanding at the moment is that the law, as it is, arising from the constitutional provision that makes IEBC a corporate entity, that corporate entity now makes it, in terms of decision making, it is the commission constituted as a board that makes some of those decisions, and including looking at the voter registration arrangements and okaying it. And if you look at the Elections Act, most decisions originate by way of gazette. Presidential election or vacancy has been declared, the chairman will gazette. Voter registration, chairman will gazette. Voter education. So for me, we need to look at the law as it is and to ask ourselves, does it serve public interest things this way, or public interest will better be served if we decentralize some of these things so that then all that is needed is some kind of delegation of responsibility to the secretariat to run with it. So for me, it's also a vexing question to me. But as a new chair with my commissioners, we will look at this and then make proposals, working with political parties and other stakeholders to see whether there's a case for law reform. For me, I think that's how I would look at it.
Thanks so much. It will be an issue, I wanted to remind you, it will be an issue of looking at the regulations, because the Constitution is very clear that further registration should be a continuous process. So it's a matter of looking at the regulations. The other last question from me, or rather reminder to you, is that among the recommendations of the critical report was the formation of the tripartite dialogue platform between the election management board, the IEBC, the registrar of political parties, and the political parties, the PPLC that exists, Section 38. I wanted to remind you that it's, if you have any details about Section 38 of the Political Parties Act, that was actually a recommendation of the critical report. So the only question I wanted to ask you, just to finish, is whether you are aware why that recommendation came. Do you have, if your history serves well, particularly the one of the dialogue?
Yes. I think this recommendation, I think, arose because of the election is not, it's a process, and it has many sub-processes, then it has many actors. So when you look at IEBC, it's the constitutionally mandated body to deal with electoral matters. But political parties, these are our clients, these are our key partners. These are the people we are there for, to facilitate them to participate in the political processes. So when you have the three institutions, the one that regulates political parties, their formation, internal democracy, dispute resolution, and then you have IEBC that deals with managing the processes involved. So that dialogue is critical in addressing some of the issues along the process, taking into account some of the opportunities that dialogue brings, some of the opportunities for addressing challenges pre-election, for example, including challenges around nomination of party candidates, compliance with the party lists, and all this. So there are a number of issues that this structured dialogue, this structured platform can actually address in the electoral cycle. So I think it's a very important recommendation. And again, you've seen, it's just not only this. Over the years, many other informal platforms have also come up to foster dialogue. For example, our dialogue with other stakeholders, including, for example, the Interreligious Council, including civil society and what have you. So creating these safe spaces where people can ventilate issues and resolve will actually forestall a lot of things, including litigation, which is normally expensive. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I wish you well, but I just wanted to remind you that when the Clear Commission, they were getting public information, they were told that the suspicion between the political parties and the election management body was so much during that post-election violence. The parties complained they were not getting information. So that is the reason why that dialogue, because for us to have a free and fair process, the stakeholders, the key players, the political parties have to be brought to the table to avoid that suspicion. Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James Misati. And I would like to ask Ms. Fatuma Saman to also ask some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you and thank you, Mr. Ethekon, for being an inspiration to the children of the North.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, madam.
Doing 4 degrees and 2 diplomas in carefully selected areas is not a mean feat. So thank you from a mother. That's outside the interview. I've listened to you express clearly the IEBC mandate, the role, the understanding of how the governance structures and how they work. So for elections to be considered fair, the IEBC is expected to manage the electoral process not only by ensuring neutrality among the candidates, but fairness to the voters to the extent that the voters get equitable access to voting and the vote is protected and has a meaningful result till the end. The vote is protected and is meaningfully, it has a meaningful impact till the end. Because if you look at carefully our history, voter apathy and disillusionment comes from the lack of that. So if you are lucky to become the chair of the IEBC, how would you ensure that the voter gets that equal opportunity and the votes are protected till the end and they have a meaningful impact? What are the initiatives that you will champion as the chair of the IEBC?
Thank you, Madam. I think there are a number of issues that arise there. Number one is the issue of IEBC taking its mandate seriously, because IEBC is mandated to ensure that not only is the election fair, free, credible, transparent, verifiable, and more importantly, peaceful, IEBC is required to run the election in such a way that it must be seen to be what the Constitution has said. So all those elements must be there. And therefore, as we plan our electoral cycle, as we put in place our electoral operation plan, we have to put it in a way that it speaks to these issues. Number one, on the issue of the fairness, the participation of voters, we will put in place a system that will ensure that all the eligible voters are registered and are prepared to exercise their constitutional rights to vote. That therefore includes us reaching out to those marginalized areas, as we've had that conversation already, through those strategies. It involves us looking at those special groups, which we've had that conversation already on those strategies, and those will be in that operational plan. But more importantly, once we've registered everybody, we have to ensure the issues around the voter register, that we clean it up, that it's properly audited to ensure that only those eligible voters are actually allowed to exercise their voting and constitutional rights. Then number two, in terms of that part, the middle part, the polling, we have to ensure that we put in place measures that will forestall. For example, when you're talking about the neutrality and fairness, issues of, for example, those bribery and undue influence, intimidation, come into mind. Because you cannot have a free, fair, neutral election when the voters are actually constantly being bombarded with either bribes, intimidation, harassment, and all these sorts of threats to a free and fair and neutral election. So we will put measures in place, working again with actors, political parties, to ensure that we manage these incidences that will put undue pressure to the vote, so that they're able to express their free will, exercise their universal suffrage rights, based on the equality of their vote and the quality of their vote. Because a vote that you cast in your free will is a quality vote. Then there are issues of access during the polling. As an ex-presiding officer, there are certain barriers that can affect citizens' access, and especially those with special needs, to the polling station and to the polling booth, and to be able to cast their vote as of the free. That's why, for example, we have measures such as mechanisms to assist some of the voters who cannot be able to write, to read and write. Those measures are there just to ensure that they are assisted to exercise their constitutional right. So that in that way, we ensure that fairness and equity. Then, of course, during the voting, the security around the polling station should be such that it gives people the confidence to come and cast their vote. That's where now we look at, of course, issues. For example, we have some special categories. We've not even spoken about them. For example, women. In elections, you find that this group can be intimidated, and because it's a rough game, we've made it rough, which it shouldn't. It should be peaceful and smooth. So you find that sometimes we scare some of these constituencies because then, coming there to haggle, to fight, to kill and all that. So I know, of course, currently the commissioners, the number of voters accessing the particular polling station has been capped at 700, I think, to facilitate that that opportunity to cast their vote quickly. But we will look at those special issues around the security of, for example, women, mothers with their children, pregnant women, and other, of course, special groups, including people with disabilities. And then, of course, the integrity of the process itself, just to make sure the Kenyans have confidence that if I cast my vote, it is my vote, it is my choice, and it's going to be counted. It is going to be tabulated, and it's going to be announced or declared. So again, we will make sure that the Commission and our staff conducting these exercises do the right thing. And of course, as a Commission Chairman, I will ensure that our staff, those who are managing elections and managing other processes, are people of integrity. Protect the Commission and the integrity and credibility of their processes. So from that, the voter registration, the voting, the counting, and of course the transmission of results, we will ensure that the process is seamless, it is free, it is fair, it is credible, it is transparent, and we should be held accountable for it in the end. And if there are any failures or mistakes, once we do the audit, then we should be able to use those recommendations to make an improvement for the next one. So I would summarize that in that respect. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, what would be the role of voter education in all this, bearing in mind that there are stakeholders whose rights have been curtailed using negotiated democracy, which actually undermines democracy. So if you are to tweak the curriculum, or rather to improve and create, take care of these interests in terms of stakeholder engagements, what are your thoughts around this?
Thank you, Madam. I know how negotiated democracy, I think sometimes it happens in where we come from in the northern parts of the country, where elders sit and the stakeholders sit and agree. Maybe some candidate shelves their ambition in favor of another one and things like that. And maybe in the process, the people of that region miss out on maybe a candidate who could have served their needs better had they been given the freedom and the choice to support that candidate. So for me, I don't know whether our law allows for negotiated democracy. I don't think it allows for negotiated democracy at that level. But what I do know is that in terms of accommodating special interests, then we have factored in that proportional representation into our laws, into our Constitution, Article 90, and therefore then allows political parties, as they fight for this thing, as they haggle, but they are reminded, yes, there are certain categories of people, for example, the women, that you need to include in your party lists, persons living with disability, the youth, the marginalized groups, because understanding the power play, because politics and elections is about power play. So when you identify this group, this category, and knowing that they may not have so much clout, so much power, then that's how proportional representation has been factored in. So to be able to build the capacities of these people. But when we sit back in Turkana or Elwak and agree on who will be our women rep or who will be our governor, then I don't think that is within the Constitution and the law. Because the law is about universal suffrage, the recognition that each vote matters and that people should cast their votes on the basis of their free will. Thank you.
Thank you. Universal suffrage and the emphasis on the rights to vote independently.
Thank you very much. And I will ask Nicodemus Bore to also ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You have generally described yourself as a human rights lawyer, though you did something on oil and gas. I don't know, you had the intentions of becoming a baron, oil baron. And from your CV, you have also noted that you have worked very closely with the women of the world and developed very gender-sensitive policies. Coming back home, we note that there has been this very elusive two-thirds gender rule principle. And now, given a chance to become the chair of IEBC, what strategies or recommendations would you propose to help us achieve this principle?
Thank you, Mr. Bore. I think the question of gender is very important, and I think our Constitution speaks to that question. And I think I just finished by trying to discuss that issue of proportional representation. So in terms of gender, this has been a national debate. And when I look at the books, when I look at the reports and the discourse generally out here, and looking at what the Commission did in the last election, the Commission, working with political parties, tried to enforce the compliance, tried to ensure the compliance with the party list requirements in the political, in the law, for purposes of actually bridging the gender gap. But of course, there were some challenges, which I will explain. But generally speaking, when you look at our county assemblies, the elections under Article 177 and the requirements of the law, the party list under Article 90, where now these political parties have to share certain positions so that then they can meet the gender to that requirement. the report, if you read the post-election evaluation report, it shows that actually the county assemblies have met the 2/3 gender role. And you can begin to see the process by which some of the safeguards in the law, where now the computation of how do you allocate those seats. And despite the fact that there are still about 4, according to the Elections Act, but the County Government Act talks about 6. That's the youth, people with disability, and the marginalized groups. But the gender top-up, taken in totality, then the county assemblies have made it. Where the culprits are and where the problem is the National Assembly. The Senate, I think, has a gap of about 2 to meet it, just to slightly to stagger to it. But the problem, what I read in the report, is that the enormous gap exists in our county, in our National Assembly. So then, what is it that we require to do? Some of the measures we can put in place to bridge this gender gap. I know it's still an ongoing, it's open, but some of the thoughts that I have based on what the law says at the moment, until we go maybe for a major, maybe constitutional reform process or legislative serious reforms. At the moment, how about we look at, because then you have in assembly, you have 290 elected. Then you have I think 12. And therefore to play around, so that's the 12 is the gender top-up. And I think it's fixed at that, at that level. So then you cannot even, twist the political parties through the political party list to top up, because they have been foreclosed. Again, the same with the Senate. So we have to find a way where then maybe we can open up that, so that then in law we can have more latitude within the political party arrangements, within their internal democratic processes, for them now to mobilize these constituents, either through proportional representation, but also through supporting them, the women, to actually contest the elected seats. So in terms of that proportional representation, the hands of even the assembly are tied by the law. So we need maybe some changes in the law to allow that flexibility like the county assemblies have done. But for me, I think the whole aspect of proportional representation was a bridge gap. It was not meant to really last forever. It was meant for us to uplift these marginalized people, the ethnic minorities, the women, the youth, the people with disability. But in a country that is progressive, that our democracy is keeping on, it's improving. Why don't we dream of a day where Kenyans can wake up and look at Carol and Professor and give them an equal chance through electing them by the ballot? So I think we need to put measures as a country to support our women, our marginalized people, to begin to participate, to begin to enjoy the Article 38 rights. So we need to to look at those barriers. For example, in most elections, maybe women shy away because of the level of violence and intimidation, the amount of money you need for you to contest an elected seat. So we need to address issues of election financing. How does it impact these marginalized groups or special groups? We need to look at security. We need to look at the attitudes of our parties within their party structures and arrangements. What is it that they are doing to encourage more women to contest, actually, to run even against men? So that then Kenyans can be given that opportunity to choose from a variety of candidates, not this men-dominant kind of electoral processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now want to ask Professor Adam Solo also to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Edung Ethicon. You know, you are one of the people whom you look at the CV and you're trying to make the connection. But listening to you, the connection comes out. And therefore that makes me change
Thank you.
the question that I wanted to ask, because the Vice Chair and other members have brought out that connection.
Thank you, sir.
I want to go the Tanui route, FCPA Tanui, to give you the practical aspects of our election, and therefore ask you to tell Kenyans why at 48 you are that man that they have been looking for. FCPA Tanui gave you the example of Samuel Kivitu the late. He was quoted as the results were coming in, saying, I can't reach my returning officers. I hope they're not cooking results out there. Then on the day that he was announcing the results at KICC that you have referred to, he was alone with only one media station, the state media station, with GSU around him. And the swearing in took place at dusk. No normal fanfare, no presidents invited, no ambassadors invited. We had to change the law so that now there's a very clear legal process of swearing in the president. In Bomas that you have talked about, a near similar scenario took place. The Supreme Court, even as it threw away the petition, said that the chairman had created an illegal office. The chairman had assigned fellow commissioners what you would call hospitality duties. And in the illegal office, the secretariat was carrying out duties that normally the commissioners are supposed to oversight. You gave us the example of how you and other men and women of wisdom of this country saved the country in 2013 through backroom channels. In other words, the pressure cooker, you released it to release the gas to the Supreme Court that was created by the 2010 Constitution because of the 2007. What I'm asking this gentleman from a marginalized community who, as Fatuma says, has gone against the odds, if you are made chairman, what would you do so that we don't make the Supreme Court the releaser of the pressure, and instead IEBC, led by Edung Ethicon, is the one that resolves and brings confidence to Kenya that finally we have a referee that leads an election that is fair, that is transparent, that both winner and loser and Kenyans and observers can say, this was the result.
Thank you, Professor Adam Solo. It's a pleasure to see you here. The last time I met with you was when we were presenting our views from Turkana on the BBI process. This question is almost emotional, coming from deep from your heart. And as I said, we shouldn't have to witness those kind of scenarios. So as I said earlier, we need to look at as a country and as a people, where did the rain start beating us? Could it be the issues of trust in our electoral management processes? Could it be issues of pertaining to those people who from time to time are given those responsibilities to manage our electoral processes? Could it be an issue of processes? So I think, as you've rightly pointed out, from the Kivuitu debacle to Bomas, in between, there have been certain constitutional changes, some legislative changes that have tried to move us from that situation where Chairman Kivuitu declared openly that he doesn't know where his returning officers are. And in the recent elections, as recent as 2013, 2017, and to date, we've witnessed a situation where the returns from the polling stations and the constituency tallying centers actually reach the final tallying center. So there have been certain improvements. For example, because I know most of the time voting might not be the real problem, but where the elephant in the room is in the manner in which we handle our results, the manner in which we tally, tabulate, count, tabulate, tally, and then transmit. So we've seen certain improvements through the use of technology, the RTS, the ERTS, the Electronic Result Transmission System, as we witnessed last time. We've seen improvement in openness, transparency, in the manner in which the results are handled both at the polling station but also at other levels. So for me, the way I look at it as Kenyans, I think there's a big gap, deficit in terms of us as Kenyans trusting our institutions to deliver free, fair, transparent, verifiable elections. So that lack of confidence is in our institutions and our processes is what we need to address. And if you look at, even the cost of our elections alone, it's one of the most expensive. And for me, the way I look, from where I sit, I see that lack of trust is what is costing us, even in accounting terms, in financial terms. Because then we tend, therefore now, to sometimes even over-prescribe, over-legislate, over-regulate. For example, technology, we know we have to procure, then we have to do audit, we have to get an independent firm to audit it, all the way up to after elections. So for me, I would pray for the day when we as Kenyans can trust and say, Mr. Rastas doing Ethicon has really nothing to gain by bungling elections, by undermining the will of the people of Kenya. What do I stand to gain? So I would want a situation where this new commission, we sit down, number one priority, how do we restore trust? How do we bridge that gap? We look at those processes. We look at the people, even internally, our staff. Are they neutral? Are they impartial? Are they professional? we as commissioners, we come individually. I'm here today, I'm speaking for myself, but there'll be others, they speak for themselves. You will pick 6, maybe perhaps to join me, luckily. But we bring different personalities, different orientations, different persuasions. So we need to reconcile all that and look at the law and say, look, the Constitution, Article 73, tells us the position you occupy as a commissioner, as chair, and as secretariat is a commission of trust by the people of Kenya. And therefore, you should do it, carry out your duties and functions as commissioners in a manner that must comply with the objectives and the purpose of the Constitution. And it gives us all that directions. Number 2, we must behave and carry out our duties in a manner that respects the people of this country. Because when you look at what happened in Bomas, it doesn't show any respect to the people of Kenya who have given us this trust and responsibility. So for me, I will work hard to ensure that collegially and together as a team, we interpret the law and we stick to the law. And if it's, for example, that issue that's normally contentious, the result transmission and the declaration of the final results. In the case of what you've mentioned, Prof. As commissioners, we are supposed to work as a team. We have to have structured kind of engagement. Our decision making must be such that we make decisions based on the law. And where we have disagreements, we should be able actually to record, to air those disagreements, say, I disagree with this, but it has to be recorded. For example, in the case of that presidential results, the law and in the rulings of the Supreme Court, the results at the polling stations are final. The results recorded in Form 34A. So the role of the chair is to return and declare as they are. No alteration, no anything. But then our role as a commission, collectively, the 7 of us, should be to verify and to ensure that they correct what is in the portal, what is what we have been, the returns that have come from the polling stations out of the, I think, 46,229 polling stations, that these forms actually are authentic, the security features, the recording of all these things, so that then we do it as a collegiate, as a collective. And where any member of my team disagrees, we should be able to record it in our minutes and in our reports, so that I made a decision. For example, if as a chairman I disagree with certain things, I can be able to say this number of forms, I don't think they are authentic. And then it has to be recorded. So that then we don't witness a situation where I take off and or I leave somebody else to do this. Yet we were recruited together and we were banded together to undertake a national duty, which is very sensitive. So, I mean, I would not, So for me, it's about that internal dialogue. It's about structuring our decision making. And it's about, of course, assigning ourselves duties. And the case of Secretariat, for example, you've mentioned, I've worked with the commission before, the National Commission on Human Rights, with Maina Kay as chairman. And in that commission, we never witnessed any fighting between us and our commissioners or, such things. Because based on those lessons, I should be able to have the Secretariat do the jobs that they're mandated to do. And we as a commissioners, we take responsibility for what the law mandates us to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy at the way you have maintained your calm. There's something I was testing. My second one, again, let me give you a practical example. In Kenya and many African countries, incumbents never lose elections. You've already had the country, and we have to address these things because we need to always save our country. We've already heard of one-term president. What has been the response from his side? We are the county that knows how to produce presidents for 24 years. So you can already see where the country is getting to politically. My question to you is that effective leadership at IEBC is not merely about technical competence. Effective leadership at IEBC needs selfless service based solely on public interest. The question, triple E, because you are Erastus Edecon. In your previous positions in your professional life, is there an instance that you are faced with a situation in which you had to choose between a decision that it's either based on popularity, that is hard to make due to undue pressure, or that you had, despite all the circumstances surrounding you, stand by the Constitution and the law. If it exists, which one was it? And which approach did you use to arrive at the outcome?
Thank you, Professor, for that question. I think throughout my professional career, I have tried as much as possible to, I would rather frame it this way. I've been largely lucky not to have been put in those uncomfortable situations where you choose between breaking the law or upholding your own selfish personal interest. Because I worked with the Commission, again, the standards there, the ethical integrity standards were very, very high. United Nations is a highly regulated entity where you are required to declare any other personal interests, and the systems and structures are systems of accountability and decision making. But when I ventured to back home to give back to my people in Turkana, when I saw an opportunity, but also the challenges they were going through in terms of grappling with legal issues, I went to serve as the first county attorney for Turkana, and I supported them to set up the office of the county attorney, where I served for 6 years. It is in that environment of public service that sometimes you are faced with some of these uncomfortable situations and scenarios where you have to choose either fidelity to the law, or you bend the law, or you break the law for the benefit of certain things. And I must tell you, throughout my 6 years, without getting into specifics, there are some incidences where a procurement takes place, and then when it comes to my attention for the legal opinion or legal advice, and then you get this pressure coming from some of those officials saying, we want this to go this way, we want this to go that way. For me, as the county attorney that time, and even now in future when I assume a public office, I have always maintained that fidelity to the law. There are those instances where I have had to say as it is. And the way I managed to circumvent that, out to beat that kind of group, was to do my advisory in writing and to say, this is against the law, take it or leave it. And in that case, then people started getting used to it. So that therefore then by the time they come, they bring an issue to my attention, they know I will stick with the law. But then the downside of it, sometimes some of these guys go underground, so they do their own things there, and they don't bring to your attention. So that by the time the CPA Tanwis group comes, the auditor, they check their books. That's when some things come out of the closet. Then you realize, but what happened? This should have been brought to my attention. And this situation could not have arisen had you brought it to my attention and followed my legal advice. So for me, the respect for the rule of law, the respect for the Constitution, the processes, the Public Finance Management Act, the procurement law, the public officer ethics, those are not things you can compromise with. So when it comes to that, it actually helps you. It's not even a dilemma, Professor. Because when the law is very clear, what dilemma do you have? You just follow the law and you'll be on the right side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you have some 2 short questions, kindly?
Yes, Ethicon, you were quite elaborate when my colleague Caroline Kituku asked you about the diaspora vote. Could you name 3 countries in Africa and any 2 outside of Africa where diaspora voting took place in their last general elections?
Thank you, Prof. For this progressive realization of the Article 38 rights, I think, as I mentioned earlier, the Commission has done some work, and we have 12 countries. And within Africa, South Africa, where I've just returned from, I think I got that information from where the Consular General there was voting, diaspora voting in South Africa. Tanzania, our neighbor here. I think Rwanda. Surprisingly, if I may add, I hope you are not limiting me to the 3. Even our Southern Sudan, with all the challenges they are going through in terms of the conflict situation. Outside our continent, we have Canada, United States, and we have not left the European continent behind either. Germany is one of those countries where our diaspora brothers and sisters participated in the vote. Thank you.
Very much. You did say that you come from the north, you come from a marginalized community. Can you tell us one of the solutions that the 2010 Constitution came up with, and whether, at least economically, and how it has been implemented so far?
Thank you, Prof. Just to give you a bit of a background, when we were growing up, and I was little, my uncle resided in Eldoret. My mother used to come, being a single mother, she used to come to see my uncle, her brother. And when we traveled from Turkana, in those days we were using the lorries. Sometimes you are hitchhiking on this transit goods going to Southern Sudan, and it will bring you to Kitale. Then from there, that's when you see matatus, and you see buses, you see nice shops and stuff like that. So it used to be a popular stereotype, or maybe I can just say it's jokes. whenever Turkanas arrive in Kitale, the Matatu people at the stage, they'll be joking with them, calling them, Lokone, you know Turkana, you're coming, where are you going? Hello, Alosi. They will say, the Turkanas will be like, Alosi, Kenya. Like, we are going to Kenya. So we have come from Turkana, we are going to Kenya. So later on, when I became a bit mature and understood the geography of Kenya, I realized actually Turkana is in Kenya geographically. But even then, having confirmed that we are there geographically, but when you look at the conditions in Turkana, the poverty, schools, I mean, from class 1 to 4, I was learning under acacia tree. This is not a joke. And the beauty part of it is when the wind blows and the weather changes, then you have an opportunity to run home because, you know, when you're young, you don't like school that much. But see, we grew up under those difficult circumstances. And so the Catholic Church was actually our kind of de facto government because it's the one that was providing us with basic services, education, health, relief food. So, but something significant happened in 2010, and the new constitution ushered in devolution, decentralization of government. And with decentralization of government, power, resources, I think for us, sometimes we tend to joke among ourselves and say, you know, this is Turkana's independence hour. This is our independence time. This is the time now we're beginning to see what freedom is. Freedom from, you know, the basic needs, freedom from hunger, the right to expanding access to basic education. So with devolution and the first phase, we've had tremendous progress in Turkana. Even if you don't talk about tangible projects, for example, just the sheer number of Turkanas who are employed alone and accessing a salary and are able to support their extended families, so that even during droughts, they are able to cushion them. That alone is very significant. But with the county government, where I served for 6 years, both under the first governor and the second governor, we've put in place structures, the county integrated development plan.
Thanks for all that. Because of time.
Yes.
Constitutionally, what's the prescription that the Constitution put in place for marginalized community, not just Turkana, all marginalized communities in Kenya, and how has it been implemented so far?
Of course, in terms of, I was just giving a specific example for how devolution, of course, that decentralization of the government and resources has made improvements in those marginalized areas. And for me, I think that's the most actually significant. But there are also certain rights in the Bill of Rights that recognize the rights of these minorities and marginalized groups. And that's why, for example, then, the rights to political participation. We also have affirmative action. For example, the revenue sharing formula takes into account that aspect of marginalization in the allocation of resources. So the revenue sharing formula, but there's also the affirmative action fund, which is meant to bring those marginalized areas to some level.
What's the name of that affirmative action fund? It's okay.
I cannot remember the exact wording, but I know there's the affirmative action fund. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ethokon. We have enjoyed this time with you. We appreciate the robust engagement, and we've even overshot our time. Thank you for allowing us that privilege. We asked for memoranda to be given to us about you. We didn't get any from Turkana, and we haven't gotten any from any other part of the country. And so we will let you go.
Thank you.
And maybe invite you when we receive something like that. Do you have any question for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think not really a question, but to sincerely thank the panel for giving me an opportunity to have this kind of interactive dialogue with you, but more importantly, to give me a chance, to stand a chance to serve this country and to make it a better place for us and the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Every dream is valid, and we wish you very well. Please remember to pick your documents, and there's a bottle of water there. You didn't use it. You might find it helpful after this. Blessings to you, and wish you success. Thank you. Okay, asanteni. Our friends in the media, so maybe some few minutes so that we can finish up this. Just unhook your gadgets so that unhook them, remove the mics.
Live from the College of Insurance in South Sea, Nairobi, happening now is the IEBC Chairperson interviews that are currently underway. We've just finished up with Erastus Edong Ethekon from Turkana County. We're expecting the next to be Francis Kaikai Kissinger from Vihiga County. But before we do that, we will be having a live discussion right here. Remember, 11 candidates were shortlisted for this post. Yesterday, 4 have already completed that interview, and among them was former Registrar of the Judiciary, Anna Atieno Amadi, and also the former EAC, or East African Court of Justice, Judge Charles Nyachai. That was yesterday. 105 candidates have also been shortlisted for the post of commissioners, but the interviews will come a little bit later on. My name is Bentro Enjoy. Many thanks indeed for joining us for this live discussion, where we will be looking at some of the things that we are seeing on television, what we do also expect the new IEBC to be conducting. Remember, in 2017 and also in 2022, the elections were very, very expensive. As well, we'll be looking at those matters as well, were touted as one of the most expensive in the world. And looking at our GDP and looking at the population, something just has to give. But allow me to introduce one of my panelists here who has already arrived. He's a good friend and also a governance and also political analyst as well, Kimani Mwangi. Kimani, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for
good to see you. Where
me.
have you been, Bwana? Well, I was actually looking for you during the AU bid that we were having in Ethiopia.
Sure. Yeah.
Have you been, brother?
I've been well.
And you've been looking at what has been happening since yesterday.
Yeah.
There's some hard questions were being asked to the candidates as well.
Yes.
And we have seen also what is happening in the country right now. And with a broad-based arrangement and government. We do remember we had issues of the constitution of actually the panel itself.
Yes.
Now we have the broad-based government. How do we ensure that there will be no interference, favoritism? It will be free, fair, and credible, that we have a chairman and the commissioners as well.
You know, we say that elections are very emotive undertakings, because politics is about perceptions. So how people perceive you is very important in any political endeavor. Now, an IBC chairman will be the person expected to prove that we still can trust that our votes means something. The sanctity of the ballot. That if I wake up and vote for a candidate X, then I'm sure that we have somebody at the helm who will not give me candidate Y as the winner, while the wish of the majority is that candidate X be the winner. It is that important. Number two, when there are competing functions in an election, then the chairman of the IEBC must be beyond reproach. He must not be seen to be biased, right? So part of the process of getting as the chairman is ensuring that we get a chairperson who does not have past inclinations towards any team. Because if you've had past inclinations towards any team, then our perception towards you is that when the push becomes shove, then you will side, or you might be tempted to side with your friends. Right? So you must therefore be seen to be the most neutral arbitrator in this process. That is why it must be very rigorous. The qualification process, firstly, must look at all those angles. Right? Then beyond paper qualification and experience, perception is the most important thing here. Because if we don't think you can be a fair judge, then we are not going to believe what you give us, whether it is true or false.
And I'm also looking at the CLIGRA report. After the 2007-2008 post-election chaos, one of the recommendations of that report was that we must have a fully constituted IEBC at least 2 years to the general election.
Yes, because
I'm looking at the timeline that we have.
Yes.
We need to clean up and audit the voter register.
Yes.
We need to register many people, and especially the Gen Z are waiting for that.
Yes.
And we also need to put structures in place. Mind you, we also have by-elections to hold. Is this time frame that we have?
I think we have about 13 MCA general by-elections and 3 MPs and 1 senator, right? By law, we are supposed to start up the process of filling vacancy for commissioners 6 months before expiration of the period, or 14 days after it has been rendered vacant in the case of the unforeseen circumstances. Yet ours, we are almost 2 years behind. Because remember, by the time we were going to elections, 3 commissioners were to retire thereafter. 4 commissioners contested what we got as the results from the elections. And there was a tribunal that was formed to fire them from the office. So you are left without any commission. So then the process came. The panel that was to sit now and select the chairman and other commissions. You know now the politics behind it. The NADCO report and its recommendations, what we previously had, the IEBC Act of 2024, NADCO coming in, need to change, because now NADCO is what has birthed as the broad-based government. And now trying to fit in and bring in all these factors together into the selection panel. We've taken a lot of time. The court cases about some members of the selection panel. But then, now that we are here, the only thing we can wish for is that we shall move with speed to do all that needs to be done and still give us a credible election by 2027, in as much as time is very short.
We're talking about time being short.
2.5 years
at
max.
Also the boundaries delimitation, which is also a function by the IEBC.
And overtaken.
It has been overtaken. According to the Constitution,
yes.
it has already been overtaken.
We should conduct it between 8 and 12 years,
yes.
which lapsed last year. So we were supposed to have done the elimination, if I'm not mistaken, by last year March.
Yes.
So we are too late about it. But the good thing is that the law foresees these things, and it empowers Parliament to come up with laws that can amend what is already there, because the law exists for the people and not the other way around. So we are not slaves of the law, that if it says this and we are overtaken by time that things can't be done otherwise.
I'm just pointing out because I know very well if you are looking at the register audit, to cleaning up that register, registering new voters, doing the by-elections. I think this will be too much on the table
implementing any recommendations
yes.
made by the court because of the previous case we had after the elections. There is quite on the in tray for the team that the only thing we can do is to move with speed without compromising the process, get ourselves a credible team and have them hit the road running, because there is a lot waiting for them. There is by-elections to be conducted, there is continuous registration of members, there is the audit and all that that needs to be done. So there is quite to be done by this team.
All right, let me throw a spanner in the works in terms of politics.
Yes.
In 2022, just like you've pointed out, we had 4 commissioners who had dissented in regards to those results.
Yes.
We had 3 who said, yes, these are indeed the results that we are supposed to be handing out to Kenyans, which are verified. And let's be very honest. These 4, there was political interference. We had about some very big people in government calling in at the Bomas of Kenya. I remember I was there for almost a week, and it was chaotic. I witnessed all those chaos. How can we ensure that we will not? We have now a clean slate where we have new commissioners, all of them, including the chairperson. How can we ensure there is no political interference in the works of IEBC?
Firstly, is that the I in IEBC denotes independence.
And it's the only commission that has the word independent. Just to stress how it should
it
be.
is among the Chapter 15 institutions that are protected by the Constitution for that very purpose, credibility. Yeah. So it has been given independence, and it has been divorced from political interference on paper, though. What we can hope for is that members that will be selected to form the commission, we can only hope that they understand the weight of the duty they'll be carrying. That going to 2027, they are the ones who will determine how peaceful the nation remains after elections. And how dangerous it is if they allow themselves to be manipulated by politicians for whatever reason. They will give us one of the best elections we've ever had, or they'll take us back to 2007, where we shall say we cannot trust what has happened. And look at what is happening today. You've realized the president goes to Nairobi, does his rallies, he's done. Then we have goons who take over immediately after the president has left for several hours. That is how anarchy begins in a nation, right? So a president goes into a place and we have people chanting and singing him down and doing all those manners of stuff. Then with all these tensions building, then you give us a bad election results. Or not necessarily bad, but that which we cannot believe in because of what we perceive to be your relationship with whoever was vying. And that is why as a country, we must try as much as we can to divorce this process from political interference. Having 4 commissioners who seem to be inclined to one function among the competing functions in an election is very dangerous. Because imagine if people took their words seriously, got offended, and decided to take law into their own hands. We would have gone back to 2007, a very bad scenario that we don't want to see. So the only thing we can, because again, this process will have to be overseen by people. It can't be automated where you have fully automated systems getting us people where without involvement of human beings. It has to be conducted by human beings because even the commissioners themselves are human. So the only thing we can insist on them is that they will be carrying our aspirations going to 2027. They will be solely responsible for the peace of this nation after those elections, that they can only understand how sacred their duty is and undertake it with all the seriousness and with all the legal implications it denotes.
And I know exactly the huge responsibility on the shoulders of whoever will become the chairperson or whoever the commissioners that will be elected as well. Allow me now to also beef up the bench. We also have an advocate of the High Court and also a university don. He's also a governance expert. His name is Gibson Gisore. Karibu sana wakili.
Asante Troy.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Now we are looking at IEBC, and before you got in, we were talking about the boundaries delimitation, which is also a function of the IEBC or falls within its mandate. And looking at the time frame that we have, as we are speaking, we have slightly over 2 years to the general election. Are we time barred, or is there a way that we can circumvent this?
I would want to believe that once we are done with this process, then the new commissioners and chairman, they will be in a position to be able to organize their schedule. And among the things they are supposed to look at is the boundaries. Especially the Constitution does talk of an earlier process which ought to have started by now, but that has not happened. In the event that has not happened, then we can be able to start to deal from the time they get legitimacy. So we will start judging them from the point when they take office. So whatever their schedule will look like, it's them to tell us. And we will welcome anything that they will want to do for Kenyans. From my position, I believe the boundary delimitation is a very important exercise because it's supposed to be done after every 10 years. And this is the time when it was supposed to be done. The reason why there are some constituencies which are supposed to be redrawn, the population has increased going by the census numbers, and some people are bound to be misrepresented or underrepresented. So if we cannot be able to do this at the moment or within this period before 2027, it means there is a huge population of people who are going to suffer for the next 10 years again, because the Constitution does not give any other provision in between here. It's after 10 years. So I think it's very important and it's incumbent upon them that in their schedule, they be able to schedule the delimitation within the period before the election.
I'm looking at the previous commissions that we've had, led by Kivuito. We also had Chesoni, we also had Isaac Hassan, we also had Chebukati. Let's be very honest. These guys, to some Kenyans, they feel that IEBC and these guys did not do exactly what they were supposed to do, and there were a lot of mistakes. Let's be very, very honest. There were mistakes that have been done in our previous elections. Now, since we have a clean slate, a new chairperson, and new commissioners, how can we ensure that going to 2027 becomes even not only better, but the best elections that Kenyans have ever had?
Troy, you do realize that after every election, we change the election law.
After every election?
After every election, we have to do amendments to the Elections Act and try to see how we can be able to do it better, because we keep learning in the process and new challenges do come by. So I think for Kenyans, that is very progressive in terms of governance, because we are trying to develop our law to suit the circumstances. The major issue on the table is political interference. Politics in Kenya is a game of life and death. So the best way we can be able to do is to have consensus. And I think every other time the amendments have been suggested to Parliament, there is always a heated debate on how this is going to happen, leading to a process. You saw we had the NADCO report, and among other things, the NADCO report was also talking about the constitution of IEBC and subsequent bills to ensure that that process was well taken care of. So that in itself can be able to give the process some sort of legitimacy or some sort of understandability for Kenyans that indeed each political side or each political wing is well catered for. But the question you ask is akin to how do we ensure that the IEBC is insulated from all the political interferences. That would be difficult because politics seems to dictate everything that happens in the country. Places like in the US, you see, you even don't know who their returning officer is because it doesn't matter, because the decision is made from the whichever state that process is determined. And they use their government officials. The secretary, they have their own process, and they trust in those processes, whereby if any of those people happens to do anything wrong which is not expected of them, they are prosecuted at that particular level. So that in itself instills confidence. I think it will take us quite some time. The US democracy is over 200 years old. Ours are around 50 something. So, and we keep moving. As time goes by, we will actually get to know, or we will have to get to a place where we have matured politically. We are still in there. But we also need to cut ourselves some slack. If you also compare elections in the African continent, you'll be surprised our election is the most democratic. The most democratic. With all the challenges we have, election stands out as one of the most democratic processes.
Now, we will go back to the 2022 elections and also look at how the amendments of various laws, and especially the elections laws, have impacted. I think maybe touching something on it is that you do remember in the 2007, the then President Mwai Kibaki was sworn in at night. Now it has to be between 11 and 2 p.m. But we'll be looking at the gains that we've made in as much as we are trying to amend these laws. I'm looking at public participation, Kimani, and it's something that Kenyans are now coming to realize that this is something very crucial. It is enshrined in the Constitution. It's not an act on itself, but public participation, how can it help to make sure that we have the right people in the office? How can Kenyans be roped in to ensure that these are the same guys who have been touched with corruption? We don't want anything to do this. These are the same guys that we've had have integrity as well. Then those are the people that we want.
You know, from the time democracy was born, and in the times of Aristotle, times of Plato, times of Socrates, and they had a lot of discussions around it. What they anticipated would be that part of governance was to educate the people so that they become very well informed, what we call civic education, on these civic matters. In fact, it was anticipated that politics should be part and parcel of our life, that we should even take time to study and to even have political engagements. Now, by and by, I think politicians realized that it is very hard dealing with informed people, which is true, that you are not going to shout rant in rallies lying to inform the people. They will tell you apome tudanganya. It is not supposed to be that way. They have refused to create a law around public participation because it should have been done long time ago. We need to have a law on public participation. Yes. Because as we have it today, public participation, what we have is just the general procedures that have been given by the Constitution. But we are supposed to have a law on public participation, like we are supposed to have a law on impeachment, so that there are laid down procedures on how we conduct public participation. It should be accompanied by civic education, because you are telling people to participate. Participatory element of governance is very important, but then how can uninformed people participate in governance? Right? So what we need to entrench in our laws is civic education as a law, so that there is a way we train people on public policies of the government. We need to train people on the roles and functions of every institution we have in this country, especially one that directly affects people, so that even as we send them to public participation, we are telling people to participate knowing what is IEBC. What is the importance of IEBC? What are the roles of IEBC? What are the qualifications of commissioners? How are they to conduct their business? Because as it is, what we normally do is just a ritual. We'll go tell people, sit down here, you ask them funny questions, then you compile some funny reports, and you call that public participation. Public participation is where you listen to the people, you inculcate their opinions, and they form part of decision making. Right? Then if they must give opinion, it must be informed opinion. So we need to come up with a way of educating the masses around issues of elections, issues of good governance, what they should expect from each and every leader, what they should expect from each and every commission, so that when we go to them to tell them, now participate in this process, then they're participating from a point of information. Without that, what we are doing is just for the sake of it. It is an act of window dressing, trying to make it appear, like things are rosy, people participated, but they did not in actual sense. On these issues of IEBC, we need to educate people on what they expect from IEBC. Right? Because much of what people have, where there is no information, people perceive and people guesswork. And that is the danger about it. That if you do not inform the people, then they are going to be informed in their own way. There will always be somebody who does that which you should do. And this is where propaganda comes in. Right? So now there is always, like right now, if you ask the people, they will tell you what we are witnessing is pure acts of window dressing. They will even tell you that they even already know who they are picking as the chairperson, and that these interviews we are seeing are just meant for the optics.
Yeah.
But the thing is that actually what happens? As in, do we have a credible process going on that is geared towards getting us the best among 11 who've applied for the job? Can we trust the process? But if we must trust the process, then we must be informed about the process for us to trust it. We must be informed about the candidates very well. If you ask people, who are these people who are being interviewed, they do not know. All they know is, ni marafiki tu hao wanasiasa tu wameletwa hapa tu tucheze mchezo kidogo, then they are going to choose whichever they want. Now, that is a dangerous point from which to start. We need to, because we may not have all the time, but going forward, it is important that we continually educate the people, so that if we have this process, people should even be educated on these 11 people who applied. Who are they? What are their qualifications? What was required of them? Why the 11? How many applied? So that politics should be demystified. It is not a thing of a few people who call themselves analysts, who knows everything and who should now be listened to and inform the masses. You should go to the people. When I go home, my mother should be able to tell me, that Nyachae guy was a judge somewhere, and he has this year of experience, and I'm even told that he has done this and this and this degree. At least we need to come to that level.
Wakili, I'm looking at the qualification of a chairman, and from what we gather, one of the requirements is that he or she should be a person who could be, the qualifications of a judge. That's a very high threshold in terms of the legal frameworks.
Yes.
You mentioned and said that we have a tendency of, which is progressive, of amending the Electoral Act each and every election cycle. How can we ensure that there are no gaps? And if they are there, which are some of these gaps that we should be keen to fill them up? If we have somebody with the qualification of a judge as the IEBC chairperson, this is somebody who should be knowing a lot about the law.
Yes, I think the question you ask is very important. The Constitution anticipates a lot of responsibility on the side of the commissioners and the chairman especially, in terms of running of the IEBC. The various recommendations which have been put forth, which for very good reason I trust that if implemented they can be able to change the election process in Kenya, is one whereby we expect that at the end of the day there are no gaps in terms of decision making. You saw what happened the Bomas, where we had some commissioners move aside, they are giving their own declaration at Serena, and others who are stuck at Bomas, where you say it was very chaotic. So some of those gaps needs to be sealed so that whoever is accountable or whoever is responsible for a certain thing ought to be able to undertake it the way it's supposed to be done, so that everybody is accountable. There is the aspect of also trying to change and ensure that the general functioning of the IEBC is one which does not have challenges in terms of decision making and in terms of procedures which will be able to conduct the election. So once such gaps are sealed, then it becomes very easy for whoever is in place to be able to enforce and actually apply some of these policies and laws. The reason why we need to have a very high threshold of our caliber of a person to the caliber of a judge of the superior courts is the reason that election in Kenya seems to be a highly intensive game in terms of legal processes. So if you have somebody who is not even a lawyer, then it becomes very difficult to actually enforce. Now it has also cascaded down to even political parties. Political parties now have got, or coalitions have got to engage in a battery of lawyers in their panels to be able to advise them and to be able even to oversee. Part of the reason the Code Alliance of course succeeded in the 2017 election is because of the strategy they had. They had to field lawyers across the country to be able to collect evidence as the election process is going on. So if a party can be able to decide to do that, you can only imagine that this evidence can only be well understood by somebody who can be able to examine the evidence and be able to see whether it makes sense. So that in itself, of course, raises those issues. Then you see the kind of process we always have at the Supreme Court for the presidential petitions. The time frame is quite short, that you will need to get a layman to start explaining to him that, we need to do this so that we can be able to achieve this. So if you have somebody of that caliber, it will be just an easy process of explaining that we need to do 1, 2, 3 according to what the law anticipates, and then you get moving. Otherwise, that process is going to be caught up in chaos and a lot of indecision. And sometimes, especially if the parties end up coming up with their very serious lawyers, and then the chairman does not understand, then confusion hits the floor. And then you cannot be able to take advice, especially from advocates in a contested process from opposing sides. You need yourself to be understanding what exactly is the catch. If you do not understand, then that will lead to confusion, and we don't want to get back to the 207 where somebody says, you know, I don't know who really won, and he is the person who's supposed to be knowing. So some of those gaps are some of those developments have come up because of the various reports you've been able to be doing. I'm glad that part of the recommendations is to ensure that after every election cycle, within 8 months, we need to have an audit of the entire election and have recommendations on what can be done better, so that whatever amendments that are going to be put in place are actually triggered towards alleviating some of those challenges.
Kimani, after the 2022 general election, I remember the US ambassador to Kenya then, Madam Marriott, said that in a function that was, excuse me, was attended by the president in Eldoret, she said this was the most transparent and democratic election that Kenya has ever had. And actually the president was the first one to give her a standing ovation, and everybody stood up and clapped for Marriott for saying that. And in as much as the 2022 election also has some bitter taste in some Kenyans' mouth, how can we ensure now this newly and successfully constituted IEBC strengthens Kenya's democracy? And not only that, also other democratic institutions going forward.
It is true that the 2022 general elections were, people felt that it was among the best ever conducted in the world. In fact, it was being said that it was even done in a better way than that one of the US. What shocked people is still that even after all that, we went to court to contest it.
Yeah,
that's the height to which we've put our bar. On electoral matters, I can tell you from 2007, we've really grown. Thanks to these contestations, where elections is conducted, to a large extent we feel that it was done above board. But then we have candidates who've been going to courts consistently after every election to contest the elections. What this has helped us with is that there has always been recommendations from the courts that tighten here, do this. You remember in the last one, Chebukati was advised, the late, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, he was advised by the Supreme Court that the other commissioners are not, their role is not to wash dishes for the commission, that they also have a very serious role to conduct in the elections. So what that helps us with is that now the chairperson knows that his is not to lord it over the other commissioners, that they are equal stakeholders in this process of bequeathing us a government that we can trust is a reflection of our aspirations. A very good thing. So it has been a process from 2013 when we conducted our first elections in the dispensation of the new constitution. It has been an ongoing process, recommendations done after every audit. We've had a case in 2013, we've had a case in 2017, we've had a case in 2022, right? Yes. And all these three contestations have also grown our electoral process very much. Now, I don't believe that we will have an IEBC that will take us back to where we've come from. Because even as they set into the office, they're setting into an office with so many recommendations that have been made, so many loopholes that have been sealed, that it would only be intentional for you to take us back, which is a breach or an infraction of law for which there is consequences to be suffered. So, and by the way, we normally put it this way, that it is more of a spoiled barrel than it is of a spoiled apple. That if you have a bag full of apples, one bad apple may not do as much damage as the environment to which you put the whole bag. What we've done as a nation is that we have consistently improved the system. so that even if we have one bad person who sneaks into the commission to serve the interests of the political class, he or she will find himself or herself working in a system that has been purified and improved over time, that he will not be able to have his way because the system is foolproof. Which is what, in my opinion, we should do to other systems of governance. Like we've done with electoral process, we need to study it and do the same with the fight against corruption. Come up with a system that will give us a watertight system that ensures that wherever you occupy a public in trust, an office in trust of public, you're not going to mess around with us. So we have a very good system that we have acquired over time that is almost foolproof. So that gives us confidence that whoever is moving into that office, at least you're not moving into a bad system. You're moving into a system that has been sanctified to a point where it is almost impossible for you to bastardize that system and give us a bad election results.
Wakili, I'll pick from where Kimani has left and talk about petitions and what actually happened. I will go back to 2007. I want us to look at the role of media. Because in 2007, I was still a journalist, and I remember there's a place we were stoned. The temperatures, you could feel the temperatures are rising, you know? What is the role of the media, especially during election, that should help, not balkanize the country, but also ensure that what we report is actually something that we can stand by in court?
I think media is very critical, and I think to start with what the last general election, that is in 2022, you saw even a couple of times the presidential candidates actually highlighting the role of the media and actually saying, the media, you have not covered me well, you're not reporting well, and such are the things which we expect that if somebody feels that they are not getting fair coverage, they can be able to raise. We need a fair representation of media in covering the issues, in covering the challenges, in also covering the do's and don'ts, because especially in polling stations, even in remote areas, that has got to be covered. If this does not come out to the fore, and then most importantly, Troy, media is very essential in what my friend Kimani has said in civic education. Civic education, media is used as a platform to be able to deliver this. So all those are the responsibilities of the media, but the media has got to be transparent. Among the key principles which IEBC is supposed to conduct an election is transparency. And you cannot talk of transparency without optics. You need to bring to the fore whatever communication IEBC gives. You need to ensure that particular decisions actually followed to the ground and is actually being enforced.
Hold the thought. I'm informed that the selection panel is now back with the next candidate, who is Francis Kaikai Kissinger from Vihiga County. Let's first of all cross over to the College of Insurance in South Sea.
Kiome, I take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Kakai.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Andrew Tanui is my name. Na karibu.
Good morning, Mr. Kakai.
Good morning.
My name is Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Good morning, Kakai. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Boy, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Sir.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Kakai, and it's really nice to see you. Welcome to this dialogue. My name, as you know, is Kokimuli Grinyo. Karibu sana. I'm a member of this.
Good morning, Francis Kakai Kissinger. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Thank you, members, and our friend Francis Kakai. You have a historical name, Kissinger. So we would like to know you. How come you are Kissinger? And just to get to hear a bit about your life and career, and highlight if there are any awards that you have received in the course of your journey, and finally mention why you think you're the man for Chebukati's position.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of the panel. My name is Francis Kissinger Kakai, and I must take this opportunity to thank all of you for having me here and for giving me a chance to appear before you, and I don't take this for granted. As I said, my name is Francis Kakai Kissinger. I'm a lawyer by profession. I hold a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Nairobi. I hold a postgraduate diploma in international trade law from the University of Turin in Italy. And finally, I hold a master's degree specializing in human rights, governance, and aspects of elections. In terms of award, I was awarded a scholarship by the International Labour Organization to go and study the postgraduate diploma in trade law from the University of Turin. Later on, sometimes in 2006, I was awarded another scholarship again to go and study human rights, governance, and aspects of elections at a master's level in the United States of America. In terms of my experience, Chair, and what makes me think I'm qualified for this position, allow me to only focus on the aspects of my CV that is relevant to the position that I've applied for. But I must also mention that I've had an advantage or a privilege of being a lecturer, and I taught at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and I also taught at the Kenya School of Law. So let me focus now, Chair, on the relevant experience. I first got exposed to election in 1997. As a very young student then, I was just about to complete my university, and the late chairman of the ECK, the defunct ECK, the late Honorable Justice Zacchaeus Chesoni, gave me an opportunity to work in the 1997 general election. At that time, the ECK, the defunct now, was dealing with the issues of civic and voter education. But if you fast forward now, civic education is no longer a domain of the current IEBC. So Zacchaeus Chesoni then, may his soul rest in peace, thought I will be in charge of training of trainers, in the sense that I'll train so many clerical officers who will then be deployed outside to go and man the general election. After completing that task on election in 1997, so I was actively involved in 1997, after 6 months, the late Chesoni gave me another contract again to be in charge of a warehouse and supervising people in that warehouse were now the election materials, the ballot boxes and ballot papers. You remember those days we were using the black ones, were now being brought back to the headquarters for storage and for purposes of preparation of election petition. Those are what we call sensitive electoral materials. That was the end of my assignment with the Electoral Commission of Kenya. And sometimes in 2007, in 2006, I left Kenya to go and undergo my master's degree in the US. Came back in 2007. That was an election year as well. On 1st of December in 2007, I was recruited fresh from the US. I was recruited by ELOG. ELOG gave me an opportunity to be the chief executive officer. And at this point, I must disclose that Dr. Koki Muli, at the time, was a centerpiece behind ELOG when she was working with IED. So they gave me a job as a CEO, and ELOG was then coordinating elections, observation, and monitoring within Kenya. And it didn't materialize because hot on the heels, UNDP was also seeking for election observation and experts in election to assist in civic and voter training. So my good friend, Dr. Karuti Kanyinga, had acquired a very huge consultancy with the UNDP. And Karuti Kanyinga reached out to me and said I should join the team to go around the country carrying out civic and voter education. So I joined the team, and I was allocated two provinces. At the time, we used to call them provinces. I was allocated 2 provinces, the Rift Valley and Western. My responsibility was to go through and engage with all stakeholders, known and unknown, in election matters. So the churches, the civil society, the CBOs, politicians, candidates, and so forth, to train them on civic and voter education. That engagement was very successful, and we went into election. After my engagement with UNDP, I then joined and was recruited by the German Technical Corporation. German Technical Corporation is a German government-based organization that supports governments and civil society in this country. So I was hired as a senior governance advisor, and I worked there supporting, that time, 2 main institutions as a governance advisor. I was supporting the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission on matters surrounding combating corruption, and I was supporting the Ministry of Justice. We had a program at the time called GJLOS. So I was at the center of it. After my tenure as a senior governance advisor from GIZ, I joined government, and at that time, the institutions, the new constitution was in place, and many institutions were looking for means and ways of enhancing the operation of those institutions. So I joined the judiciary. I joined the judiciary as a deputy chief registrar of that institution. That was around 2011. And at the same time, while at the judiciary, the management of the judiciary then thought it's wise to appoint me as a director of a new program that I was tasked to begin. And that program was called the Judiciary Performance Project. So my responsibility then in the judiciary was to focus more on the day-to-day operation and management of the institution, because as a deputy chief registrar, you're also basically in the administration. And I was tasked with fundraising for funds from the World Bank, and I designed at that time, with the help of other colleagues there, the JP project, and we were able to raise 120 million US dollars. Those were the monies that eventually found themselves in the judiciary under that project with the World Bank, and it was meant for expansion of courts. It was meant for having IT infrastructure in the courts. It was meant for buying equipments in the courts to ensure that we have at least 47 high courts, at least a high court in each county. After my tenure at the judiciary, I went back to a setting mode. And I remembered that I loved election. And my mind took me back to election. And the then chairman of the African Union, Her Excellency Dr. Dlamini Zuma, was having a program of election observation and recruited me as a coordinator of elections with a specific allocation of countries within Africa. Because in a year you will have one election or two elections running in a country, and my work was basically to go around those countries to monitor and observe elections in those countries. I took the job seriously, and that job changed my perspective on election, because I was able, as I speak now, to do about 8 countries in Africa, 8 countries in Africa on elections. Every year, I'll do an election. Some countries I'll go there twice. And my responsibility when you are in that institution or when you are in that position as a coordinator of election, you are working with the EMB of that country. You are auditing the entire electoral process in that country. At your fingertips, you have what we call the electoral cycle, and you are auditing to know whether that country has complied with the international standards, whether that country has complied with the regional standards, and whether that country has complied with the domestic standards, and whether that election is good or not. In between that period, so a number of countries I did under the African Union, but in between that period, the East African community developed a similar model. And then in 2016, I was privileged to be then hired as a coordinator again, in charge of long-term observers, short-term observers, staying in that country for almost 2 or 3 months, and that's normally the model that operates. And I was hired by the East African community to manage the general election of the Republic of Uganda in the 2016 general election in Uganda. That's under the East African community, and I can see the flag of EAC there. In 2021 election, just after the COVID, the Carter Center, under the leadership of Jimmy Carter, gave me an opportunity to go and manage the elections in Zambia. And the elections in Zambia at that time were done under COVID structures and COVID mechanisms. So I was in Zambia for about 4 months, managing the election in Zambia on behalf of the Carter Center. As I said, I've been privileged to do 8 elections.
Did you say managing or observing?
As a coordinator of election, you are basically managing that election on behalf of the person who has taken you there, but at the same time you are observing. So you are working very, very closely with the EMB and reporting regularly on the challenges, hiccups, and that you are checking there. So you are basically hosted by the EMB of that country. Around that time, I realized that apart from the 1997 election, I hadn't done much in Kenya in terms of active involvement in election observation and election management. So the Standard Media Group came up with an election consultancy. And I was lucky to be on that team again, focusing mostly the 2017 election, focusing mostly on the technology of election and the voter transmission of the election. That was my focus when I was working at the Standard Media Group. So on a consultancy basis. So I knew exactly where the challenges are. Chair? I have experience at my fingertips when it comes to auditing an entire electoral process. I know what happens on voter registration. Like right now, I know where we're going to have a challenge on voter registration. I know the basics of solving that problem. I remember that our former head of state, who was my head of mission in the Zambia election, now is the president of Ghana. That time he was in the opposition. He told me, make it simple. Election is not complex. Make it simple. If you remember the decision of the Supreme Court on the nullification, if you remember Justice Mwilu was asking
I think it's fair enough for your introduction. You will speak to those other things around elections as we go by.
Most obliged.
Yeah, allow me to ask the Vice Chair to also ask you a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Kakai, I've heard you mention that you have done a lot of electoral observation within Africa. That's right?
That's right.
Out of your experience, and of course your experience emanating from your entire career, what are the competencies that you have picked, skills and disciplines that are outside the legal profession that you can use to steer the IEBC to the next level as a chairman?
Thank you for that question. As you observe elections, and I said 8 countries have consolidated certain skills and in essence acquiring them as now my call of nature in terms of election. One, you need to understand administration. In the countries and in the places I've visited, I've been able to understand that an EMB can easily mess the election if the administration, the governance structures of that institution, and the management of that institution is lacking. That is a skill that I want to import and try it here if I'm lucky. The other skill that I've been able to know is the governance skills. In most of those institutions, you realize that during election, things become so hot, and you need to have somebody who brings in these soft governance skills to minimize or reduce the chances of conflict. That is something that I want to leverage on. Another skill that I want to bring is that I have a background of human rights. And in elections, I want to see what is the human right component that we can bring in this institution. Why do we see some members of the IEBC losing their lives, dying, and there's no scheme to compensate them? these skills are what I want to bring, innovate them from other countries. I've seen them working. I want to see how this can work. And these are the skills that I want to bring over and above my legal training. Finally, I want to bring a skill of reform. I've been privileged to do reform in terms of following up on every year's election report whenever a country does an election and ensuring that those recommendations that have come from those reports find their way in the legal reform, in the policy reform, or in the administrative reforms. That is the skill that I think I have and I want to bring. Finally, Chair, those are hard skills, but they're also soft skills. You cannot manage an EMB if you don't have soft skills of how to manage it, if you don't know how to have synergy in an organization, if you don't know how to be a team player, if you don't know how to manage conflict, even the slightest of the conflict, you must have those soft skills, and I possess them. Thank you.
Mr. Kakai, do you think that having mediation and arbitration skills is important for the job that you are now here for?
Yes. As a lawyer, I also participate in mediation. And if I reflect, for example, if I may answer that question with the help of experience, if I remember the last election, if there was any attempt for mediation, it will have solved what we witnessed. So mediation is a critical tool that a chair of IEBC can utilize. And you can call in any mediator to help if you can't mediate, but it's a softer tool of assisting to calm down things.
Thank you, Mr. Kaikai. Now, to just conclude, please tell this panel whether in your journey, in your career journey, you have had an instance where you have been tested and your leadership skills have come through at a point where there have been maybe an instance of pressure and conflict and maybe external influence.
On election, I said that I've done 8 countries, and one country, without naming that country, we were doing a report, and the report wasn't looking very good on them in terms of participation of women in elections. It was really bad, and they didn't want that information, that we try and see how we can make the report subtle, because they did one negative report. That's a test on your integrity as a person. It's a test on your integrity as an observer. And since all of them are the one charged with doing the reports, I said we can't do that. We all witnessed that participation of women is limited. There are very few women, yet you have a legal framework that allows you to have women participating, but you are not utilizing the legal framework because of the cultural imbalance in that country. That is one thing that I was tested.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Allow me to ask Karo Kituku to also engage you in some questions. Thank you, Karo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon again, Mr. Kissinger.
Good afternoon.
I would like us to have a conversation around the area for political parties and parties primaries. This is because, as you may know, political parties, if you're successful to become the chairperson of the IBC, will be your biggest stakeholder. So there is this contention and there is this problem that has always been experienced each electoral cycle on party primaries, that there are challenges that come up with nomination processes, pre-elections, and I would like you to explain to us what you think is the problem and the gap that exists in that area, and how do you intend to address that gap should you become successful?
Thank you for that question. Every political party in this country has a constitution. Every political party. These political parties are registered by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. The law has allowed the PPLC, the Political Parties Liaison Committees, to take a very critical role in managing of political parties. Now, the conflict of primaries are basically an election in the electoral cycle. And then IEBC has a very big role in dealing with the political parties. Now, the interplay between IEBC, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and the Political Liaison Committee take a very central role in terms of managing and coalescing around political parties. Now, the biggest problem with the political parties comes with, one, the respective constitutions. And what do they say in the constitutions when it comes to coming up with the party lists for their candidates who are going to participate in that election? That is normally the biggest problem. The biggest problem being they do not rely and try to ensure that probably the gender rule is observed in those primaries, number one. Number two, the issue of PWDs is not observed in that list, and the issue of women and minorities are not observed on those issues. So that is where normally the problem and the anarchy and the confusion appears whenever political parties are doing their primaries. So to navigate around that issue, and of course the issue of funds in terms of allowing women to participate, to contest an election, and so it's a very confusing thing. So to manage that conflict within the political parties is there has to be a very strong stakeholder engagement of the political parties themselves to relook at their constitution and their rules in terms of nomination. The other thing to do is to tap on the skills of PPLC, which is by law one of the conveners in terms of bringing together political parties and as well as the IEBC. Number three, IEBC to have very strict rules on when to accept this list or not to accept this list. I know that one of the contention is the female, the male, and the minorities and the PWDs. Although we do not have a proper framework to ensure that political parties comply with the party lists to be gender sensitive, you still have to think of other means and ways of coming up with a representative list.
Thank you for that. So what in your view is specifically the mandate of the IBC to ensure that the political parties operate within the legal framework during the nomination process?
The IBC, by law, is required to liaise, coordinate, and operate together with the Registrar of Political Parties, because the Registrar of Political Parties is the one that's appointing them. But at the same time, the IEBC at the same time is supposed to be, they have very strict guidelines on how those political parties are supposed to behave, how they're supposed to deal with. You look at the Political Parties Act, if they're supposed to comply with those regulations and the rules under the Political Parties Act to ensure that they comply with the law.
Does the IBC have any obligation to supervise the political parties' nominations?
Yes, it has.
Tell us more about that.
It takes me back to the question that I was saying, the interplay between the political parties, liaison committee, the IEBC, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. So the IEBC will comes up with rules to ensure that the political parties comply with those rules in terms of nomination, the rules for nomination. And if you fail to comply with those rules of nomination, then there are consequences to that.
Okay, so again, another area related to that is on the campaigning financing. There is no law currently in Kenya that guides the financing of campaigns. So what would you propose to be measures that can be undertaken by ABC to regulate that area?
Thank you for that question. The campaigns finance, there's a campaigns finance law. It's called the Campaign Finance Act of 2013. What happened is that when that act came in place, the law was silent. Who comes up with what we call regulations? So we have the act in place and a detailed law, but we do not have regulations that support that act. This matter has been litigated, for your information, and there are several courts that have opined on this issue. And the courts have said that you do not need Parliament to enact regulations. So the solution, and it will always be a problem in Kenya, we are going into election in the next 2 years. It will be a problem. The solution to this, if you remember what I said, simplicity, is to allow IEBC to do its work, and IEBC to come up with regulations on finance campaign, which will supplement the Finance Campaign Act of 2013.
Who should allow? Is to allow.
The law.
Who should allow?
Chair, the law allows IEBC to come up with finance regulations. So IEBC has to do its work. It's only through that that you will have an election that is contested fairly, because finances is an important thing in elections. Thank you.
So if you have looked at the 2022 post-election review report, it has identified some of the significant challenges that exist in the conduct of party primaries in regard to transparency and fairness. Now, should you be successful and you become the chairperson of the IBC, what specific measures would you propose that would be put in place by the IBC to enhance the integrity and credibility of the nomination process for parties?
I think, thank you for that question. Then the simple answer comes to one, serious stakeholder engagement of those political parties, IEBC, PPLC, ORP. First thing. Number two is to look at the nomination rules that exist and identify various gaps that are there to enhance electoral process. And when you are looking at these nomination rules, you must ask yourself whether those nomination rules speak to the spirit of the Constitution. What is required in the Constitution for nomination, what is expected of the Constitution in terms of nomination, the outlook, and whether those rules speak to the Constitution and the spirit of the law. Those are the tangible things that I will have to deal with.
Maybe your views. We use technology in voting. What would you propose? Like, what do you think should happen? Can we promote the use of technology in party nominations?
Thank you. We have KIMS kit. And this KIMS kit starts all the way from registration, voting, all through to candidates, and then the transmission of results. So it's a comprehensive system. Now, the use of technology is something that we must continue aspiring to do. And we need to come up with a new platform or a new portal or a new system to ensure that even the technology is used during the party primaries. Because even we are looking, and I'm a student who says that even we need to be moving to have technology doing the AI technology. Well, voters, how do you reach out to these voters and you don't have money for voter education because countries never fund for voter education? Can we enhance that to use AI? We've seen AI doing very well in India and doing very well in the US. So technology, there will never be a deficiency of using technology in an electoral process. And technology answers that question of how simple is that election.
All right, thank you. And lastly from me, what should you become successful, what would be your vision for the use of ICT and basically modernizing the electoral system in Kenya for the next 10 years, 5 years? Can take us gradually, 5 years, 10 years. What is your vision? What do you think the ICT should look like?
We must start by priding ourselves as Kenyans for having an ICT platform in an electoral process. So where we are okay. What we need to do, and my vision will be, what are these other IT platforms or IT-related ideas that we can add to the election to make it more transparent, to make it easy, and to make it accessible to everybody. For example, why can't we have IT being incorporated in voter education? Why can't IBC come up with IT in voter education? We focused more on result transmission. And most of the energies for Kenyans were focused on results transmission, and particularly the presidential. But we left a lot of IT space. So we can have that. Technology doesn't just mean the computer. It also means social media, any other facilities that are using technology, Twitter, X, Facebook. How can we use these things to ensure that IEBC is 100% IT friendly? And these are some of the things that will be my vision, to ensure that from the button of your phone, you can ask a question, for example, what is the name of my polling station? That's use of technology. And it will come and tell you your polling station is this. How do we enhance that? If you want to know about your civic rights or your voter rights, it should be at the palm of your hand. So we can encompass these things and enlarge the IT scale in terms of election management and observation, and in terms of election preparedness throughout the electoral cycle.
So as a last follow-up question, then what would be the use of technology in detecting and preventing electoral malpractices?
Thank you. The electoral malpractices are many, and the law establishes them. And one of the electoral malpractice is misinformation or disinformation, for example, because there's so much that goes out there which is not true information about really what's happening. So depending on the IT expertise that will be there, and depending on the program itself, then it should be able to detect and block that which one thinks is a problem. If there's a misinformation coming in, for example, you can have, before the election, you can have an information like, oh, a certain candidate has died, and therefore there will be no election there. And so that will depress the person who is coming to vote. So can we have a system, and that's entirely within the ICT department of the IEBC, that now tries to sieve and say this is not true, and the only true information reaches out to the voter. So IT is something that is expensive, though, to have IT systems in place, but I think it's a worthwhile cost.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kissinger. I wish you the best. And thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you. Allow me to ask Dr. Koki Muli to also engage you with some questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good afternoon, Kakai. And it's truly nice to see you. I actually had forgotten that we had offered you a job. But I'm really happy, as we kept on saying then, and we keep on saying here now, it's actually about the country. And any contribution that we make towards democratization process is contribution towards value addition to the process. So I'm very happy that you actually, I remember the conversation around whether to work for IEBC or not, the election management body. At the time, it used to be better than now. And therefore, we are actually quite happy that you could be as one of the applicants to be here to be interviewed for the position of chair. So karibu sana. I wanted to put you at rest and also to tell you that you have mentioned that you managed 8 elections, e.g. in Uganda, in Zambia. I wanted to know exactly what you did with the EMBs to manage the processes, and also for how long was this assignment?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Koki, for that question. One of the main responsibility of a coordinator of elections, whether you are hired by the African Union, by the East African Community, or the Carter Center, or any other observer group missions, your work is to pitch camp at the EMB. Your work is to carry the electoral cycle with you and tell that EMB, this is the electoral cycle that you are supposed to respect, that you are supposed to adhere to, with the view of having a credible election. You camp there. You then start evaluating as a role each step of that electoral cycle. Did that EMB, election management body, miss anything on voter registration? Did it miss anything on candidate registration? Did it miss anything on campaign finance and campaign issues? Did it miss anything on voter education? If it did, you then identify those issues that were missed, and those issues form your recommendation. As I said, my responsibility was to come up with a mission report, and therefore it forms your recommendation to help that EMB manage future elections in a better and transparent manner. You also, as a responsibility, give them guidance, advice of where you think they ought to improve. You check them. We call it checkmate. You check them. You also warn them that don't go that direction, go this direction, because the law allows you to do that. Finally, it was my responsibility to read the entire constitution of each of those countries you are in at a given time, and to read the entire legal framework in those countries, and then advise them based on the legal framework. So that was basically the responsibility.
Thank you very much, Kakai. You are also, you mentioned to us that you are also bringing in some skills in reforms. We are very concerned, of course, about the perennial problems we have, the challenges we experience every election year. There are always problems associated with acceptance of election results or challenge of the same, especially presidential elections since the 2010 Constitution. We want to have a rebirth, to have a country where the election management body, i.e. the IEBC, that if you are successful, you will chair, must midwife a transformative process that gives us election results that are accepted by all contestants, and that within a peaceful environment where the election is professionally conducted and so on and so forth. So if you are successful in this position, there will be a lot of work that requires to be done to achieve what I've just said. So with those transformative and reforms skills that you are bringing in, identify for the panel the three priority challenges that face the electoral democracy environment in Kenya, or that the three challenges that the IEBC faces in advancing its work. Just three challenges, and then outline for us how you prioritize them and how you will address them to give Kenya that dream destination I've just described. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koki. One of the biggest challenges from where I sit will be you have so many gaps in the law. And those gaps have been taken care of by judicial decisions, but those gaps have not found themselves in legislation. That's a very big challenge for the IEBC in terms of reforms. How do we deal with these gaps? Are they doable within the shortest period of time? Is it something that will go into the next election with these legal gaps? I'll give an example on the greatest reform challenges we have. We are lucky that we have the Elections Act, which is, I think, over-legislated. But we have a constitutional challenge that we'll have to deal with as we go toward the next election. How do we deal with the issue of boundary review and delimitation? We all know that the timelines has expired. That's a very hot potato in the room. How are we going to deal with this? The issues of protected constituencies. So that's one of the biggest things that we have to look into. As we deal with the reforms, we also have to ask ourselves, how are we dealing with the issue of credibility as a big challenge for IEBC? We year in, year out, we are told that the institution is not credible for good or for bad reasons, for known or unknown reasons. You are going into another election. You have 2 years to election. As chair, if I'm lucky, how will I enhance and ensure that that issue of credibility is dealt with? Because it all begins with the issue of credibility. What advantages do I do? What do I do to go about it? And how do I bring stakeholders in place to deal with it? Finally, the other challenge I foresee in terms of this is the lack of IEBC Act. The lack of IEBC Act Section 18 allows the formation of the IEBC Fund. We don't have it, and the IEBC Fund will have been good to ensure that those monies that are not coming from the exchequer are acquired from other development partners to enhance the electoral process. So those are some of the issues that I can touch on, and I've tried to say how I can deal with them in terms of reform and in terms of lobbying and negotiating with relevant institutions to ensure that this proper legislation and things take place for the purpose of having a credible election.
Thank you very much, Kakai. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Allow me to ask FCPA Tanui to also ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Bwana Kakai. Now, let me start. I was looking at your documents, and I saw that at some point at the judiciary, you are the accounting officer. What circumstances are under, at what point did you become an accounting officer for the judiciary?
My substantive position at the judiciary was a deputy chief registrar. But at some point, or at some time, the then chief registrar exited. And as they were seeking for a replacement, an institution, any institution in this country, will always have a temporary person as an acting accounting officer, and therefore you are limited. The terms of reference are, you are not a full accounting officer, your terms are just limited for holding the position. So you don't incur anything. You don't approve any payment. You only spend what was approved by the former accounting officer. So it's an interim measure which is normally put in government to ensure that there's no vacuum. So it was for a very short period of time without the authority to incur.
Now, with that experience of being an accounting officer, you will note that other than Teacher Service Commission, the other constitutional commission that has the highest allocation of funding is actually IEBC. So what would be your role as a chairperson of IEBC with regard to management of financial resources of the Electoral Management Body?
Thank you. If I happen to be the chair, I hope I will, of IEBC, my responsibility is not that of an accounting officer, because IEBC, being an independent institution, has a CEO. The work of a CEO is basically the accounting officer. My responsibility as chair will be oversight. You oversight the operations of the CEO or the secretariat. My responsibility will be policy. You form and come up with the policies with the help of the other commissioners, and you do that. The only issue that the chair has in terms of controlling the accounting officer is if you look at the corporate governance of IEBC, which happens to every other institution, is you have a commissioner from the, for example, IEBC, you have 6 commissioners, you have a commissioner sitting in various committees where, so you have 6, IEBC I think has 9 committees, HR, IT, and audit and the rest. So you'll have a commissioner sitting there. It is that commissioner who will be sitting as a member who will give you briefs in terms of corporate governance and accountability mechanisms that are enshrined on the CEO. So the chair only receives at plenary those reports, but you are not involved at all with the day-to-day operation in terms of an accounting officer. The only part you get involved is when probably the accounting officer briefs you and tells you we need to go to Bunge and push for more funds, we need to go to this and lobby for more money, we need to have these development partners who are coming in to give us funds, but you'll have policy briefs in terms of your role. So your role as chair, you restrict yourself to your lane to avoid unnecessary squabbles within the institution.
Now, following it up or down, because you've said as a chair there will be a commissioner responsible for finances and reporting.
Sitting as a committee, in that committee?
Sitting in the committee. And I would assume this should be like the finance committee. And I think there are 7 committees at IEBC.
Correct.
So there will be a commissioner. So what will be the role of this commissioner in this specific committee? And I want to follow that with the the last petition of 2022 elections. And there was one of the senior counsels who made a statement that it is not the work of commissioners of IEBC, whether in majority or minority, to procure services. So what would be the role of that commissioner in any of the committees that will be set up?
One of the good practices of governance and corporate management, even if you look at Mwongozo, for example, is you cannot leave the CEO, who is the accounting officer, to run the show alone without oversight. Remember, one of the responsibilities of the commission is to oversight. The only way you oversight, in my view, will be sitting in those committees. You need to know, for example, if they are procuring ballot papers. Was the law followed? Was the best bid awarded? Are all the procurement regulations followed? Are all the financial regulations followed? Are we in line with everyone? Have we sought for opinion from the Attorney General or whatever it is? You need to be there. Now, your role there is therefore only oversight and knowing what's going on. Remember, the spokesperson of the IEBC is the chair. So if the chair is not represented at committee level by his commissioners, how will he then be a spokesperson to speak about what? So that commissioner in plenary will give the report to all the commissioners that I sit in HR. These are the challenges in HR committee. How we are solving in this committee is like this. So we are moving forward. I sit in ICT. We don't have proper documents, or we don't have proper systems for the next election. We want to purchase systems. You are feeding to the chair. So if chair is asked by members of the fourth estate, he will say, I am aware what's happening and I'm oversighting. So you can't ignore it. And that's why we need to have synergy in that institution. The role of the chair, the role of the other commissioners vis-a-vis the CEO, you work together.
Now, that is your proposed way, but the reality on the ground, which is actually confirmed by Public Accounts Committee and even the Auditor General in the various audit reports, is that there have been instances where the commissioners and even the Secretariat have had conflict, either in procurement process, and we've had cases, I think they cited even the KIMS kit, the procurement of KIMS kit. So as a reform expert, because you've told us one of the skills that you have are reform related. So how would you address that? Because the reality on the ground is that there have been issues of conflict between commissioners on procurement-related matters with the Secretariat. Thank you.
I will take them through Mwongozo as a starting principle. Number two, I don't think it's in the interest of any commissioner to go there and start getting involved in the nitty-gritty details of mismanaging or managing the affairs of the committee. I think, and sometimes it's very difficult to legislate some things. Some things is just common sense, and some things is just, what is this in humanity? You cannot legislate everything. You cannot have policies to everything. One needs to know that my role and responsibility as a commissioner is to know how we are dealing with, for example, ICT system. And the only way you know is to be in that committee and informed. But then when you are there, you need to keep your lane and know that my responsibility ends here. You are there for the good of the country. Because unless you oversight, suppose the CEO missteps, suppose you are not aware that we don't have voting materials in place on time, who will explain that? You need to have, you are in the kitchen. You are not cooking, but you are aware that elections is going on and you want to understand where we are. So the reason why that is there in terms of corporate governance is just synergy, relationship, and communication, which is being enhanced from the Secretariat, the day-to-day running of the institution, and coming to the policy oversight and legislation. So I think that it's difficult to reform that area. It is just recalling and telling people to do the right thing.
Now, I've heard you mention about Mwongozo severally, Code of Governance. Is Mwongozo applicable to constitutional commissions and more so IEBC? And secondly, in light of the ruling, there was Engineer Kamau, if you followed the case of Engineer Kamau, the CS, Charity Ngilu, with the EACC, where during that time there were no commissioners at EACC, and they were prosecuted, and they went to court, and they said there were no commissioners at EACC. And in that ruling, it is actually said that the commission is the commissioners. It is not the secretary. So that there can never be a commission without commissioners. So looking at Mwongozo as a code of governance, to what extent then is it applicable to constitutional commissions? Thank you.
Well, when you look at the history of Mwongozo, and if my history serves me well, Mwongozo came in as a code of principles, and it was one of the key recommendations in the Kriegler report. We all remember that Kriegler came in this country for specific duties and reasons. So in my view and my understanding, Mwongozo has very nice tenets and principles there, and those principles come or flow in with the spirit of the Constitution. So it will still be applicable to any independent commission and has gained prominence in the public sector. So there's nothing wrong, and the IEBC cannot be limited to the tenets that are enshrined in Mwongozo, because it's all about transparency, accountability, fairness, and just how you manage the board meetings, who signs the minutes. If you have an objection, why should you write an objection? There's a book that you sign into, and so forth. So these are principles that we can't wish away and are applicable to the public sector.
Lastly, you did mention about the Campaign Financing Act, and you did mention that the regulations are yet to be, is it enacted or approved by the National Assembly? What did you?
The regulations,
yes,
are supposed to be enacted, drafted, enacted by the IEBC. National Assembly has got no role in the regulations.
So I believe you must have done your background study before you came for this interview. So what is the status of those regulations? Have IEBC drafted them? Have they ever been presented before the National Assembly since 2013 when the Act was enacted?
I wouldn't know, because that issue was live in court. So this is guesswork. There's a possibility that IEBC was waiting for directions from the court, because this issue has been litigated in court. By the time the court was making an opinion that the National Assembly is not involved in regulations, I'm not so sure whether IEBC has now enacted them. But I'll also assume that probably they're in draft form, ready, but they are waiting the commissioners to come in and then officialize them. I tried to look at, in my research, I tried to look at the website, and I noticed that they didn't even have the current strategic plan. So probably it's one of the issues in the current strategic plan if the new commissioners come in. So my guesswork will be, I'm not sure the status. I don't know whether they're ready or not ready, but all I know is that the new commissioners will have to deal with the campaign finance regulation in the shortest time possible before the next election. Thank you.
Lastly, related to regulations, I think under the Statutory Instruments Act, the National Assembly normally says that all regulations have to be presented before them for approval. before implementation. Yeah. Does that apply for constitutional commissions, and in this case, IEBC, that requirement?
Again, when you look at that ruling, and this is where many courts come up with different rulings on this issue, and sometimes Kenyans get a little bit confused. But unless that ruling has been appealed, I'll stick to that ruling. And the ruling was to the effect that IBC has full mandate to prepare regulations without involvement of the National Assembly. So I will stick there. I'm not so sure whether the lawyers appeal or whether there's an appeal on board or not, but at the same time, I know how important it is, because the National Assembly are politicians and they are stakeholders. So I know how important it is to have stakeholders engagement through those regulations, because there has to be something called public participation. So my assumption then will be that when they came up, or when they will be coming up with the regulations, there will be some public participation, and that public participation will then involve politicians, and politicians will have a say, because you can't rule away the involvement of politicians. So as much as our law is very descriptive, as much as our judges stick to the law, because that's what they are trained to stick to the law, there is what happens in the machinani on the ground is different. So I think that engagement is critical, and that's why we have the Political Parties Liaison Committee, body under the law, which can navigate around these issues.
Thank you, and wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Allow me to ask James Misati to take up and ask some questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. I also take the cue to also ask you a few questions related to the governance of IPC, if you are given the opportunity to be the chair. During the elections, the scale and magnitude of the general election, hiring of temporary staff is usually inevitable. From where you sit, or from your experience, what do you think will be the risks of hiring temporary staff during that short period? And how do you propose to mitigate any of the risks, if any?
I didn't understand the question.
I'm asking you that during the general elections, like 2027, it's always almost inevitable that you have to hire temporary staff, the clerks and other people. So what do you think are the risks that are associated with such hiring, and what do you propose as mitigation of such risks?
I understand you now. In election and approaching election time, the work becomes too busy at any EMB. But because EMBs are limited, they rely on poll officials hired from outside, clerks and so forth and so on. Now you have 290 constituencies, and therefore you have to hire people to fill in the 290, to man those 290 constituencies. Now, the risk with that is cost, the cost implication. The cost implication of hiring, every polling station I think has 6, if my memory serves me well, 6 polling clerks, and you have a presiding officer. So if you take that, you multiply by the number of constituencies, and you multiply by the number of days that the election is being done. Normally it's done 3 days. It's a very expensive process. So the main risk of that is that it makes the election become very expensive. To mitigate, it will need serious stakeholder engagement to know whether we should continue hiring polling staff for the shortest period of time and spend so much money, or do we approach like other countries where I've been, I've seen public servants being recruited. Of course, they don't earn a salary to do the election work. That happens in so many countries, but then there's also a risk to that. But the main risk is cost involvement.
Sorry, I may guide you a bit. The major risks we can talk about, because when you talk about cost, if you are practically going to be the chairman of IPC, you should be aware that the number of polling stations are already known. So there is no way you can say that the cost will be a risk. The risk, we may be talking about issues of security risks, the issues of logistics, and maybe getting people to the system to handle documents who are not well trained. Because I should not think that the issue of cost should arise, because I should expect that if you are chair of IPC, you should be able to plan early enough, because that's where the cost is factored in from Treasury. So issues of logistics, issues of lack of adequate training, those are some of the risks we can think of. That's for your guide.
Thank you.
Because getting in new people, you may not know them. They have been proposed by politicians and other things. Now, the other thing I want to ask you in relation to the governance of IPC, if you get an opportunity and you are the chair of IPC, several reports have been talking about the conflicts between the Secretariat and the commissioners. What do you think you'll be able to propose to finish those perceived conflicts once and for all?
Thank you, Mr. Misati, for that question. The chair of IBC has specific mandate and responsibility, and is the head of that institution. The conflict that has existed, I think, in the last 10 years between the Secretariat and the Commission is something that, when you look at the governance structure of IBC, is something that is well documented in terms of what the two heads are supposed to be doing. But I think what I will do personally will be the issue of creating very strong synergy with my commissioners, the issue of having soft skills in mediation that we spoke about, the issue of encouraging people to focus on what brought us here as opposed to unnecessary conflict. So you mitigate these conflicts in the boardroom, you synergize, you talk to them, you are their head, you are their boss, you talk to them, you encourage them. Because some things you can't legislate beyond what human being can do. So I will more of apply soft skills to ensure that conflicts do not arise. But also have regular meetings with the CEO, because the CEO is basically the secretary of the board. So have regular meetings with CEO and bring those conflicts in the boardroom and find out where is the problem and how can we solve it. Because remember, the current IEBC is going to be there for only 2 years and elections are online. Did Kenyans take you there to go and start fighting in the boardroom? Kenyans took you there to deliver a credible election. Can you focus on the mandate you're supposed to do? So more of synergy creation.
Thanks so much. The last question from me. From the recommendation of the Krieger report, they recommended that the professional body of IEBC, like the Secretariat, to be very independent. Do you think it's practically possible? Because Krieger report to professionalize election management by making the Secretariat fully independent in its operation duties. Do you think such a recommendation is practically possible in our current situation?
I remember, and Dr. Koki, you can remember this, we used to have a discussion sometimes back when we were disbanding ECK. And the reason why we disbanded ECK is practically what you are saying. Eh? And we said that even the name must change from Electoral Commission of Kenya to independent. And we came to double IEBC, and we were fighting with that issue of independent. Now we have IEBC, we're still fighting with the aspect of the I, the independence. So for me, from the old school thinking, as long as you have the law, and the law prescribes you to be independent, then you are independent. It's the responsibility, therefore, of the chairman.
Sorry, you didn't get my question. I'm saying the critical report recommended to the secretariat of IPC to be independent on its own. Is it practically possible from where you sit?
I was actually coming there, but I was taking a longer route. So you can't, I think it's very difficult. In my view, it's very, very difficult to have the secretariat independent from who? Are we saying there are some recommendations are normally given in reports, but these recommendations sometimes are superfluous. You can't say that a secretariat to be independent from who? Why do you want to be independent in the first place as a secretariat? I think it's the organization, the whole organization, the secretariat and the commission that should be independent.
Thanks so much. I agree with you because it's actually the commissioners who are responsible, who take charge, and who are answerable to the Kenyans. Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Evans. We now move to Fatuma Saman to ask questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kissinger. Is it okay to call you that?
I was named after Henry Kissinger, the former U.S. Secretary of State.
Okay.
So I pride myself to be called Kissinger.
Okay, good to know. If you look at the recent years, public trust in IEBC has been dwindling. And so if you get an opportunity to become the chair, what are these things you'll do, or rather initiatives that you'll put in place to ensure that the institution wins back public confidence?
Thank you. Trust will always be a challenge to any EMB. We have a trust deficit, a trust issue with the IEBC. Some of the practical things we can do is increased stakeholder engagement. You need to bring together all the stakeholders in the electoral processes and discuss and come up with practical solutions on how do we deal with this issue of trust. Because once you don't have trust, then it will challenge you with the issue of credibility of the election. Number two, you need to have a very strong communication team or communication strategy. What is it that you are doing? You need to be as transparent as possible. You need to open your doors and your windows to everybody, every voter, every Kenyan to understand what you are doing. You need to communicate. You need to be felt. You need to be everywhere. That's the only way you increase the issue of trust. The electoral processes, again, from beginning of voter registration, you need to be very transparent. If members of the public are saying the voter register is not proper, is not updated, explain to them. Increase their trust. Explain to them why the voter register is not updated. Tell them and give them very practical solutions what you are going to do as an IEBC to have a proper voter register, because a critical document when you are going to the election. Voter education, you need to explain to them. So that trust issue entirely means you need to enhance it through those mechanisms that I've talked about. But more important is communication. You need to be trusted before that voter goes to an electoral process.
Just as a follow-up, how do you balance between independence and stakeholder engagement? Because there are, of course, stakeholders that if you do not engage wisely, the institution may lose its independence. So how do you balance between that?
And unfortunately, when you are working in the realm of elections, you must have a stakeholder engagement, because it's the stakeholder engagement that gives you the trust issue that we are talking about previously. So you must have stakeholder engagement. And luckily for us, we have even legislated the stakeholder engagement. That's why PPLC exists, to bring these parties together. And also, situations arise when all voters want to engage with you. But when you are engaging with the stakeholders, you are limiting yourself only to the process of election. You are limiting yourself only to the transparency of the election. You are limiting to yourself of only the gaps that exist in the process that you want to fix with the help of those stakeholders. For example, if you are going into an election and you don't involve critical stakeholders like women organizations or PWDs or minorities, you'll have a problem. But now, how you limit that engagement to independence is that you allow the engagement to take place, but you go back and say, I am independent and I'll only stick to what the law says that I must do, and therefore you'll give me, as a stakeholder, you'll give me input, but that input, if it will compromise the independence, then I will not do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Nicodemus Bore, do you want to engage the candidate?
Thank you, Chair. Kissinger, when you are describing your CV and yourself, you said you are a reformer. And would wish to tell this honorable panelists an area in which you have really taken up on reforms. And in case you get the opportunity to serve as a chair of IEBC, what kind of reforms will you bring forth to the Commission?
Thank you very much. Yes, I am a reformer. And I must have mentioned that I also worked in human rights for a very long period of time. And human rights and reform are brothers, cousins. In the judiciary, one of the biggest reform program that I was engaged in is the Judicial Transformation Project. And I had mentioned to it previously, which was a US-funded, World Bank-funded project that transformed that judiciary to where it is. I pride myself for that, and nobody can take that away from me. When it comes to other reforms, I said that I was in the GIZ, the German Technical Corporation. My work was basically reform-based in the sense that you follow up laws which have not been enacted, and you ensure you enact. And we were supporting the Ministry of Justice at the time with a lot of reforms during the GJ laws and supporting the ethics and anti-corruption with combating corruption on laws on corruption. That is reform-based. When it comes to, if I happen to go to IEBC, what reforms will I do? One, have a desk, recruit a person, or if there's there's a legal department there, have a desk in the legal department. Have someone follow up on legislation, policies, and reforms that are pending, that have been enacted in Parliament or that are pending somewhere and so forth, and have them in place. For example, that we spoke about the issues of boundary. We don't have a law on boundary delimitation. But the law is somewhere in the Senate still being worked on. So can we talk to the senator who has proposed that law for boundary delimitation, Senator Kajwang? Can we tell him to speed it up, and what requirements does it require? Because we are critical stakeholders in this electoral process. Number two, the law says we should have an IEBC fund, a fund which can change the dynamics of elections in this country, because it will allow basically voters to be properly educated, because you can seek funds from other stakeholders. Can we have this in place as a reform mechanism? So these are some of the basic things in terms of reform that can assist the IEBC. Policies and regulations. We spoke about regulations which are not in place, they are lying there, or they are supposed to be done. That is the critical work in terms of doing these elections. So some of those reforms are the ones that I will pioneer and I'll push for with the help of the Secretariat and other commissioners.
I thank you for answering that. You said you worked very closely with EACC on reforms and doing laws that help in anti-corruption. In the year 2020, it's in the public domain that EACC recommended the prosecution of former Chief Justice. Was it Chief Justice or Chief Registrar? And among the people who EACC recommended for prosecution was also your name. Maybe you give us a little background on what had transpired, and in the same time, this position you are seeking requires confidence in the public. So with that, a little bit of interruption by EACC on your reform agenda, can you please give a little background on what transpired and whether you are cleared or not?
Thank you very much for that question. When I was at that institution, and as I said before, we pioneered a program called the Judicial Performance Project Program. And there was a lot going on. And we moved in at a time when the new constitution had actually come into place. And therefore, we are pioneering reforms in the judiciary. Some of the things we were dealing with were issues of computerization of the entire judiciary. The other things we were doing or dealing with in that project was the issue of construction of courts across the country. And we had a target, said we want to have about 47 courts in each county. For now, they have them in each county. That was the project. In the process, and this project had a lot of financial scrutiny. In the process of implementing that project, there was a lot of miscommunication. There was a lot of discommunication, disinformation. People didn't understand what was going on. So when there were issues or investigations touching on one of the courts that had not been constructed, the investigating agencies heard about it and moved into the institution. Fortunately, there was pure miscommunication because that particular court had been constructed in a different site. So when that happened, of course, challenges like that arise, and we learn lessons from that. The correct information was given to them, and eventually that claim was dropped. And I have given the ruling and supplied the ruling, which clearly says that. So that is what happened. So in terms of loss of money, there was no loss of money, and it's in the public domain. In terms of whether that court was constructed, yes, it was constructed, and they know where it is. So that is what happens. But I must say, in public service, you serve, and while you are serving, you don't understand what will hit you. The only thing that can save you in public service is doing the right thing. sticking with the law, staying with the law. Rumor can come up in public service to completely finish your career. But in the eventuality, in the long run, you know, rumor twists and turns, but truth stays straight and narrow. In the eventuality, I was vindicated because the court is there.
So it wasn't about a palatial home for the Chief Justice. It was about a court.
There was that issue of the court that I've explained. There was also the issue that arose about the house. And eventually, the only claim at the time about that, and it's good that I talk about it, the only claim at that time that that house had been purchased without a cabinet memo. You know, for purchase of a house at the time, you needed a cabinet memo from the president. We had just come into that institution with the exit of President Mwai Kibaki. This was the new administration. Government documents, when there's change of government, takes forever to get them. When that memo eventually was established and found where it was, it spoke the truth. What the management was doing was only implementing what the cabinet memo by the former president had said. But because there was change of government, there was no memo to be traced. We had a challenge with that. But eventually, that was also withdrawn.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Bwana Kakai, were you dismissed from the judiciary or you left at will?
When you are serving public service and such kind of allegations come in, definitely you will be told to go. Thank you. Until you are cleared.
So as an advocate, after clearance, did you seek redress?
At that time, I decided to forgive because some of those things were done by people I didn't understand. But because I'm a Christian, I forgave. And I moved on and started doing other things, including these election issues. So I forgave them.
So in the records in Kenya, is that you have been dismissed for gross misconduct, for violating public procurement law in Kenya?
No, that will not be the law. That will not be the thinking, that will not be the understanding. I was not dismissed on those grounds.
What were the grounds?
You know, when that happened, they said that everybody must go and processes must take place and procurement and the EACC must come in and do the investigations and so forth and so on. So then, ideally, everybody was then let to go. And that's what happened, and
Checking your documents, there are some rulings that you've put in your documents, and those rulings were, I think there are two rulings, one at the Magistrates Court and another one at the High Court. And actually, it was about withdrawal of the case by DPP. But I've not heard you mention anything about it, or that's a different case from what my colleague had just asked.
Oh, thank you.
It's not clear what you're explaining and the documentation that you've submitted.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think what I've submitted are two rulings. And those two rulings were the ones that withdrew those criminal cases that were there. The ones that I spoke about, the CJ House and also the Mavoko Court. Those are the rulings that I've submitted. And that's the ruling that came from the High Court when the cases were withdrawn. And they're on record.
Okay, Caro, do you want to engage a bit?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. So, Mr. Kakai, is the cases were withdrawn under Section 210? Or on what basis did the DPP withdraw the cases?
At the time when the cases were withdrawn, there was a lot of investigations that had taken place. And then the DPP moved the court saying that he wants those cases withdrawn. And that's under what the circumstance under which the DPP withdrew those cases. And when you look at that ruling, it explains under what circumstances the DPP withdrew that case. So it was withdrawn.
Chair, let me follow again. Now, you will note in those rulings that it is not about, they were withdrawn on the basis of that judgment of Engineer Kamau, the ESCC investigating. So it's not about the culpability. It is the fact that ESCC, when they were investigating, they were not properly constituted as a commission. So, and here you are saying you are acquitted, you didn't want to follow it up. So kindly clear or clarify for us.
Thank you. It happened 10 years ago. This is an issue that happened 10 years ago in 2015. And when we went to court, of course, we defended ourselves. And eventually, after about almost all witnesses had actually testified. And at that time, in his wisdom, and looking at Engineer Kamau's case, because that was an active case at the time, in his opinion, then the DPP felt that he would withdraw those allegations. For the last 10 years, since the withdrawal of those cases, I've not had any complaint, I've not had anything from them, there's no active case, in short, that is existing in court.
Okay, thank you. Professor Adams-Oloo.
Thank you, Chair. Kakai Kissinger, I've had occasion to work with you in some projects. You can see how members have come up to inquire on these cases against you. And they're doing so because a person who wants to be an IEBC chairperson, or if that person becomes the IEBC chairperson, they usually face intense scrutiny. And you can see the questions are coming because all these responses you have given, or all the questions that would have been asked, would not have been asked if during your introduction, when you talked about your tenure in the judiciary, if you had come up openly and said that I left the judiciary in this manner. Because the only thing you talked about and repeated was the reforms you brought, all that. But when it comes to where there was some cloud, you remained silent. Yet IEBC is an institution that has low trust, as you told us. And therefore, with all these questions that have come, and with all the clarifications that you have had to make, as you sit there as Kakai Kissinger, if the panelists are having questions, you can rest assured Kenyans are also having questions. Look at them and tell them why, despite all those clouds on integrity, they still should trust you to be the IEBC chairman.
Thank you very much. My integrity is unquestionable. My integrity is unquestionable. I have worked in public service, and I worked in that judiciary. I left that judiciary with my understanding that I was a victim, with my understanding that you can be in a place of work and something hits you without knowing where that thing came from. Not all public officers, ladies and gentlemen, not all public officers who are dragged and taken to court are guilty of what they're accused of. Remember, I was a deputy. Remember, I was doing my functions to the best of my ability. If I knew by any insights or any reason that I have a questionable integrity question, then I wouldn't have applied. I applied knowing very well, with clarity of mind, that I'll walk the path of truth. That I'll come here, I knew I was coming, I applied. I'll come here and tell the panel what transpired. I liked what Chairman said when we began this conversation, and he said, this is a conversation. And indeed, it has turned out to be a conversation, and it's part of the conversation. Kenyans should never, never, never accuse or hear something has happened to somebody and think that that person is associated with that thing. It's called the pitfalls of public service. So my integrity is unquestionable, and even before the eyes of God.
Thank you. In your previous leadership roles, and there are many, can you tell the panel the 3 challenges that you overcame and that will be relevant to your role as chairperson of the IEBC, and how you navigated and solved those challenges? Don't have to be 3. If it is only 1, also you can just tell us 1.
One of the biggest challenges that I've ever faced in my career and how I navigated around them was the issue of reforms that I was working on in the governance sector. It was very difficult during the GGL loss to push through any idea of reforms without going through a lot of bottlenecks. So that reform issue was a big challenge. How did I, and yet you want to reform because you want something to help you achieve what you want to achieve for the good of the country. So in GGL laws under the then Minister of Justice, what we did was to enlarge stakeholder consultation on those issues of reform, enlarge the capital, and explain to them the importance of these very salient reforms. So it's through enlargement of stakeholder engagement and communication that we were able to navigate that issue of reforms. That is the main obstacle that I engaged and how I managed it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have some quick questions you want to ask, or do you want to allow me to follow up on something he has said?
Maybe you follow up?
Yes, yeah, let me follow up, then you
Then I come from the...
I have a reference here from one called Gladys J. Boss, who claims that she knew you as she was a Deputy Chief Executive Officer at IEC, and that time you're working for GIZ, and that between 2011 and 2014, you worked under her as a Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. And it says that while I was the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary at that time, During your tenure, she says, as the Deputy Registrar of Judiciary, Mr. Kakai Kissinger was allocated with overall duties and responsibilities, including day-to-day management of the judiciary, with the responsibility of overseeing this number of staff, employees, and external fundraising of projects. And she confirms that you managed what you have said, the Judicial Performance and Improvement Program, and recommends you highly, but seems to commend you in the things you have said, indeed, but seems to indicate, even though you have said you were a deputy, and that this matter that we have talked about, you seem to have had good responsibility and oversight over. And so I think for me, as sitting where I am, it will have been prudent for you to seek a judicial remedy, so that this is not a matter that is going to follow you if you seek a position in public service, because the matter remains documented, and it's not a good record for you. And for the position that you are seeking, we are required to be able to do due diligence over such matters. And you being an advocate of the High Court, then you should be able to seek remedy. But Carol has her hand up. I want to hear what she wants to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kakai, allow me to just follow up on a small issue from the court decision. I've had the chance to look at it, and yes, it's true that the court did allow the DPP to withdraw the case against you and your co-accused in that matter. Now, two things come to my mind. Number one, we have had a candidate who came here yesterday and told us that as a panel, as the selection panel that is recommending persons for appointment as chairperson and members of the IBC, we should be looking for a candidate that, in his words, is like a Caesar's wife, beyond reproach. It's a very high standard of ethics and integrity, if you look at it in that way. Now, it is a fact that, indeed, at one point in your life, the EACC recommended to the DPP for your prosecution. It is also a fact that the DPP agreed with the findings and recommendations of the EACC and actually charged you in court. Sadly, that process did not come to an end because of perhaps a technical issue with the composition of the EACC. So as I sit here now, I am not able to say whether or not these alleged serious allegations about public finance, public procurement, and abuse of office, allegations against you were established and or not. So your name is still being dragged into the mind. So my concern is, since 2017, when the withdrawal happened, I hear you when you say that the EACC, the DPP, has not taken any other action. There has been public outcry out there on the DPP's processes for withdrawal. So I just need to get your comment and clarification on whether or not there could have been political interferences. And I'm saying this very respectful and with very minded of who your co-accused persons were in that matter and the spaces they occupy today. Could there have been any political interferences why, subsequent to the constitution of the EACC, no other charges or any steps were taken? And what do you say about the fact that these allegations continue to follow you 10 years later, as you say?
I don't, thank you very much for that question. I do not think, I'm not a politician, I can't speak on behalf of a politician, but I do not think that there was any political interference. As I explained earlier, the issues that arose at that time was pure miscommunication and not understanding what happened, and the EACC moved in. So I wouldn't think that there's any issue that political interference has happened, because this, as I said again, happened 10 years ago. In terms of the approach and in terms of my understanding to the process that took place, and I said and I repeat, we had gone through all the witnesses, and at the time when now DPP was withdrawing, most of the witnesses had taken stand, and they knew clearly where the case was going to go, and they could see, because now the evidence was sufficient enough. I said here, and I repeat again, I am a person of high integrity, and I might have happened to be in a place at the wrong time, but that doesn't question my integrity at all. It is the only thing that, you can be in a right place but at the wrong time, some bad luck, but I have got no question or no doubt about my integrity.
Thank you, Mr. Kisinja, for that assurance, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Tanwi, if you don't have something to follow up, I will let Adams go.
Yeah.
I think he does have something to do.
He has not answered your question, Chair. You ask him, if it were you, you would look for remedy. Yeah. And we didn't hear, what is your comment? I mean, you decide to leave it that way and forgive?
I said, and I'll repeat, the turmoil I went through at that time, I will repeat, I'm a Christian, the turmoil I went through at that time, what those cases took me through, I turned to God and I forgave them.
Okay, Professor Adams.
Thank you, Kakai Kisinja. From the presentations you have made, it's very clear that you're somebody who really understands the global electoral experiences. I think more than 8 and counting, where you have done either observation or been an expert. Globally, list the 3 conventional electoral systems that countries apply and tell us which one of those that are applied conventionally globally does Kenya use?
I'll mention 2. We have the civil and political rights as a convention.
No. I'm talking of electoral systems.
Okay. On the electoral system, we have the first past the post, winner take it all. That is what we are using in Kenya. We have the mixed proportional representation. That is another legal system that can be used.
Okay. Sorry for that. In Kenya, for one to be declared the president, what is the threshold for you to be declared president-elect?
One, you definitely contested. Number 2, you got 50% plus 1 of the votes that were cast. Then you also got 25% in terms of about 25% or something in several counties, in 25 counties.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kisinja. It's been a great pleasure listening to you, learning, indeed, in the true sense, from your experience and from the great work that you have done globally and on the continent. You have certainly had a mark on these electoral processes in this continent, and we want to thank you for that, and thank you for expressing your interest in this position. We have finished our questions to you, but I don't know whether you have any question that you would like to ask us or any comment.
Thank you. I will only have a comment. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present myself and to showcase my passion for elections and what I'll be able to contribute. I don't take this for granted. I thank you all for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a bottle of water before you. Feel free to carry it and use it. And remember to pick your documents. They are with us somewhere. One of us will be able to give them to you. Okay, they are somewhere there. Thank you and God bless you. Wishing you well. Thank you.
Wellness is important in our daily lives, so that instead of just surviving, we should be thriving.
Ways to prevent a stroke or heart attack is for you to know what conditions you have by regular checkup. People don't know they have hypertension. People they don't know they have diabetes.
I was pre-diabetic. I was afraid of getting lifestyle diseases because I come from a family that has lifestyle diseases.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with our music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to KBC Lunchtime News at about 10 minutes to 2. Remember, after this broadcast, we will be resuming at South Sea, where those interviews are currently underway for the afternoon session. Many thanks indeed for joining us. My name is Bentro Njue, and Lensa Odingo is my colleague on the sign language interpretation. Later on this broadcast in the business segment, we will be having Stephen Wanyama, who is the CEO, Allied Kenya. We will be talking about entrepreneurship. First things first, the news. 5 former presidents have been appointed to spearhead peace efforts in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. The five were appointed during a joint virtual meeting of presidents from the East African Community and the Southern African Development Community, SADC. President William Ruto, co-chairing the meeting with President Emerson Mnangagwa, warned the ongoing conflict has the potential to spill over into neighboring countries and destabilize the region, if not swiftly addressed. Those appointed to the expanded panel of peace negotiators include former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria, Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya, Kgalema Motlanthe of South Africa, Catherine Samba Panza of the Central African Republic, and Saleh Wak Zawidi of Ethiopia. The summit also adopted the report on the outcomes of the joint EAC SADC meeting of ministers held on March the 17th, 2025 in Harare, Zimbabwe.
For our discussions today,
the situation in Eastern DRC is not getting better, it is getting worse. And therefore, it is a source of concern, not just for DRC as a country, but all of us in the East African community and SADC, because it has the potential to spill over into our countries with the attendant serious consequences of displacement of people, loss of life, and the challenges of instability that it will come with it.
Moving on, a section of political leaders from the Mount Kenya region want President William Ruto to complete the development projects initiated by the last regime in Mount Kenya region as he prepares to visit the region for a development tour next week. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Bidan Muturi and former Limuru legislator Peter Mwadi stated that the president is welcome in the Mount Kenya region, urging him to fulfill his campaign promises to the region.
unfortunately for me, and I'm not beginning, I don't just follow the president. Even when Uhuru was president, it was never my practice or habit to follow him wherever he went, because as a president, he has a schedule of work. I also have a schedule of work.
And I cite, for example, the stalled Uhuru Kenyatta government projects, like the Mau Mau roads and the rest of the projects that have not been completed ever since then. In fact, the contractors have left site. So what I'm saying in short is that before he even starts to come to say what he will do, let him finish what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta started.
And we pray that the president delivers on these promises, because we gave him over 4 million votes, and we need the promises that were promised to us to be fulfilled.
Elsewhere, former Cabinet Minister Raphael Tuju wants the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate 5 Supreme Court judges for alleged bias in case involving a property dispute. Tuju says Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu and Justices Mohamed Ibrahim, Smokin Wanjala, Njoki Ndungu and William Ouko had a predetermined outcome when they recused themselves and reinstated the decision of the Court of Appeal that paved the way for auctioning of his hotel for failing to settle 4.5 billion shillings debt he owes the East African Development Bank.
My petition, I never asked for them to be removed. That was not my prayer. And number 2, when they decided to recuse themselves, I never asked them to recuse themselves because I knew of the quorum issues that a recusal from themselves would generate, all right? So why did they recuse themselves? By the time they're recusing themselves, the evidence and the affidavit which was before them had been recanted by bank officials. So there was no case. So and then they, just as a matter of law, really, if you recuse yourself, you don't give a back pass. You put your pen down and you say, we recuse ourselves, take this thing to the Chief Justice so that the Chief Justice can decide on a way forward. But they recused themselves, and then after recusing themselves, they said, by the way, we rule in favor of the bank. So they should not have ruled in favor of the bank if they've recused themselves.
In other news, Machakos Deputy Governor Francis Mwangangi is calling on the soon-to-be appointed Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission IEBC to uphold integrity, transparency and impartiality in their operation. Speaking during the inspection of various county projects, Mwangangi emphasized the need for an independent commission that will restore public confidence in the electoral process. His sentiments come as the IEBC selection panel conducts interviews with 4 candidates set to appear before the panel today.
Kupata hiyo nafasi ya kuhudumia Wakenya, tafadhalini wekeni nchi yetu mbele. Tafadhalini tufanye ile kazi inayofaa. Watoe uongozi, watoe usimamizi mwema, ndio tuone ya kwamba nchi ya Kenya inaweza endelea.
Kisumu Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o is putting on notice unlicensed sand harvesters and miners in the Lakeside County, whom he is accusing of irresponsible mining practices. Addressing journalists at his office this morning, Governor Nyong'o lamented what he described as a sharp increase in illegal mining activities and sand harvesting both on public and private lands, which he said are contributing to environmental degradation. Nyong'o warned miners and sand harvesters in the county to practice their trade within the existing county and national government regulations or risk hefty penalties.
Note that sand, maram, ballast, and building stones are to be licensed by the county government. Polluters and degraders of the environment in Kisumu County will pay heavy fines. They will also be forced to restore the areas damaged. The culprits will be apprehended. From now on, henceforth, we will upscale our enforcement effort, and any person arrested will be dealt with in accordance with the law. My appeal to the people of Kisumu is therefore that let's conserve the environment because our lives depend on it. Remember that the greatest threat to Earth and the environment is the belief that someone else will save it and not yourself.
Now, tension remains high in Kitengela town, Kajiado County, following a standoff between hawkers and the county government enforcement officers who forcefully barred them from selling their wares along the town streets. Trouble began on Sunday during Kitengela Market Day after county enforcement officers banned street business, with hawkers reiterating by barricading the busy Nairobi-Namanga highway in protest. Police dispersed the hundreds of protesters using tear gas and blocking the road that had been barricaded using huge stones. The hawkers have been operating along the Nairobi-Namanga highway despite imminent risk. Numerous accidents have been reported, leading to conflicts between motorists and the hawkers. Following the chaos that has adversely affected business, Kitengela hawkers have distanced themselves from the unrest, saying hawkers from other regions are to blame for conducting business in undesignated areas.
Wale watu original wa soko wakiingia, wale 1480 wakiingia pale sokoni, tungeomba hizo vibanda zitabaki. Ajue kuna hawkers Kitengela na lazima wapewe stores. Kwa sababu sisi tumeishi hapa kwa barabara kwa muda mrefu sana. Unapata vitu zetu huwa zinagongwa na vumbi, tunachomeka na jua, mvua ikuja tunaadhirika.
Mtu akiuzia kwa barabara kuna hatari mingi sana. Ukiuzia kwa barabara unaweza pata ajali.
kaunti ya Kajiado na kaunti kanzo ya Kitengela, tunaelewa vizuri kuna soko imetengenezwa. Ningependa kusema sisi kama wafanyikazi wa Kitengela na wanabiashara, ingekuwa vizuri tupatiwe nafasi.
Moving on, the principal of Kakuyuni Boys Secondary School in Malindi Sub-County, Kilifi County, Alphonse Kaingu, is under siege after parents, students and local leaders demanded his immediate transfer. The head teacher is accused of mismanagement and declining academic performance. Led by Member of Parliament Amina Mnyanzi, the locals cited the deterioration of what was once a thriving institution, leading to student population plummeting from 800 to the current 285. They spoke during a highly charged meeting attended by Sub-County Director of Education Rashid Roba Aidan and Malindi Divisional Assistant County Commissioner Irene Munyoki.
Na wanafunzi ambao ni day scholar, leo anafukuzwa kwa fees, kesho anafukuzwa kwa nywele, kesho kutwa anafukuzwa kwa kuchelewa. Mwanafunzi hasomi kwa sababu community ya Kakuyuni imekataa principal. Ikiwezekana principal apatiwe transfer aende mbele.
Sisi watu tatu hao wakishirikiana, wazazi, walimu na mwanafunzi wakishirikiana, we are sure that the performance of this particular school or any school, it is going to increase skyrocketingly.
Kama wazazi na tuko na majukumu kama wanafunzi, kila mtu akifanya jukumu lake kwa ustaarabu vile inatakikana, hatutojipata kwa situation kama hii.
Tuko na principal.
Still on education, officials of Nyabisase Mixed Secondary School in Nyamache Sub-County are calling for support to transition fully to the requirement of the competency-based curriculum in senior secondary. Speaking during a prize-giving day where a total of 542 students who qualified to join universities were awarded, the Board of Management Academic Chairman Jared Makori noted that the government had provided funds for infrastructure development. He added that there were plans to engage stakeholders to contribute funds that will help the school implement senior secondary school programs. The school has an enrollment of over 3,000 students.
We have about 50 member teaching staff under the BOM program to assist the other permanent teachers. So we are calling upon the Teacher Service Commission and the Ministry of Education to consider according us with more teachers. But so far, we also thank the government for this far in terms of aiding us with the necessary funds to put up the necessary structures.
Now, in the spirit of Ramadan, over 900 families in Isiolo County have received relief food from the Mining and Blue Economy Cabinet Secretary Ali Hassan Joho. The relief food, which includes maize, wheat flour, rice, sugar, cooking oil and palm dates, was distributed by the Isiolo Somali Council of Elders. The donation aims to support the families through the remaining days of Ramadan and sustain them for at least a month. The Council of Elders stated that the donation is a great relief for struggling families, especially during the sacred month, but they must break their fast every evening.
Tunatoa shukrani wetu sana kwa waziri wetu kwa kutukumbuka yeye akiwa kiongozi wa jamii ambaye jamii ya Waislamu wote na imetarget wanyonge.
Sisi pia kama viongozi inshallah tutafanya bidii kufikisha kila mmoja haki yake, na pia tunasema asanteni sana, na pia tunawatakia Waislamu wote kwa ulimwengu na sana sana katika hii nchi tukufu Kenya, tunasema Ramadhan Karim.
Watu wengi wamefaidika, ashabewa sisi wa Somali, lakini wengi wamepata hata wasio wa Somali. Ile tumebewa tumekulana watu wengi, na tunashukuru Mungu afanye maisha mrefu.
In other news, a total of 662 households in Waldai Ward in Kericho County have benefited from the last-mile water connectivity implemented by Kericho Water and Sanitation Company, Kewasco. Speaking at Toboiti after commissioning the project, Kericho Governor Eric Mutai said the 13-kilometer project covers Teldet, Cheronget, Kap Toboit, Cheptenye, Sosiot, Tap Plotin, and it will extend to Kalyongwet towards Kiptere. Mutai, who commissioned 150,000 liters water tank, pointed out that the registration fee for water connection was reduced from 5,000 shillings to 2,500 shillings, making it affordable. At the same time, the county government will assist those who are unable to meet the cost. According to Patrick Mula, a representative of the Water Sector Trust Fund, the last-mile connectivity is meant for less-income households, adding that the quality of work done is best in the country. The initiative was funded by the Water Sector Trust Fund with the support of KfW of Germany.
We will also be supporting those families when you want a pesa completely, and as a county we will chip in to further subsidize it so that kila mtu ako na smart meter na maji ifike kwa kila mmoja wenu, because we know that this is an agricultural area. You are doing dairy, you are doing coffee, you are doing so many things that need irrigation, and that is how we are committed as a county to make sure that this water gets to your individual household.
We are very happy. We have three components, that's the pipelines, the soil tank, and the consumer meters. And up to this far, the quality of works, I want to report that it is very good. It is the best so far in the country that we have achieved.
Let's make sense of business. Kenyan business leaders are strategically positioning their companies for long-term success. This is according to the latest, PwC 2025 Global CEO Survey, which indicates that businesses are becoming more innovative by focusing on AI integration, strategic reinvention, and climate-friendly investments.
The PricewaterhouseCoopers Global CEO Survey of 2025 found that 60% of Kenyan CEOs are anticipating a global economic growth and 48% are expressing confidence in the local economic landscape. The survey highlights that 50% of CEOs trust AI-embedded processes, while 48% develop innovative products to target new markets. However, 50% of the CEOs admit they have not yet made significant climate-friendly investments. The survey found that most CEOs in East Africa are focused on regional growth, choosing to expand their businesses across the borders, with Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania topping the list. More than a third of the surveyed CEOs believe their companies will not be viable beyond the next decade if they continue on its current path due to shifts in the regulatory environment that are expected to have the biggest influence on their economic viability. This is prompting companies to take intentional actions to reinvent their businesses. The survey indicates that 2 in 3 CEOs in East Africa anticipate an improvement in global growth over the next 12 months. The latest survey established that CEOs in East Africa are generally confident about their own company's prospects this year.
Elsewhere, Kenyan creatives are set to benefit from Z Entertainment's Africa's launch of Z Dunia, a new platform designed to boost the local entertainment industry through collaborations with the local production companies and talent. The Indian media conglomerate is diversifying its entertainment offering for a growing audience while reinforcing its commitment to the Kenyan creative economy. Presidential Economic Advisor Professor Edward Kisiangani says the initiative is poised to give Kenyan voices a greater platform by offering opportunities for both established industry professionals and new creators to showcase their work.
This entertainment industry will create thousands of jobs for our people in Africa. If you are doing it in Nigeria, South Africa, and now you're doing it in Ethiopia and Kenya, the number of jobs that we get will be big, and our young people get money, pay bills, and live a decent life.
Dunia is committed to nurturing local talent and elevating Kenyan voices. From emerging creators to established industry professionals, we are dedicated to empowering the next generation of storytellers.
Of Dunia will be available in 2 languages, in English as well as Swahili. We would love to partner with schools of talent where they teach different aspects of filmmaking, content creation, right? We would also want to take them to India and make them a part of an actual Z Productions in Mumbai.
You are going to connect people from India to people from Kenya. You are going to bring Indian story to the people of Kenya, and you are also going to get story from Kenya to India.
Well, that's entrepreneurship at its best in the creative industry, and that is a discussion that we will be having here, but we will not be talking about the creative industry. I'm joined by Stephen Wanyama, who is the CEO, Allied Kenya. We are looking at entrepreneurship. Karibu sana, Bwana CEO.
Thank you, Ben.
Maybe for Kenyans who do not know exactly what you do, guys, Allied, what do you do, and especially when it comes to boosting up entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. First, I introduce myself again. My name is Stephen Wanyama. I'm the CEO of Allied Logistics Limited. Currently, what we are doing, we are venturing into the field of supply and logistics. And we have several services that we offer, mainly typical freight forwarding services like air and ocean. We door-to-door services from origin to destination within and outside the country. Then secondly, we offer customs clearance. We have a team, a elaborate team that has experience, has been trained well enough to deal with customs officials and are compliant. We have an AO certification that we're able to clear goods. We also have warehousing, and warehousing is in-depth, which we'll talk much about it. And then we have transport. You will see our trucks all over Kenya. We are venturing into Kenya being a gateway into this region. We have the opportunity of dealing with our customers outside this region.
More or less like logistics.
Correct.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the opportunities that we have, and especially when it comes to suppliers and logistics. What opportunities do you have?
Yeah, first I'll start. We have 100 suppliers, and from a typical logistics company, mainly we'll have non-trade and trade. And we have, of course, the mandatory suppliers, who is the government, and we have the carriers. But also we have transporters, we have fuel supply companies. By rebranding recently, we've introduced one key component called sourcing. Sourcing is where we've gone one step ahead to buy food items from the producers and introduce them to our global market, where we supply humanitarian organizations and some global companies. Here, outside this region, we are dealing with over 5,500 suppliers. This is an opportunity that I know we'll talk about today, and it's recently we had a forum where we information to the media and to the public that there's this opportunity.
A very quick question. Why did you decide to rebrand after so many years operating under a different name?
Yeah.
And how has it impacted business?
Okay. Let me start by saying the rebranding created an opportunity. Previously, we were trading as Agility Logistics Limited. Agility Logistics Limited is a global company that has been incorporated in Kuwait and has our global headquarters in Abu Dhabi. We have our regional headquarters in Dubai. Now, Agility remains the parent company, and Alliad is rebranded to incorporate other additional services. We have 3 additional verticals. Previously, we had only 1 vertical. Now we have 3 additional verticals, which is construction and engineering, facility management, and support services. This is in line with our global strategy.
And I'm informed that we are having some challenges with your microphone, but we will be very quickly taking a look at what exactly is happening. But I'm just in a quick one is that we are talking about entrepreneurship, and more specifically when it comes to matters logistics, and we are having the CEO of Alliad who is with us today. But very quickly, as my technician takes a look at that microphone, East Africa Chairperson Ashif Kassam says double taxation and protectionism are some of the trade barriers showing intra-Africa trade. Kassam says trade challenges could be addressed through collaborative between the public and private sectors.
Of the East African community is projected to average 5.7% in 2025, driven by the services, tourism, and transport sectors.
The main challenge, the share of intra-EAC trade to the total trade continue to stagnate at around 16%.
Businesses say protectionism within the East African community possesses challenges to competitiveness and is slowing intra-regional trade and deterring foreign investment.
Is that the tax base is not growing with the growth in investment. And that is a critical part that we need to address, because the reliance on public sector to provide infrastructure and to create an enabling environment is critical. But that criticality then needs to be seen in the growth in the private sector. So if the public sector is growing at 60%, the private sector should be growing double.
To correct this, the East African Business Council is rooting for public-private partnerships and harmonization of trade policies.
I urge the partner state to pass towards the harmonization of the domestic tax regimes, excise duty, value-added tax, VAT, and income tax. I urge the partner state to ratify the EAC agreement for the avoidance of double taxation and prevention of the fiscal evasion concerning tax and income to enable the agreement.
Businesses are calling for the fast tracking of implementation of the double taxation agreement signed in 2010 to promote cross-border trade and investment. So far, only Rwanda and Uganda have ratified the double taxation agreement process.
Thank you, Regina, for that. Let's continue with our interactive segment. We have Stephen Wanyama, who is the CEO, Alliad Kenya, and we are looking at entrepreneurship. And moving from what we had touched earlier on, which industries should one, and especially in entrepreneurship, prioritize and why, and especially more or less somebody in the logistics industry?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben, once again. Unfortunately, I have a bias towards logistics. And logistics is very diversified. And we look at logistics as something that will continue being there. We ask ourselves in the next 50 years, how will you be moving food from one region to another? So in the current setup, we see there's a lot of growth in digitalization. There's a lot of demand from customers to see visibility of how their items are moving. And this is a very, very good area to invest in. Warehousing, for example, you can see the use of AI. If you visit some of the warehouses we have in the country, you will see a lot of investment in AI, where from the moment you inbound items into the warehouse and the EOQ when it comes to economic order quantity, when it comes to supply, picking of items and supplying, there is a lot of involvement in digitalization. Secondly, investment in movement of vehicles, I mean, in the movable assets it's still an industry where still has room for growth. Because this area Kenya being a hub of this region, we still are going to receive more cargo. With stabilization of the region, you will see increase in business growth. And this is the area where we look at. And there will be evolvement, maybe from fossil fuel to e-trucks, but this is dependent on the ability to invest in them. But still, this is an area you can invest in. And most importantly, investment in logistics centers. Logistics centers are very important, especially consolidating cargo for small entrepreneurs who want to access global markets. And big players can come and consolidate and facilitate this trade. And this is happening now in the country, and we are into several discussions about it with several other of our partners.
You've mentioned partners. Let's look at the public-private partnership. How can we accelerate entrepreneurship in the country, and how has it worked for you?
Yeah. So first, locally, we know for you to engage into a very, let's say, capital-intensive and community-based project where we want to see the benefits not only for the economical sector, for the government sector, but also for the community, may take time to kind of consolidate these funds. So with involvement of private sector, you access a wider and multi-versatile access to funds with people who are interested in getting returns. In our group, we've worked successfully in Ivory Coast, for example, where Ivory Coast, the government wanted to build 90 hospitals to reduce the distance from home to the nearest hospitals for expectant mothers. And to raise these funds within a short time may require a lot of, let me say, lobbying, and let me say also involving people who have experience in the financial sector. But with discussions with partners like IMF, the Standard Chartered, you find that raising these funds happened very fast. And right now, they are 50% almost completing the project. And these hospitals are fully fledged hospitals with incinerators and theaters and enough beds to cover that community. So PPP, I think, is a very good opportunity for those who are interested to participate, where, let's say, the government may not be able to do it. And I think it's the way going forward, because at the moment, the country development is moving very fast, and you'll see there's a need for various services. And at the moment, I think this is one of the opportunities which we'll have to capitalize on.
I'm looking at logistics industry, which is, or sector, which is high capital intensive.
Correct.
What advice can you give somebody who wants to venture into entrepreneurship and more or less touch on logistics, which is a high capital intensive?
Yeah, thank you. You'll be surprised. You'll find Kenya has maybe more than 4,000 logistic companies, but very few have invested heavily. So for example, in freight forwarding, we have what we call NVOCC, non-vessel operating common carrier. So you find the big carriers have the vessels, but you're able to book space with these vessels. Same with the airlines. Not every logistics company has an aircraft or operates an airline. So you'll be able to partner with them through IATA or through local deals or local contracts, and you are able to book space and be able to move cargo. Now, once you've moved cargo, you reach a point where you have to hand over that cargo to the statutory bodies in order to clear the cargo. Now, we find that you'll still have to partner with some of these airlines who are operating ground handling agents or at the airport for the purpose of this particular job. So once you clear, you move to the next step, which is transport. Not all of these logistics companies have transport, and this is the biggest opportunity to talk about. So, like for example, at Allied Logistics Limited, we control over 400 assets, yet our own assets are only 100. We work with an additional maybe 300 partners in order to service our customers, because the mix of the service, you may not be able to, like for example, if you want to move heavy cargo, You may not necessarily have a low loader or a truck that will be able to move an out of gauge. We'll have to partner with someone as long as you are having the correct contract and you're in agreement. So to answer your question, no, you don't need to really invest. You just need to build a network and with your customers, and build a network with your service providers, and most importantly, have the right people within your team who can be able to interact with this, because sourcing and giving the service, you must invest in some human capacity.
It's a good idea, more or less like we do for vehicles like Ubers and
correct.
And also houses like Airbnb.
Correct.
South Africa and Egypt, they have a very robust logistic network.
Correct.
What lessons, key lessons, can we pick up as a country, especially for young entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think in this region, one of the best countries that we can learn from is Egypt. Egypt had a vision, and that vision was to create a regional hub. And when I talk about region, as Africa in terms of logistics, so that they supply several products into this region. So I think Kenya, the good thing about Kenya, we are a diversified economy. We have a robust financial sector. We have a robust service economy. In terms of telco, for example, health sector, we have a robust tourism and sector. So when you look at all this, if with proper planning and proper focus on these particular sectors, we'll be able to do. Now we have an opportunity to build a logistical hub with these infrastructural developments that we are seeing, the projects that are happening in Lamu, whatever is going to happen in Nairobi, Mombasa Highway, the Rift Valley Highway, if they happen, all this will have a chance to build logistical centers. And there's also discussion, I understand, in Naivasha to also build a logistical center to consolidate fresh produce coming from the central part and some part of Rift Valley. All this, with proper planning, we will grow a very serious hub in this region, and we'll be able to export. And the main thing is to do it cheaply, because of a reliance on air, you find that if you use railway and you use ocean freight, maybe the cost will come down, so that the farmer eventually is competitive abroad.
All right, as we wind up, how can countries and especially companies in the East African region, Kenya is a powerhouse in the East African region, how can they leverage on Kenya to supply and also to better the business ecosystem, especially on logistics, as we wind up?
Yeah, I think, to me, the word is not really competing against each other, but complementing one another, because everybody has their strength. Like mining, for example, we are not very strong in mining. We have our neighbors who are very strong in mining. So whatever they do in that region, we as logisticians, we can see even now most of the Kenyan companies are doing the logistics for these companies. On our side, if we are growing our agricultural sector, of course, it will keep on growing, and we are able to be sustainable. Of course, we'll have to seek for markets for our produce here. We work with our neighbors, Tanzania. We have a lot of produce coming from them. And the same, if we are able to create a global market for even our neighboring countries, as long as we reach the government standards that are required, internationally we're able to achieve the required standards, we'll be able to supply these global markets. We build each other. This is how the best way we can do it. And where there's instability, we work together to create stability so that we increase this market and we become self-sustainable within this region.
That has been the CEO of Allied Kenya. Thank you indeed so much for Bwana Wanyama for coming, and indeed for your insight, and especially when it comes to logistics. That's where I put a cap on that live conversation. Of course, there's a lot that we can talk about, including AI and also the intra-regional trade, but indeed that we can do a little bit some other time or a bit later. But moving on, EcoBank Kenya has secured a 3.5 billion shillings that will be channeled to supporting more women entrepreneurs, regional trade, and enhancing financial inclusion. Ecobank Kenya Managing Director Josephine Anan Akoma says the capital injection will strengthen the lender's ability to serve international organizations, regional businesses, SMEs, fintechs, and women-led entrepreneurs. She says the cash will also target high-impact sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, and also tourism.
We're offering flexible payment terms. We are offering lengthened tenors so that the repayments on the women are not too strenuous. And then the interest rates that we're offering are also a bit more competitive and favorable. Second, we're offering access to markets, because when you finance the woman to produce, but she doesn't have an outlet to sell, then you run yourself into problems. So we have the Ecobank Single Trade Hub that we are putting our Elevate Women on free of charge, so that they have access not only to markets here in Kenya, but across the 33 markets that Ecobank is present in.
Kenyans borrow about 15 billion shillings monthly from digital lenders. This is according to the Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya, DFSAK, annual report 2024, which attributes the growth to internet and smartphone penetration, as well as the rise in uptake of boda, who are mostly financed by digital lenders.
2024, the Central Bank of Kenya licensed 85 digital credit providers, in addition to the already licensed 34. As a result, more Kenyans have been borrowing from the digital lending platforms due to their ease of access and no collateral requirement. However, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner received close to 4,000 complaints on digital lenders by May 2024, with 2,325 being determined. The DFSAK report indicates that complaints against digital lenders have dropped from highs of 4,000 a month to under 100 a month in 2025.
We were talking about the consumer protection improvements we have made, where we had almost 4,000 calls of complaints in 2019, and now they've been reduced to a few dozen.
DFSAK welcomed the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024, which took effect in January, placing digital credit providers under Central Bank of Kenya regulation.
We have an improved tax regime as a result of the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2024, which gave digital lenders what is known as bank equivalency. So now we pay the same tax SACCOs, banks, and microfinance banks pay, which essentially means that we now have some predictability.
Other laws governing the subsector include the Excise Duty Amendment 2022 and consumer protection laws, which means stricter rules to ensure fair lending practices. Alan Auko, Lunchtime News.
Now, Kenya is betting on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM courses to transform the country into a knowledge-driven economy. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migo says the government has rolled out various strategies to deepen the uptake of STEM courses among learners. Ogamba spoke during the Huawei ICT Competition 2024-2025 awards, where 12 Kenyans have been picked to represent the country at the regional ICT competition in Johannesburg, South Africa.
The journey to transform Kenya into a knowledge-based economy while integrating smart technologies has faced major headwinds in the past due to lack of skilled workers. To address this, the government has launched the National Curriculum Policy to promote enrollment in STEM subjects. The strategy targets to immerse young learners into STEM courses through the Basic Education Curriculum Framework, which recommends 60% of learners from junior school to transition to STEM pathway in senior schools.
As we strive towards becoming a knowledge-driven economy,
investment in education, particularly in ICT, is paramount. The Ministry of Education remains committed to ensuring that every student, regardless of their background, has access to equality and quality education that prepares them for the demands of the 21st century workforce.
Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migol says the government is also investing more resources to expand the ICT infrastructure, like the 100,000-kilometer fiber optic system. The CS spoke at the Huawei ICT Competition 2024-2025 Awards, where 12 finalists were picked to represent Kenya at the regional meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa, next month. The head of Huawei ICT Academy, Michael Kamau, says through talent transformation and cultivation, Kenya can build a sustainable digital ecosystem while providing a platform for students to excel in fields like AI and networking.
We saw a lot of innovations on smart farming. But the underlying result is that they are all using the IoT and AI technologies to make their solutions move. So we want to allow access to these young innovators, to give them access that, to be honest, could be expensive, or they could not have access, they could not have it availed to them easily in terms of cost, in terms of resources. So we've seen solutions in that space.
This year, 21,000 students from 18 sub-Saharan African countries participated, with 21 Kenyans qualify for the regional finals. The 12 finalists will advance to the global finals in the city of Shenzhen, China, later this year. O'Brien, Keman for Business News.
The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Embu chapter, has called for urgent consultations with the Embu County government over the rising cost of business licenses, noting the annual doubling of the fees has become unattainable for business owners. KNNCI says the fee increment is being implemented without public participation. Speaking at a business forum in Embu Town, attended by representatives from the Kenya Revenue Authority and other key stakeholders, KNCCI Chairperson Mogo Mati observed that the abrupt fee hikes are in direct violation of the County Finance Act of 2019. He noted that the county has not enacted a new finance law, and any changes to the fees must be presided by proper consultation with business owners.
Hakuna license inafaa kubadilika as long as biashara ni ile ile ya jana, situation ni ile ile ya jana, mahali unafanyia biashara ni pale pale pa jana. The way Finance Act ilipita 2019 na vile ilikuwa amended 2020, njia hiyo ndio inafaa kukuwa sheria inayotumika.
Koti yetu ya Embu Law Courts tuna koti ya madai madogo, ile ambayo tunaelewa kama Small Claims Court. Tumewajulisha kwamba koti hii inasikiza kesi yao kwa muda wa siku 60, na pia tumewajulisha kwamba katika koti hii wanaweza kuleta malalamishi yao kupitia ile e-filing system, haina haja wakuje. Lakini pia kama pengine hawaelewi vizuri, tuko na customer care desk ambayo tuko tayari kuwasaidia.
Tumewahakikishia kuwa tutashirikiana na vitengo vyetu zote za usalama kuhakikisha kuwa usalama yao kama wafanyabiashara imezingatiwa.
Busia Deputy Governor Arthur Odera has called on Busia County residents to shun decisive politics and keep on registering for social health coverage to keep its medication benefits. Odera was speaking at Matayo Sub-County Hospital during a health forum and emphasized the importance of having social health cover that will help the locals in addressing medication in health facilities.
Mujiandikishe na SHA. Hapa tuliko hapa, kuna watu ambao wameenda hospitali ama wanajua mtu ambaye alienda hospitali akatibiwa sawasawa akarudi nyumbani bila kulipa peni hata moja kwa sababu alikuwa na SHA.
Mwezi wa Disemba nikafanywa operation ya ovarian cyst, nikatoka na 500,000 na SHA, sikulipa.
Over 700 business community members from Kikuyu Sub-County held a breakfast meeting to articulate the challenges that have befallen their businesses and to strengthen a bold unity as business and entrepreneurs. The meeting brought together stakeholders, among them Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KNCCI, highlighting the challenges facing the sector since the post-COVID-19 pandemic and how to work with the county government of Kiambu to streamline services. Led by their business community chairman, James Mwaura Karanja, the traders implored the county government to formulate policies that are friendly to the business community, including implementation of affordable parking fees and stop harassment of cargo delivery to their business premises.
It is them to make efficiency to the common mwananchi. Whether his licenses to consider the amount that is being supposed to be paid by that business person.
Fees zote ziko juu zipunguzwe na parking pia ikuwe in general. Kiambu kama umelipia parking ikuwe once.
We are going to have this kind of several breakfast meeting and dinners so that we can bring together all the stakeholders so that they can address those challenges together.
Resolved that the municipal manager shall have a meeting with his enforcers and the leaders of the business community so that we find an amicable solution there.
Now, expectant mothers in Laikipia County have been encouraged to maintain a balanced and nutrient-rich diet for the health and well-being of their unborn babies. This was the call during a training session for expectant mothers in Nyahururu town. Medical professionals emphasized the importance of proper nutrition and regular checkup, saying these practices are vital for ensuring a safe delivery. They also stressed frequent visits to healthcare facilities are essential in preventing cases of mortality for both mothers and the newborns to avoid complications.
We are educating our mothers about pregnancy, the journey of pregnancy, nutrition in pregnancy, delivery options and planning for delivery, and taking care of the newborn once they are born, including nutrition and breastfeeding of the newborn. The mother needs to come for regular follow-ups, which we schedule them every month. In the monthly visit, we take their weight. So in the weight, you're able to compare the weight gain. On average, you should gain 7 to 12 kgs during the pregnancy period. So that is one of our first indicator whether the mother is increasing weight in the appropriate manner.
Now we know the advantages of taking the supplements, the IFAS. In case mtoto akona shida, immediate management ya mtoto before uende hospitali.
Moving on, Busia County government has installed lightning arresters in areas prone to lightning, especially near schools, as the country continues to receive rains. The community of Mugatsi Primary has lauded the move, saying the project will ensure their children are safe even with the heavy rains. According to Godfrey Sakwa, the head teacher at Mungatsia Primary School, the project aims to reduce cases of lightning strikes that have been experienced in the area in the past years, resulting in the deaths of students and community members. Community members say the initiative will help eradicate and reduce cases of lightning in the area and adjacent places.
We used to release learners to go back to their homes once we realized that there were signs of rainfall, so that they can be safe back in their homes. Because in the school environment, it wasn't safe, minus the lightning arrester. But currently, we are very, very safe. We no longer send learners back home to shelter in their homes because there is the lightning arrester, which has offered security.
Elsewhere, more than 500 internally displaced persons, IDPs from Nakuru, have once again called on the government to urgently resolve the persistent land conflicts that have left many homeless since the 2007 post-election violence. Speaking in Nakuru, the group, composed primarily of people displaced during 2007 clashes, acknowledged the efforts made by previous administrations under President Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta. However, they highlighted that despite progress, many individuals and families have been left out of the resettlement process.
Chereweshwa mambo ya resettlement. Kuna mashamba ilinunuliwa na serikali ili waadhiriwa wa 2007 and 8 wakuwe resettled. Kwa hivyo tunaomba rais wetu William Ruto, imefika wakati mzuri wakati huu ambapo yeye mwenyewe ndiye anaweza ingilia kati ili kuweza kuwafungua ama kuweza kusaidia waadhiriwa waweze kupata ule mgao wao wa resettlement kupitia kwa land allocations.
Sisi jambo ambalo tunaomba rais wetu aangazie, juu hata sasa hivi kuna watu wengi wanaona serikali ya Kenya kwanza haijatimilisha ahadi zake kwa wananchi. Na alisema shida itaisha hasra, umaskini utaisha, lakini sasa pia unaonekana shida inaendelea na mashamba yako.
Bar owners in Mwingi North Kitui County have been cautioned against selling alcohol to minors and school-going children. A security team led by Muumoni Deputy County Commissioner Mary Awino held a meeting with bar owners drawn from the region aimed at ensuring that they are vigilant in ensuring minors do not indulge in alcohol abuse. Parents were also urged to keep a close eye on their children during these school holidays.
Wale wanafanya biashara hii wamehamasishwa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtoto anayestahili kuhusika hata kidogo na kufikia mahali kuna baa karibu. Vile vile wamekumbushwa mambo ya kuwa baa inastahili kuwa mita 300 kutoka mahali kuna shule.
Shule sasa inakaribia kufungwa. Pia tumeweza kuisisitiza ya kwamba watoto wasiuziwe pombe, wasiuziwe sigara na pia wasikubaliwe kufika karibu na hapo.
Pia ilikuwa ni kutaka kujuana na kuhakikishia kwamba wakati wanapofanya kazi sisi tuko pamoja na wao na tutakuwa tunawaangalia jinsi wanavyofanya kazi.
Time for sports. Rotary clubs from Mount Kenya have organized a charity golf tournament at the Embu Golf Club in support of over 2,500 differently abled children. The funds raised will go towards the third Mount Kenya Sunshine Rally, which will take place on the 29th of this month at the University of Embu grounds. The rally aims to bring together thousands of children with disabilities for a day of mentorship, fun and empowerment. Norman Nyaga, Membership Director at Kenya Golf Club, praised the collaboration between Rotary clubs and sports stakeholders, highlighting the importance of sports in fostering unity and philanthropy. Golfer Samuel Kamwana and other participants expressed their gratitude for being part of this meaningful initiative, which helps make a positive difference in the community. Very well, that's all the time we had for KBC Lunchtime News this Tuesday afternoon. Don't forget to check out our social media spaces for this news plus much more. In the afternoon segment, we will be back at the Kenya College of Insurance in South Sea for the afternoon session for the interviews of the chairmanship of the IEBC. I'm Ben Troinjue, and Anne Wangeshi has been our sign language interpreter for this live broadcast. Many thanks indeed for joining us. On behalf of everyone who has made this broadcast a success, I wish you a fantastic afternoon.
want to look at this conversation of generational gap, it's something that has been outside there. In the political circle, many things have happened. Also in church, we've had those complaints.
Now we have a group of young people that are everything different.
Wow.
From how their parents were when they were young. Because we have so much freedom. And sometimes when freedom is too much, it can be abused.
That's right.
And they usually say actually true freedom has limits. So let's give honor to those that are due honor. It doesn't mean I agree with you. It doesn't mean that I say yes to you. It says we may disagree, but respectfully.
Wow.
Tumsikize Sheikh Danun ili aweze kutufahamisha kuhusiana na kisa hiki na mengine mengi ambayo yanafungamana na jinsi ya kuchuma mazao ya mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani.
Kwa sababu dini yetu hii ni dini ya kukumbushana. Kwa hiyo tunapokumbushana tuhakikishe tunakumbuka huu ukumbusho na tuwe wenye kufanyia kazi haya maamrisho yanayotoka kwa Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala na kadhalika.
My name is Ethan Marwa from Happyland Greenspan Chess Club. I've been playing for 2 years now. You should train more to get more points.
The book is Furaha Smiles Again. Furaha had lost her smile.
Show kindness and compassion to others. Chagua maisha ya afya, maisha yenye furaha.
I'm from Loreto Convent Misongari School, and I'm going to be making honey glazed chicken for you.
Today we're going to learn how to make a paper fan snake.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice, we
have to do it twice.
Wellness is important in our daily lives so that instead of just surviving, we should be thriving.
Ways to prevent a stroke or heart attack is for you to know what conditions you have by regular checkup. People don't know they have hypertension. People they don't know they have diabetes.
I was pre-diabetic. I was afraid of getting lifestyle diseases because I come from a family that has lifestyle diseases.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Well, go on, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Holder,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunyongwa. Hatija ai, mani especially ukisonga.
Where to?
I'm not a child.
Fuatana tu, wakuchukue tena.
Dad, just let a girl breathe.
Yani hapa kwangu ndio ulikuwa unajigamba kwa simu, you are very busy.
Just greeting Sky. You know that she's an old friend.
Hautampata popote. Hebu get out of my compound.
When have you been the type to fall back?
When your life is on the line, you have to, Mom.
You're now thinking.
Pole, nimekaa sana kufikiria. Who abducted my daughter?
What?
You are protecting the abductors.
I don't want to start digging covered bruises.
Nobody touches my blood.
I knew I married you for a reason.
Inafaa mletoe pasta, awaombe, mutakaswe au mwage maji ya baraka nuksi ziishe.
Jackie, sisi enemies wetu tunawajua.
Well, try me. Just keep off. Then wacha mimi na mzee wetu sote mambo yetu kando.
Jackie, can you be trusted? Na wewe na Alex mmekuwa
Vijana wangu.
Harusi tunayo, hatuna magazine.
Wewe unajua nafurahia hapa na hata jani proposea bado.
Maxine Yolanda. Will you marry me?
Mami kumsikia Juma ni propose nasikia kulia.
Jackie. We only have 1 week.
mtu ana blackmailiwa kwa ni accomplice wa mada, hana hata pesa kupeana. Sasa anataka kulipa mali.
That's why I'm telling you, tafuta dema kuna ganji bana.
We want to look at this conversation of generational gap. It's something that has been outside there. In the political circle, many things have happened. Also in church, we've had those complaints.
Now we have a group of young people that are everything different.
Wow.
From how their parents were when they were young. Because we have so much freedom. And sometimes when freedom is too much, it can be abused.
That's right.
And they usually say actually true freedom has limits. So let's give honor to those that are due honor. It doesn't mean I agree with you. It doesn't mean that I say yes to you. It says we may disagree, but respectfully.
Wow.
Tumsikize Sheikh Dhanun ili aweze kutufahamisha kuhusiana na kisa hiki na mengine mengi ambayo yanafungamana na jinsi ya kuchuma mazao ya mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani.
Kwa sababu dini yetu hii ni dini ya kukumbushana. Kwa hiyo tunapokumbushana tuhakikishe tunakumbuka huu ukumbusho na tuwe wenye kufanyia kazi haya maamrisho yanayotoka kwa Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala na kadhalika.
My name is Ethan Marwa from Happyland Greenspan Chess Club. I've been playing for 2 years now. You should train more to get more points.
The book is Furaha Smiles Again. Furaha had lost her smile.
Show kindness and compassion to others. Chagua maisha ya afya, maisha yenye furaha.
I'm from Loreto Convent Misongari School, and I'm going to be making honey glazed chicken for you.
Today we're going to learn how to make a paper fan snake.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254, Intra-regional Extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice,
we have to do it twice.
Wellness is important in our daily lives so that instead of just surviving, we should be thriving.
Ways to prevent a stroke or heart attack is for you to know what conditions you have. By regular checkup, people don't know they have hypertension, they don't know they have diabetes.
I was pre-diabetic. I was afraid of getting lifestyle diseases because I come from a family that has lifestyle diseases.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Where to?
I'm not a child.
Fuatana tu wakuchukue tena.
Dad, just let a girl breathe.
Yani hapa kwangu ndio ulikuwa unajigamba kwa simu, you are very busy.
Just greeting Sky. You know that she's an old friend.
Hautampata popote. Ebu, get out of my compound.
When have you been the type to fall back?
When your life is on the line, you have to, Mom.
You are now thinking.
Pole, nimekaa sana kufikiria. Who abducted my daughter?
What?
You are protecting the abductors.
I don't want to start digging covered bruises.
Nobody touches my blood.
I knew I married you for a reason.
Rudimitwe! Rudimitwa!
Tangu lini mwerevu akajinyoa mwenyewe?
Najibwaga uringoni na maswali mengi kinywani.
Je, mtandao huu usipodhibitiwa pasi na kuwa na mipaka utawafanya vijana wetu kuwa na utumwa?
Sisi ambao ni vijana wa huku Kenya tunaiga tabia ama tamaduni za nchi za kigeni.
Kupitia kwa mtandao huu vijana wana uhuru wa kukashifu uongozi mbaya.
Je, wakidhibiti hii mtandao alafu janga lingine litokee, wanafunzi watasomaje?
Mtajie visiwa viwili unavyovijua katika bara la Afrika.
Siwa cha Zanzibar.
Piga makofi jamani.
Kitu naitwa linganisa. Hii mtu meusia watu wengi sana, akiusa yeye natoroka.
Na hata ukiangalia hii kwanza amebit kabisa, hii amefanya kazi mpaka
nikieleza hii mahakama kuhusu vile ulikuwa umelewa na ukaushiwa viatu mbaya na mtu, unakuja kusema ni mimi, nitakuwa nasema urongo ndugu yangu.
Urongo Sauri, mimi nimemwambia wewe misuri.
Na viatu nilikuhusia? Hapana. So, kielele, ni ya nini unaleta hapa kwa
Kielele?
Lakini ukiwa mrefi, utachuache kiatu mzuri na kiatu mbaya.
Ndio hiyo unateka advantage ile watu unahusia sababu wamelewa.
Na ni kwa nini uliuza viatu ukijua ni vya mguu moja tena hata havifanani? Sasa
forgive your manners. Forgive your manners, mheshimiwa.
Nakwambia ongea lugha ya taifa, wacha kujifanya unajua Kiingereza na haujui.
Inafaa mletoe pasta awaombe, mutakaswe au mwage maji ya baraka nuksi ziishe.
Jackie, sisi enemies wetu tunawajua.
Well, try me. Just keep off. Then wacha mimi na mzee wetu sote mambo yetu kando.
Jackie, can you be trusted? Na wewe na Alex mmekuwa
Vijana wangu.
Harusi tunayo, hatuna magazine.
Wewe unajua nafurahia hapa na hata jani proposea bado.
Maxine Yolanda. Will you marry me?
Mami kumsikia jamani propose nasikia kulia.
Jackie. We only have 1 week.
Mtu ana blackmailiwa kozie ni accomplice wa mada. Hana hata pesa kupeana. Sasa anataka kulipa mara.
That's why I'm telling you, tafuta dema kuna tu, tafuta dema
Monaghan Farm on the outskirts of Johannesburg is a 1,300-acre space that will only develop 3% of the land. This leaves the rest of the land in its natural state and undisturbed, creating a sense of belonging for homeowners and for a beautiful view of the landscape. But before we move on to the nitty-gritty part of the house and how this farm addresses sustainability, let's visit Kenya to see how one woman's vision enables the detailed work of craftsmen to morph into the latest must-have accessory.
Our bags are Akire. Everything we do is handmade. There's no machine.
Erica Akath, known for her concept store in Nairobi, has since 2020 brought new handcrafted luxury bags onto the market. Wanting to work with leather, she has collaborated with Moses Ekwi, creating the 7 different bespoke handcrafted bags.
I came up with Akire, the handcrafted leather bags, because when I looked at the market, I understood that I wanted to make a bag.
Our member of LSK.
Yes, I want to say, Chair, that as part of my introduction, that I have interacted with a candidate in other legal fields, but I will be objective in my summary of his candidature before this panel. My name again, Mr. Ngwele Linda Kiome. I serve as the chairperson of this panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
Karibu Bwana Muvengei. Naitwa Kipkoech Andrew Tanui, mwana kamati wa chopo la uteuzi. Asante.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council.
My name is Caroline Kituku.
Yes.
I represent LSK in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Bwana Ngwele.
Good afternoon, Professor.
My name is Adam Solo. I serve in the selection panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Jacob. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Bore, member of the panel.
Most obliged.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, and a member of the panel.
Most obliged.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ngwele Muvengei.
Good afternoon, Abasanda.
My name is Koki Muli Grino, and I'm a member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Most obliged.
Good afternoon, Jacob.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Muvengei, allow us the honor of getting to know you, and perhaps briefly just tell us why you are interested in this position, why you are the best fit, as you introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chairman and distinguished panelists. My name is Jacob Ngwele Mvengei. I'm 47 years old, come from Kitui County, and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. This is my 18th year of practice as an advocate of the High Court. Upon my admission to the bar, I briefly worked for a period of 3 years as an associate advocate in a law firm by the name Gadia Mushero, where I was a senior associate specializing in an area of law we refer to as litigation, which is basically dispute resolution. Having worked there for a period of 3 years, I saw an advertisement by Parliamentary Service Commission where they were requiring to recruit clerk assistants. I took the initiative, I applied, and I was fortunate among the 20 who were recruited. So I joined in, that is the year 2009, as a clerk assistant. I know this panel being secretariat by Parliament, you understand clearly that the clerk of Parliament is assisted at his technical level with officers who carry the title clerk assistant, so that there's no confusion in the title of clerk. So upon joining Parliamentary Service Commission as a clerk assistant, I was deployed in the Directorate of Committee Services. In the Directorate of Committee Services, I was assigned duties in 2 committees. First, I was assigned duties as the clerk in charge of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. I was fortunate because ordinarily in Parliament, they don't assign what we refer to as rookies or monos to undertake those duties of supporting or being the head of the secretariat of a committee. And again, I was also assigned to a committee, a departmental committee. By then it used to have the name Departmental Committee on Energy and Information, where again, after a period of around 6 months, together with a colleague of mine, whom we had joined together, we were fortunate again to be designated as the lead clerks, which was also an honor of having accorded to us who are the entrants. So at the Committee on Delegated Legislation, this was a new committee in our jurisdiction. We did not have a parliamentary mechanism to scrutinize development of legislations, subsidiary legislations in Kenya. The committee had already been established, but having been appointed as the head of the secretariat, the technical advisor to the committee, my chair lady at the time was Basandamina Abdallah. We realized that there were gaps in terms of the standing orders were not adequate. They were not clear enough in terms of how the committee will be able to discharge its mandate. And we also established that there was also gaps at the national legislation, which provided the national legal framework for development of subsidiary legislations in Kenya. Having established that, I assisted the committee to come up with amendments to the standing orders. I drafted the standing orders, and these standing orders are the ones which are still now in the standing orders of the National Assembly, which were also adopted in the standing orders of the Senate. And with the advent of the county governments, those same standing orders are the ones which are applicable to all the county assemblies in Kenya. Basically, these are the model standing order which I assisted the committee to develop. With respect to the issues of national legal framework, we, in the committee, assisting the committee and the technical advisor of the committee came to the opinion that there was need to develop a standalone legislation which will facilitate a whole encompassing legislation to assist in the scrutiny of statutory instruments in Kenya. So for that reason, I drafted for the committee a law by the name Statutory Instruments Act. That is the law which now governs the development, scrutiny of subsidiary legislations in Kenya. Well, still at the Committee on Delegated Legislation, around the year 2012, since the Elections Act provides that all the electoral regulations must first of all be submitted to Parliament for pre-approval, we in the committee were assigned the duties of reviewing the regulations which were supposed to midwife the elections which was coming in 2013. It took a while before the regulations were submitted to Parliament. In fact, my experience in that regulation is that I had to walk all the way to Anniversary Towers and literally came carrying those regulations because it was in November, around October, and that there was a set timelines when the regulations are supposed to be developed. So with that having been tabled, in the Joint Committee of Delegated Legislation and Legal Affairs, I worked together with my colleagues and also officers from the IC to review those regulations. We drafted them for a period of 5 days. And of course, they were done in a hurry, so we had to do 80% of the work. And that was my first engagement with electoral laws. We drafted the elections regulations, general regulations. We also drafted the voter registration regulations, and we also drafted the dispute resolution regulations. These are the regulations which were passed on time to assist on midway of the elections. Chair?
Do you want to proceed with your introduction so that we deal with your introduction before your achievements?
So,
yeah,
okay, I can, so basically I can say,
so you had reached at clerk assistant
after working as a clerk assistant, I was deployed in the legal department in Parliament, where I rose through the ranks as a senior legal counsel, and eventually by the time I left Parliament, I was a principal legal counsel. Chair, in the year 2013, I applied and was appointed as a founding clerk of Nairobi County Assembly. I was sent there as an interim clerk, and I was the one who was supposed to start and develop the county assembly. So that was also the path, I worked there for a period of 9 years. And afterwards, I left the assembly in the year 2022 after the new government had come into place, and there were challenges which, given opportunity later, I'll be able to explain. And I was supposed to, given the circumstances, I was either supposed to go back or start my legal practice. For that purpose, I decided to open my law firm, where I am now as a managing partner. I'm also a consultant. I also run a consultancy firm called the Legislative Center, where also I am the managing partner dealing with the issues of legislative development. For the last 2 years, I've also been the legal advisor to the governor of Isiolo County. So, Chair, back to your question, the reason why I believe that I'm suitable to become the chairman of IEBC is that, based on my experience, I have a well-rounded qualifications, both as a political manager. I also have legislative experience. I also have public finance management and administration experience. And I'm also a lawyer of a period of 18 years, so therefore I have legal experience to be an effective chairman of IEBC.
As a legal advisor to the governor of Isiolo County, is that a civil service job or it's a consultancy? What is it?
It was a contract job which whose term has ended, which has already come to an end. It's a political appointment. Legal advisors are not per se within the scheme of service of the basically governor's officers within the governor's office. So we work under the chief of staff, and we are not in the mainstream county public service. But my contract has come to an end.
But you draw a salary?
Yes, we draw salaries and allowances.
And at the same time, you're running a law firm?
No, because these are part-time jobs. All the political advisors are part-time jobs. They're not full-time officers.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Linda?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ngwele Muvengei. Now, apart from your professional legal background, which we are aware that you are well grounded, looking at the documents that are before us, and your experience as an advocate of 18 years standing. Apart from that, do you have any other skills, competencies, and disciplines outside the legal profession that you intend to use if you become the chairman of the IEBC in your administration?
Yes. Thank you very much, my learned counsel. I believe that I possess around 5 skill sets, which makes me an ideal candidate to become the chairman of IEBC. Based on the experience, having worked in Parliament, having worked in the county government, I possess political management experience. I believe that the chairman of IEBC, the IEBC is a political institution. The IEBC is an institution which midwives and which assists in midwifing the political process in the country. Therefore, the IEBC requires a chairman who possesses political management experience to assist the commission navigate the political landscape and also in stakeholder engagement with the politicians. Apart from the public, who are also one of the clans for the IBC, the other stakeholder for IBC are the political actors. And therefore, a chairman of IBC requires to possess political management experience. And having worked in national parliament, having worked in the County Assembly of Nairobi, which is a politically charged institution, both of them are politically charged institutions, have developed skill sets and experiences which, if I become the chairman of IBC, I will be able to assist the commission achieve in its stakeholder engagement and navigate the political landscape. The other skill and experience which I bring to the table is public management and administration experience. I've been an accounting officer for a period of over 8 years. I've been an accounting officer of Nairobi County Assembly. Nairobi County Assembly is the largest county assembly in Kenya. Out of the 49 legislatures in Kenya, if you count Senate and the 47 county assemblies, Nairobi County Assembly is the second largest legislature in Kenya. I've been the accounting officer for that particular institution, and during my tenure in the county assembly, when I went to the county assembly and I was sent by the transition authority to establish the assembly, there were no institutions. I came from parliament. When I landed in City Hall, there were no institutions. The only thing which I went there with was Article 177 of the Constitution, together with the sergeants at arms, officers in this, who serve the assembly. So I had to build the institution from the scratch. At that period of time, I had only 1 month to swear in the members of the county assembly. So upon landing in City Hall, unlike other assemblies in the country who are lucky and privileged to have inherited established structures, that is, all the county assemblies were supposed to inherit the municipal structures, that is, the county government structure, staff, and the buildings. Nairobi County Assembly did not inherit any. All the facilities, the staff, and the employees were transited to the executive arm. So having landed there, I had a period of 1 month to swear in members of the county assembly. And within that 1 month, and there were 127 members. That is the largest number of MCAs in the country. Of course, the second one is almost 90. So upon swearing in the members, I had to build the structures. The first one was the county assembly structure, which is a constitutional body. I had to assist in the establishment of the county assembly. That is the political side of the assembly.
So what skill is that?
So this skill is a public finance management and administration skill.
Okay.
And with that particular skill, just a follow-up on that skill, the county assembly is a mirror of National Assembly. So they have to be the body which is responsible for the day-to-day providing services and facilities and oversight of the administration of the assembly. It's called the County Assembly Service Board. I also had to establish the County Assembly Service Board, where I became the secretary of the board. So here I was the procedural advisor and also the secretary of the board. Upon the board coming into place, I established the structure of the county assembly. We did not have the organizational structure for the institution. So I came up with the organizational structure. I assisted the board in recruitment of officers. I personally, because of my vast experience in National Assembly, I participated in building the capacity of these officers, developed the manuals and the regulations which govern the services. So, Chairman, this demonstrates that I possess administrative experience. In terms of the public finance management structure, experience is that the assembly did not have any building. The assembly did not have any offices. The assembly did not have a chamber. The assembly did not have a committee room. It had zero. And I brought a proposal to the board, and having brought the proposal to the board, we agreed that we needed to build a new chamber. We did not have a chamber. The chamber we were supposed to inherit was actually the old council chamber, which could only accommodate 60 MCAs. But here we were 127 MCAs, and then this house ought to function. What we did is I identified a building, an abandoned, disused facility within the City Hall. It used to be a movie theater. So within a period of 3 years, within a period of 2 years, with a budget of 600 million, I was able to remodel that movie theater into an assembly chamber, equipped with modern ultra-modern digital multimedia Congress system. From that project, Chair, I'm proud to inform this panel that we made a saving of 70 million, and we did not use any consultant. I requested the county secretary to second technical officers from the executive who assisted in the project. That project, Chair, has never raised any single audit query. That project was never investigated, has never raised any criminal or any malpractice in terms of procurement. We delivered it on time, we paid all the contractors, and we never had pending bills. So, Chairman, this demonstrates my public finance management experience. I believe that IBC requires a chairman who has got practical experience, even though procurement is the preserve of the technical officers in the IEBC. The IEBC requires a chairman who has got hands-on experience, who can guide and assist the Commission in implementing its procurement processes.
So you have mentioned 4?
I've mentioned 2. That is, the other one, Chairman, is the legislative experience.
Okay.
So I've dealt with the political experience, political management experience.
Public administration and finance.
Public administration and finance. Public finance management and administration.
Legislation.
The legislative experience.
Then next.
The legislative experience, maybe, Chairman, if you allow me, the legislative experience is very critical. Yes. Throughout the period of time, I've served both in the county assembly and in Nairobi and parliament. I refer myself as a legislative expert. I've drafted laws both at the county government and the national level. Even what I do nowadays, in my consultancy, I draft policies for national government agencies. I draft bills for county governments and county government agencies. So I have the requisite legislative experience. Chairman, the IBC, right now, there are legislations which are pending approval by the Commission. I'm aware that the IBC has got around 4 bills which are waiting approval. I'm also aware that the IBC has got around 8 regulations which are waiting the Commission to come on office. It's therefore imperative that the IBC should have a chairman or a member who appreciates the legislative development process. And I believe that a skill set which will be very useful in the IBC. Lastly, Chairman, as an advocate of the High Court for the period of 18 years, I've appeared in courts. I call myself a dispute resolution expert. I've argued cases in all levels of courts. I've argued precedent-setting cases. I'm well-grounded in the areas of law. I believe that the legal requirement for a chairman of IBC should a person who possesses the experience, or the qualification of a judge of the Supreme Court. Chairman, I believe that I have that experience that I can offer the IBC. Chairman, as you are well aware, the IBC is one of the most legally regulated institutions. It has very many laws which govern its operations. It has many regulations. IBC also participates, IBC is also supposed in its mandate to resolve the issues of settlement of political party disputes. I believe with my experience as a lawyer, I'll be able to assist the Commission and guide the members in the legal, how to navigate in the legal minefield and resolve the disputes which will be coming before the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwele, for that explanation. Now, tell this panel, out of your experience and in your journey, in your career journey so far, has your leadership skills been tried and tested? And if so, please explain to this panel how such an experience has occurred throughout you in some time in your journey, in your career journey, especially in instances where you've had high pressure work, because you know during the electoral period, the IEBC commissioners and the chairperson usually find themselves in a very high, intense, political environment that has different actors, and some of which you have seen in the previous elections, 2022, 2017, 2013, how it has been, including 2007 when we had the post-election violence. How has, in your journey, in your career journey, how has have you been affected, and how has your leadership been tested? Please explain to this panel.
Thank you very much, Wakili. From the period in which I became the clerk of Nairobi County Assembly, everybody knows that Nairobi County Assembly is one of the most high pressure and heated legislatures in the country. And for you to be the clerk of the county assembly, you have to develop certain attributes which will assist you to navigate the politics of the day. And navigating political challenges was part of my day-to-day processes. So by the time I left the assembly, I'd already built the ability to navigate through high-pressure processes, and had to build in myself certain values. One was an element of fidelity to the law, that as long as you stand by the law, you'll never find yourself in problems. The other one was I had to develop personal attributes. One of it was on conflict management and consensus builder. When you sit between members of the county assembly, you are the neutral person. You've got no interest. You're not aligned to any of the political formation, and for that reason, you have to gain the confidence of the politician so that they can trust your advice. If you are a partisan person, they'll never gain the trust of your advice. And from that, I emerged as a leader in the Nairobi County. And of course, throughout the process, I encountered challenges. My biggest challenge was in 2017, when now the county assemblies were being sworn in. Under the law, that is the election law, the elections of the speaker is supposed to be conducted by the clerk of the county assembly. Basically, the clerk of the county assembly is the returning officer in the elections of the speaker. That is under the Elections Act and the standing orders. In 2017, I was the one who swore in the members. And before I went to swear in the members, the governor had already gazetted the swearing of the members. Around 8:30, I received a call, and I was told to go to the county governor's office. There was an urgent meeting. When I went to the office, I got into a room, dressed and robed, ready to go to the chamber to swear in members. I found a collection of members, leaders from parliament, senate, even my political leaders. And the issue at the table was that the list of the nominated members had been gazetted earlier, a few days earlier, and according to the discussions on the table, some members had been sneaked in. So the request for me was to delay or to stop the swearing-in ceremony and the elections of the speaker. Yet it is a statutory function. There I was standing. And these were the mightier of political heavyweights in the country. So I stood there. One of the leaders looked at me and told me, kindly use wisdom. So at that particular time, I told the members that the gazettement has already been effected, that the swearing-in must be conducted. And the time of swearing-in has already been gazetted as 9 a.m. The only way you can stop the swearing-in is by production of a court order. Of course, the argument was that there was a court order going round. I demanded for the court order. I told them, using my political management experience, I told them, this is the law. But I can only stop when you produce the court order. So the best I can do as a consensus builder, I'll go to the chamber, since the standing orders allow you as a speaker, because of the speaker of the day, to adjourn the sitting so that I can allow the court order to be produced. So I told them I'm going to go to the house, I'm going to invoke the powers of the speaker of the day, because knowledge of a court order as a lawyer, and you know it very well, that you can be in contempt of court when you're aware of existence of court order and you've gone against the court order. So I assigned one of my legal counsels to go with the court and assist to get the court order. I called after 1 hour. She told me they have not even gone anywhere. So there was actually no court order. So without reference to the political leadership, I walked, I led the procession to the house, I swore the members, I swore in the members, I conducted the election of the speaker, and when I was walking out, the same political leadership came and met me, and they told me, you are a lawyer. So I was basically able to navigate that process through the fidelity to the law and through my political management skills, which I've gained over a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngwele. Back to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Now we will ask Carol Kituku to ask you some questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Muvenge.
Good afternoon, Council.
Let's have a quick conversation on, now that you identify yourself as an expert on dispute resolution, let's have a conversation on that area. Have you been involved in any way in resolution of electoral disputes in Kenya using the court system?
Not at all. Although I've worked with a colleague of mine, that is Dr. Mdomi Ankulu, I've worked on him in the background in the elections petition that he has been handling as his advisor. But not in the technical appearance in the court, but I've been working with Dr. Mdomi Ankulu in the petitions. I've worked with him with the petition which was for the last election petition, also worked with him. So that the reason why I worked with him also wanted to learn.
Which one is this? The presidential,
this is
gubernatorial, which one?
Yeah, this is the presidential petition.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so let's pick it up from there. So what is your understanding of the mandate of the IBC in regard to dispute resolution of the electoral matters?
Thank you very much, our Council. The mandate of IBC with respect to resolution of dispute matters is anchored in the Constitution. Under Article 88(4), the IBC is given the mandate to resolve electoral disputes. And also within the Constitution, the IBC is supposed to resolve electoral disputes relating the pre-elections electoral disputes relating to nominations. That is disputes arising from or relating to nominations. That is the constitutional mandate of IEBC in terms of dispute resolution. And of course, within the Elections Act, now this process now is further enacted, and IEBC has developed, and I was part of the process which came up with those regulations. These are now the rules and procedure of dispute resolution of 2012, which, when I was a clerk of the delegated legislation, I assisted in the development. So IEBC is tasked with resolving disputes arising from and relating to nomination, but all the disputes post-elections, they go to the election petition courts.
At what time do we say that the mandate of the IBC is over and the mandate of the court starts? What triggers that?
The declaration of results. The minute the results are declared and a candidate is declared and is given the relevant certificate, then now the mandate of the election court kicks in.
Okay, so let's go back again to the IBC. Does it have any other mandate for dispute resolution outside the nomination process within the electoral cycle?
Yes. IBC also, there's an issue of code of conduct. Article 84 of the Constitution requires any candidate standing for elections to comply with the code of conduct. That is the political party and the candidates to comply with the code of conduct prescribed by the IBC. Therefore, IBC under the Elections Act, I think it's in the schedule, it has prescribed the code of conduct of candidates and political parties during the electoral period. That is after the gazettement of the election period until the votes are declared. So the issues of code of conduct and this mandate arises from Article 81, which requires that an election, free and fair elections, free from intimidation, threats, undue influence, and corruption.
So, Council, what is the specific mandate then, therefore, of the IBC? I understand what the law says, so I am just interested to have a conversation on how and does the IBC get involved in dispute resolution outside the nomination processes? This is, you understand the electoral cycle.
Yeah.
So within the electoral cycle, from pre, during, and post. So let's go to pre, right? Pre-nomination. Does IBC have any mandate there?
What we need to understand is the period which is prescribed by law is electoral period. electoral period is a period after gazettement and declaration of elections. So that entire period of time, of course, the IEBC will announce the period for nomination. So the issues of primaries, the issues of issues relating to primaries, of course, are preserved of the IEBC, but they have been transferred to the political parties dispute tribunal. Then now leaves the IEBC to deal with the issues of nomination per se. That is where a person is challenged. But back to your question, the issue of code of conduct requires the IEBC to have a committee at the national level which is supposed to deal with the issue of enforcement of code of conduct.
So I was particularly getting interested in hearing your views on how the IEBC resolves any dispute that are raised outside the political arena by the politicians. Can a voter have a dispute that can be raised by the IEBC to the IEBC? Let's say, for example, issues on voter registration, omissions, incorrect information. How does IEBC resolve such disputes when they come to its attention?
Those ones are now, I cannot refer to them as dispute resolutions contemplated by the Constitution, but these are administrative issues. If it's a question of voter registration, because if the question of relating to the voter registration, then this is an administration complaint. But the kind of disputes I'm referring to are quasi-legal disputes.
Okay, let's move on to the issue of the IEBC now and its mandate in the electoral petitions, in the election petitions now. So many a times, and when actually it's not many a times, it is the law that wherever there's an election petition, in whichever form, MCA, gubernatorial, MP, member of parliament, president, the IEBC is always named as a respondent in those petitions. I would like to hear your views on what you think about that and whether it should be an issue of law reform, in the sense that when IEBC is named as a respondent, it ought to take a certain position in the petition, right? And the person who has gone to court challenging for, let's take an example of the presidential petition. The person who has gone to court challenging the validity of the declaration of the results is aggrieved. And IEBC, being the body that was the referee, comes to court and takes a position to defend the person it declared as the winner. So I am just interested philosophically in understanding whether or not that should be the correct legal position, in the sense that it was a referee of the contest of these two people, the person who was declared the winner and the person who is now challenging that validity of that declaration. Should IEBC not take a neutral position, in your view?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Thank you very much, Wakili. And as part of my review of what, if I'm given the opportunity to become the chairman of IEBC, in the course of preparation for this interview and also familiarizing myself with the elections laws and everything, I've identified areas of law reform. And that is one of the provisions which I had concerned with, because in my legal practice as an advocate, it is the party who chooses the parties. It is not the law which chooses the parties, because some of these petitions are disputes between a candidate and a candidate. So then, why would you then bring in the IEBC in a dispute whereby, unless it's only the candidate who has got a specific complaint against the IEBC in terms of how it conducted the elections, how it breached the law, then you should make the IEBC as a respondent. But an automatic enjoining of IEBC by law in all electoral petitions, whether they're for MCAs or anybody, when the IEBC has got no stake, has got no claim in that petition, I don't think it is it's proper, and the same ought to be relooked at, because it has an issue of costs. The biggest, one of the largest, that is the highest expenditure in legal services for IEBC post-elections is payment of lawyers of their legal fees. And you know very well, as a lawyer in your practice, if you are brought in court, you're entitled to your fees. So that one also has an impact in terms of the IEBC budgets. So that is an area which needs to be looked at when you're effecting, if I'm granted the opportunity to be the chairperson of IEBC, Using my legislative experience, legislative drafting experience, that is one of the issues I'll assist the Commission to address.
All right, I hear you. So I am more keen on the neutrality of the IEBC, because we cannot ignore the fact that IEBC ought to be a part in the proceedings. But my concern is, what role does it ought to play? Because does it disadvantage the person who is in court to challenge, and gives an advantage to the person whose validity is being questioned, in the sense that IEBC has taken a position that whatever it did, it's defending that, and the court is, I mean, it's that we, in Kenya, the processes we use is adversarial, right? So the court is not doing an inquisitory, it's adversarial. So that is my thinking, that, and I agree with you to a certain extent that there should be reform issues. Now to the last question. We have this animal called party hopping in Kenya, where a candidate is lost at, or rather the candidate loses a nomination and moves to a different party. Or during the lifetime of the term they're serving, they change parties or are seen to promote ideological ideas of another party. What do you think the IEBC should come in and help in such instances? What is the mandate, or what is the role of the IEBC in that regard?
I understand that your question has got two components. One is pre-election period, and the other one is during the electoral period, isn't it? Of course, the one during pre-election period is an issue of concern to political parties. It's one of the issues which was raised in ADCO in its own recommendation, whereby the political parties want an element of political discipline when people are already elected in a political party. You need to remain in that political party. The minute you espouse the policies or you make public declaration, or you change parties in between, then you've lost the sponsorship of the party which sponsored you. In other jurisdictions, you lose your position, you lose your seat. Although here it's written in law, but it's not implemented. So NADCO, in one of the recommendations, they have recommended, they even want to constitutionalize that issue. In the report, if you look at it, that issue wants to be elevated at the constitutional amendment level, so that there's a constitutional prescription against party hopping once you have been elected. But during the electoral period, before the nomination, the nomination is over, the issue which arises most of them is the issues of becoming an independent or running to another party. It runs counter. If you prescribe a bar on that one, it will definitely run counter against Article 38, which has got the right to vie. Because unless you cannot block a person, if maybe was rigged out in this particular nomination, then that particular person still has the constitutional right to vie in another party. But it's a question of the question of party membership also applies. Can you change your party membership at the last hour? But the constitutional rider on Article 38 will still play. But I think that is an issue to be provided for in the Political Parties Act.
So you've raised another issue that triggers my concern. Mm-hmm. When somebody, as you say, has been rigged out at the party primaries, and they become independent candidates, does that in any way promote democracy? And does it raise any concerns? Like, at one point, you were a member of a certain political party, then you did not get the certificate for nomination, then you resign from that party, and then you become an independent candidate. How does that sit within a democratic state?
Of course, the right to be an independent candidate is a constitutional provision. I think that is Article 85, which provides...
Sorry,
back to your question.
I am asking, in light of the fact that you were not independent from the very beginning. Yes. You were associated with a certain political ideology of a certain political party. But because it did not go the way you wanted for one reason or another, now you come back, now you want to be independent.
Of course, it does not augur well in a democratic setup. what as IEBC needs to do as a regulator of nominations, what the Constitution has prescribed as a function of IEBC and the guiding principles of an electoral system. The IEBC is supposed to regulate nominations. So what IEBC should do, and I'm granted the opportunity to be the chairperson, that's an issue which I'm going to deal with, is to straighten up the issues of political parties nomination. We need to deal with the issues of political parties nomination because nominations are the first stage to an election. And in some instances, there are constituencies whereby if you win nomination, you've become an automatic, you have won the elections, basically. The election day is basically a crowning moment. So what IEBC needs to do, and based on my experience in terms of law reform and legislation, is to implement the component of IEBC which requires to draft the guidelines for nomination. IEBC needs to step forward, number one, to frame clear guidelines on election nominations. Number two is also to police the election nomination so that we can build confidence. Part of this confidence deficit, people are talking about IEBC and elections as a whole, is how shambolic way in which political parties are conducting their political parties nomination. So if IEBC is able to come up with clear framework, because there's nobody else granted the same mandate in the Constitution other than IEBC, then we'll stop this process of party hopping. You will lose your elections and the nomination, you will concede, and we'll move on and wait for the next election. But as long as the political parties, there are no clear guidelines, the conduct of elections, the nominations is still in doubt, then we'll always experience that challenge, which is not good for democracy.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Muvenge. All the best, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Caro. After a glass of water, we will ask Dr. Koki Muli to engage you briefly.
Good afternoon again.
Kitu naitwa linganisa. Hii mtu meusia watu wengi sana, akiusa yeye natoroka.
Na hata ukiangalia hii kwanza amebit kabisa, hii amefanya kazi mpaka
nikieleza hii mahakama kuhusu vile ulikuwa umelewa na ukaushiwa viatu mbaya na mtu, unakuja kusema ni mimi, nitakuwa nasema urongo ndugu yangu.
Urongo Sauri, mimi nimemwambia wewe misuri.
Kwa viatu nilikuhusia?
Hapana.
So, kielele, ni ya nini unaleta hapa kwa
kielele?
Lakini ukiwa mrefi, utachuache kiatu mzuri na kiatu mbaya.
Ndio hiyo unateka advantage ile watu unahusia sababu wamelewa.
Na ni kwa nini uliuza viatu ukijua ni vya mguu moja tena hata havifanani? Sasa,
forgive your manners. Forgive your manners.
The same of these elections are going to be rigged. And that kind of attitude is the one which leads now to low election turnout and disengagement with an electoral process and disillusionment in the electoral system.
Very good. What brings about that? Why do Kenyans or why do voters feel that way? That their vote will not make a difference and what you have just said?
Of course, part of the issue, which of course is also is beyond the mandate of the Commission, is basically the general economic, socio-economic conditions arising in the country, whereby these the issues of unemployment, the issues of jobs and everything. This one whereby people are not seeing the democratic organs or institutions which have been put in place, they are not delivering. During the campaign period, they have been promised delivery of this, we'll do this, we'll deliver this, and that issue is not happening. That one leads to political, voter apathy, because people know that my vote is not going to change anything. The other issue which leads to voter apathy is mismanagement of the electoral system. Mismanagement of the electoral system is a perception that the referee is not fair, that the game is rigged. So that perception, be it the truth or not, whether it has substance or not, is one of the key undermining factor of an electoral system, that you really know that even if I count, even if I vote, the person who will decide the vote is the person who counts the vote. As long as we're able to ensure the voters that this vote is going to count, this vote is not going to be rigged, the process is going to be free and fair, and the elections, whatever you're going to cast is what you're going to get out. And this one can only be achieved through a transparent process, and the legal safeguards are there. Lastly, is also the conduct of the political parties. It's a question of how, that is what I refer to the general conduct of the electoral system, ecosystem. How are the parties conducting their nomination? How have these candidates been arrived at? How have the nominations, how are they conducted? So that one also leads to voter apathy, because the issues of voter suppression through violence and this, through violence or whatever means will also lead to voter apathy, because in the electoral nomination system, if the same nomination systems as nominations processes are mad with irregularities, then this particular person who participated or did not participate in the nomination process, then they'll not find value to go and cast the vote. And that's why the architect of our laws placed the mandate to police the nomination process on the IEBC, because they knew that the two of them are interlinked. Because if you're going to have a nomination process which is not regulated, then the game, the final outcome of the game will not be free and fair. So the general architect of our electoral system includes the issues of policing the nomination system. So that is one of the reasons it was there. But of course, there are challenges in terms of enforcement. And that's why, if I become the chairman of IEBC, knowledgeable about the issues of that the nomination is a problem, I will implement measures to deal with the issues of nomination. How do you deal with the issues of nomination? I've been City Hall for a period of 8 years. I've witnessed nomination. I know the games which are played, voter suppression, and so on. So that is one of the issues which leads to voter apathy.
Thank you very much. Last election, it was said that a huge number of registered voters did not turn out to vote, and perhaps for the reasons that you are giving. Should you be successful in your quest to become the chair of the IEBC, please specify to this panel what measures you will take to mitigate voter apathy, especially now that we have a huge population of potential voters who have attained the age of voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie Senior. Of course, as I've already previously stated, part of the reason why you have voter apathy, even if you prescribe the medicine, you're not going to get a cure until you deal with the trust deficit. So as granted an opportunity to be the chairperson of the IEBC, the first and most important duty I'll do is to lead the commission to regain its trust in the electoral system. And that one I'll undertake through a national dialogue with every stakeholders. The bulk of the voter apathy is with the youth. So we'll have to institute a national dialogue discussion or a conversation. Why are you indifferent? Why are you not participating in elections? It's very important to be honest. You meet the different group of individuals through a stakeholder engagement. You have a meeting with the youth. I can label the National Dialogue Conference as the IEBC we want, so that as an IEBC is able to get feedback on, so that they can deal with this particular issue about the electoral, how the referee has been the reason or the cause of voter apathy. The other issue I'll address is the issue of voter registration. Of course, if you look at the data, maybe it's just because here we don't go deeper like the way the Americans do, whereby they do post-poll opinion polls and they're able to dictate or discern patterns in voting patterns, you will find out that part of the reason we have low voter turnout is a question of voter registration. That I registered at the time I'd gone for Easter holiday in Mwingi, but the elections are held in August and I'm in Nairobi, I'm not available to go. So that way, we really need to relook at our voter registration system and processes. And for that reason, if I'm granted the opportunity to be the chairman of IDC, I'm going to digitalize the voter registration system so that it's not manual. You don't need to go to a polling station to register as a voter. Or you don't need to go and verify your voting or inspect the register at the polling station. Why doesn't the IEBC have an application, a digital platform, whereby, like what we do have in lawyers, we have the e-filing system, there's another SASA system, we have the KRA system, a digital platform relating to voter register, so that, which is interactive enough that a voter can basically register immediately, and if a voter wishes to shift or to move their vote, they don't have to wait until the register, the period for relocating or transferring your election details to come about. So that is one of the reasons, one of the areas we need to address.
Thank you very much. Wouldn't that require legislation?
Yes.
Just brief.
Yeah. Yes, it requires an amendment of the Elections Act. The election. Do I proceed?
Thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. Unless you have something to add.
No. If you're contented, I'm okay with it.
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now ask FCPA Tanui to also ask you some questions.
Bwana Muvenge.
Yes.
Yes. During your introduction, my colleague here, Vice Chair, asked you about skills. And one of the skills that you mentioned is that you have public finance management skills. Is that correct?
Yes, CPA, Tanui.
Yes, and you also said that you've been an accounting officer for the County Assembly of Nairobi. You're accounting officer for how many years?
I was accounting officer for the duration of time I was a clerk. That is a period of 8 years.
So when did you leave County Assembly of Nairobi?
I left the County Assembly, ceased to be the clerk in the year 2022.
Which month?
That was around March.
March.
Yeah, there was, in between there were issues with the court cases and everything, and after the determination, that is when I ceased to be the accounting officer.
Okay.
Yes.
One of the responsibilities of any accounting officer under the PFM Act is to ensure that public resources are lawfully used, they are authorized, they are used in an economical, efficient, effective way, and in a transparent manner. When you mentioned that you are the accounting officer, I actually looked at the Auditor General's report for the County Assembly of Nairobi for the year 2022. And there were a lot of issues that were raised, issues on the financial statements. First of all, it was an adverse opinion, and I believe as an accounting officer, you know what an adverse opinion says with regard to your financial reports. You are aware what an adverse opinion means?
Yes, I'm aware of adverse opinion.
You are aware of that. Huh? So it was an adverse opinion for the financial statements. And they raised over 20 issues, touching on unsupported, unauthorized compensation to employees, payment of allowances to staff above their job grade, And of interest to me, since you are a lawyer and you are the accounting officer, is that you overshot your legal fees budget by over 7.7 million. And in terms of your report on lawfulness, effectiveness of public resources, there were 3 issues with regard to report on internal controls. So there were a lot of issues that were raised, actually a total of 26 audit queries that were raised by the Auditor General. So if appointed the chair, and you've told us you have these public finance management skills. And as I said, I think earlier today that IEBC is one of the biggest beneficiaries of public resources. In fact, if you followed in the media recently, they were seeking for over 61 billion to conduct the 2027 general elections. So how will these public finance management skills that you've told us you have, given the finding of the Auditor General in the County Assembly with regard to use of public resources and the big picture that we have for this country as chair of IEBC?
Thank you very much, CPA Tanui. As I mentioned to you, that there were court issues. From the period between 2019 to 2022, I was not the functional clerk. There were court orders which had decided that I step aside from the official discharge of the duties. They were made by the employment court. And therefore, even if on record was still the clerk and everything, if you look at those accounts audited report, you will see the person who has signed the financial statement. If you can peruse, you'll realize that I'm not the one who signed the financial statement. You know very well that it's accounting officer who is supposed to sign the financial statement. So those are not accounting statements of the period in which I was functionally the accounting officer. That is from period of 2019 to 2022, there were acting clerks. There were a series of acting clerks. The court had already ruled due to the issues which were in the assembly, then I step aside. But the period between 2013 to 2019 had clean auditor reports, had clean opinion from the Auditor General. You can look at them. They're available in the public domain. These issues arose during that period of time with the officers who took up the institution. So in terms of running a clean, an efficient institution in terms of financial management, my period from 2013 to 2019, those reports of the Auditor General are very clear that we were very effective in the use of public finance. I understand that the IEBC, as you have already put, the IEBC is one of the biggest, it has a huge budget, and those expenditure patterns are during the period of time, during the elections period. Therefore, the IEBC Commission, pursuant to its constitutional mandate to provide, to formulate policies and formulate strategies, even though it is not the commission which is the accounting officer. The commissioners are not the accounting officer. The accounting officer is the secretary to the commission. But using the policy formulation and the strategies of mandate and oversight mandate, I'll be in a position to assist the commission to achieve its financial obligations without raising any queries with the Auditor General. And I'm aware that issues have been raised with the Auditor General, but I can be of assistance so that the Commission can get clean reports like the ones which I got when I was an accounting officer.
Why I raise that question is that you told us actually you were the clerk until 2022. You didn't tell us from 2019 to 2022 you are not in office. That is when you did your introduction. So it's on that basis that I was picking up that issue.
But anyway,
yes.
Let me just raise something in relation to what he has said. Yeah. In the year when he was the accounting officer, year ended 2018, June 30th, there was 211 million shillings paid outside IFMIS from the auditor's report. 211, 351, 680 were made outside IFMIS during the financial year 2017-2018 as tabulated below by the County Assembly.
Yes.
Yeah, so there are audit queries on your accounts for the year that you are the accounting officer, even though you have mentioned that there was none.
The issues I'm saying is that that report, I don't think whether it gave an adverse opinion. What we need to understand is that from the period of 2013 to maybe recently, the assemblies were not, the IFMIS was not, all of us were not on IFMIS, the IFMIS has not been rolled out to the entire county governments. It's only recently that we have had a complete rollout of IFMIS. So invariably, because of the challenges of IFMIS, the system like in Nairobi, that issue of IFMIS, paying out of IFMIS, was an issue which was cleared by the committee when it was established that the assembly had not been integrated. The IFMIS system had not been brought to the assembly, so it proposed that payments had to be paid out of IFMIS, but there was no loss of public funds.
Okay.
The report does not say that there was loss of public funds. It's just a question of that payments were not paid on IFMIS, but there was no loss of public funds because these were just processes, because if IFMIS took a while for it to be completely rolled out in the counties.
Fair enough. The 3.2 bank reconciliations, the assembly did not prepare bank reconciliations for 5 bank accounts disclosed, and then he details the amounts there. So there's quite a bit from the reports that you have alluded to have been clean. I think there's quite a lot. It's just that time does not allow us. But can you please proceed?
Thank you, Chair, for those clarifications. Let's move on. One of the areas that have come out, and I think you did mention that there are several bills and regulations that are yet to be enacted or promulgated that touch on IEBC. One of them is the IEBC fund. What would you, as a chair of IEBC, what would you do to operationalize that fund? It is there in law. And as you give us a way forward, how different will that fund be, or how helpful will it be to the operations of IEBC, given the current funding arrangement that is done through the Exchequer? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The issue of IEBC fund is not unique to the IEBC only, the issue of funds. It's also an issue at the judiciary with respect to the judiciary fund. It's also an issue at the parliamentary service regarding to the parliamentary fund. Even where I was in the county assembly, our laws which governs operations establish the county assembly service fund. But the law can establish fund, but the fund has to be funded. So that's where the problem is. The fund is basically like a basket, it's like an account. It doesn't generate its own money. It is a repository where extra resources can be kept so that they can be plugged back in after years. If you're not using these resources, you can. So the idea of a fund in terms of when you establish this institution, it means if at the end of your financial year, you had been given a budget of 16 billion and you're not able to extinguish the entire budget and you have left with maybe a surplus of around 5 million, you can deposit that fund, that amount of money into the fund so that it can be carried over. Unlike the financial system whereby at the end of every financial year, the PFM requires those budgetary resources to revert back to the treasury. So when you have a fund, the funds are supposed to be deposited there. The other use of the fund is when we are getting special funds for particular purposes, special purposes. Like maybe you had requisition funds for voter delimitation exercise, and the treasury had already allocated resources of around 5 billion for that particular exercise, and for one reason or another, that exercise is not able to be executed. Instead of returning those resources back to the national treasury, the resources can be deposited there. Of course, the other one is also extra funding. So this fund has always been a big debate with the national treasury. Due to limited resources, they argue that there's a lot of demand from the entire Exchequer has got a lot of claim. So there's no, that is the argument, it's not my argument, that it will not be useful when we actually borrowing money from the banks to pay your recurrent expenditures, then we give you the money and you keep it in a fund. But the reason why the IBC fund was supposed to be kept is that these resources can remain with IBC even if they're not utilized, all of them. It's a question of engagement with the National Treasury so that they can understand. And for that reason, it's very incumbent upon the IBC commissioners who understand this public finance arrangement to negotiate. And that's why I'm offering myself based on my political skills. It's a question of negotiation with the National Treasury. When I was the clerk of the County Assembly of Nairobi, the requirement was that we'll get money from the National Treasury real time. Yet parliaments don't get money real time. Parliaments operate within immediate needs. There's a need for money today, then you need to pay for that services. But the controller of budget had come up with guidelines whereby you can only first of all requisition the funds, and once you requisition the funds, that's when you're going to be paid. But the funds may be to pay for an emergency, maybe a trip or a retreat or something. So what I did, using my political management skill and experience, had a meeting with Madam Agnes Odhiambo. And we agreed, explained to her, look, the assemblies are different. We really need to have money in our bank account to fund our operations. And the agreement we agreed on, that she will allow us to get 20 million in advance. We utilize that 20 million, and then we account later, then we get the next refill. And for that purpose, we are able to have a sustainable flow of activities without interruption. And that is a negotiation. So IBC requires that skill, that you can be able to go to offices and negotiate. You can go and explain your position to the National Treasury, because having interacted with the National Treasury, myself as an accounting officer, it's all about negotiation. It's all about explaining your position and understanding. Then this fund can be activated, it can get money. Those activities, when we have not utilized our resources, we can still retain the resources so that we don't even end up with issues of something like pending bills. One of the greatest causes of pending bills is that the financial year comes to an end, you already have a contract which is ongoing, and by the time the new financial year has hit in, then the resources have already been transferred back to the National Treasury, and you are supposed to rebudget again. But when you have a fund, if IBC was in the process of procuring some goods and services, it's able to store those resources in the fund because they had already been budgeted and paid back at the end, at the advent of the new financial year. We will be in a position now to go back to the fund and pick up those resources. It's a question of having a pocket. I'm not able to buy today, I've put the money in this pocket. Tomorrow, I'll be able to pay when you deliver the goods. That is basically the idea surrounding the IBC fund.
Thank you. And lastly, now given your area of expertise as an accounting officer, you've appointed the chair of IBC. What accountability mechanism or structures will you put in place to ensure that the resources that have been given to IBC, aware that you are not the accounting officer, but you are responsible for the commission. You are the head of that election management body. So what structures as the chair and chair of commissioners will you put in place for accountability and transparency in the use of public resources?
Of course, the utilization, the expenditures I've already agreed is that it's a work of the accounting officer, but it is the IBC, the commission, to exercise oversight and provide the strategic directions and policies for utilization of the resources. So I'll implement two mechanisms. First is a question of procurement planning, financial planning and procurement planning. One of the areas whereby you have challenges in terms of effective utilization of the resources is lack of proper procurement planning. Of course, it is the work of for the accounting officer to procure goods and services, but it is the work of the commission to approve the procurement plan. So at that level, using the relevant committee of the commission, that is the finance, I know the IBC has got a finance and a supply chain committee, that committee can engage the secretariat periodically so that they can have quarterly. What we used to have in the county assembly when I was the clerk of the assembly, every financial year before the beginning of the financial year, almost 3 months, anticipating the budget that we are going to have, we will come up with the procurement plans for the other financial year. Then we'll have it approved by the board. We'll have a discussion with the board. So every quarterly, we will present our progress reports to the subcommittee, the relevant subcommittee of the board, so that we can have a conversation and engagement, so that that discussion is there. So in terms of yes,
that's one.
Yes.
The second one, so that we save on time.
One
Say
of-
two strategies. One is the procurement plan. The other one is
The other one is establishment of these committees so that they have clear mandates. If you look at the IBC, the commission committees do not have an establishment. They are not clear in terms of their mandate, and that is one of the recommendation which was made in the Kregler's report. If you look at the Kregler's report, he actually pointed out that these committees of IBC, they have got no foundation in legislation. So we really need to enhance the functionality of the committees by stipulating their mandate in legislation through law reform. That is what I'll also, so that these committees can be robust, so that there's no pull back and forth between the Secretariat and the Commission that you interfere in our line of control, yet the committees have got clear mandate in terms of that more effective, effective oversight of the resources.
wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, FCP Tanui. This time, I want to ask Evans Misati to ask you some questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mr. Mfenge, now I want to ask you a question related to the level of preparedness that we need to have as a country before the 2027 general election. If you are given an opportunity and you are the chair, assume you are the chair of IEBC today, or rather when you are given that opportunity, what would be your priority areas in preparation for the 2027 general election? Just to mention a few. No, not.
Thank you very much, Member Misati, Mr. Misati. We are all aware that by the time this process of constituting the commission is in place, we'll only have hardly 2 years to the election. And if you look at the what we refer to as the electoral cycle, we are now in the second electoral cycle, which is pre-election cycle, which comprises of activities where this is when there's trainings, planning, information, and voter registration exercise. So the commission, when it takes office, and if I'm lucky and privileged to be appointed as a commissioner, the first priority area of engagement will be law reforms. You cannot conduct, they recommend law reform. Law reform means we really need to work on our laws. That is the IBC, as I mentioned, currently has got 4 pieces of legislations which are critical for smooth functions of the election. The other, IBC also has got almost around 8 regulations which also requires to be taken to Parliament and approved by Parliament before they are gazetted. So that will be my immediate priority, to use my legislative expertise and my political management experience to assist the Commission to navigate and to ensure these regulations are in place before the elections are run. Because we have a culture, and the Supreme Court has actually, and other courts have said, there's a culture that these elections laws are passed 3 months or 6 months or to the elections. So if I become the chairperson of IBC, I'll ensure that the elections laws are passed. I'll assist the Commission to ensure that the election laws are passed early. The other issue I'll deal with is the issue of voter registration. We really need to deal with that issue of voter registration. We'll have to look at the direction in which the issue of boundary delimitation.
That is sorted. If you can kindly mention them.
Oh, I mentioned them.
So
Don't want explanation. So, okay, if it's a question of mentioning, I deal with the issue of electoral planning and operations, sorting out the issues of the logistics of IBC. I'll have to organize a logistical program which runs from 2 years to the election time, so that some activities of the elections which are non-essential can be brought forward and can be handled within the pre-election period. And basically, that is my answer.
Thanks so much. Now, it's in public domain that in the past, the political influence or attempts to influence the IPC through a commissioner is a risk So what do you think you can do as a chair if you are faced with such an influence, and how will you mitigate that as a commission? You know what happened in Pomas? The boardroom rapture, such like issues. So how do you think you'll be able to face that or mitigate that as if you are a chair of the IPC?
Thank you very much, Mr. Misati. Of course, it's very important that if I become the chairperson of the commission, to make my members understand. Of course, the law provides that before you assume a state office, you must swear an oath of office. That is the most important thing. Then you must also subscribe to a code of conduct. So it's very important at the outset for the members of the commission to understand the code of conduct and the extent, especially Article 74 and 75 of the Constitution. So
Are you saying the ones who did that had not sworn the code of conduct or not sworn to? They are done the same. So what is it that you can do different, please, so that we are able to move? The people who did that, the influence that happened, the same commissioners had been sworn. They had sworn, they had taken oath. So what different can you do?
What I can do, of course, I was building up on the issue of sensitization. There's a question of understanding the code of conduct. Number two, I'll also use the system of ADR. My political skills, I've been in the parliament, I've been in committees of parliament, I've been in committees of the county assembly, and the issues of conflict of interest, issues of member behaving badly, or members crossing the line, or issues of integrity, sometimes they'll arise. The skill which you have learned in those institutions, first of all, is to deal with the members. What we say, can you empty the secretariat out so that we have a one-on-one meeting? Because if I say that the minute we are aware of that, we institute Article 251 process of removal, I don't think that will be the first. The first step will be, first of all, to deal with the ADR. You must have a bare knuckle meeting. I've been in committees of parliament whereby members have had bare knuckle discussions. Where you must change. That is the first strategy. Number two, if a member does not change, if the conduct of that particular member borders criminality, if the conduct of that member infringes on the Electoral Offences Act, then we'll institute a relevant complaint as a commission to the relevant agencies to take charge. Thirdly, if that conduct, again, we in our own discussion, that is an issue which it has to be agreed as a commission, then we can sign a petition to institute or to start Article 251 process for removal of a member. But my political skills, my political experience skills means that, first of all, you must have coherence. You must have cohesion, and you must have communication channels in the commission so that when these issues are rising, you yourself, you can first of all handle them. If you're not able to handle them, then the law will take its course.
Thanks so much. You have tried to answer the question. Now, lastly, you are aware that the political parties, as the key stakeholders, how will you manage the political parties in a scenario where you find that political parties have diverse interests, and a situation where they put pressure on you? Which mechanism can you use to ensure that there is dialogue to engage the political parties, so that when you have your plans as IEBC, election management plans, the regulations that you're talking about, you mentioned about regulations and wanting to make sure that they are passed. You cannot be able to pass them without involving the key stakeholders who are actually the users. It's like a football game. You have to tell the players the rules of the game. So what will you do to ensure that you have a smooth learning relations with the political parties?
The first point is we should, as a commission, develop a stakeholder plan specifically tailor-made to deal with this one particular stakeholder. We might have the broader stakeholder plan, but we must have a stakeholder strategy
naitwa linganisa. Hii mtu meusia watu wengi sana, akiusa yeye natoroka.
Na hata ukiangalia hii kwanza amebit kabisa, hii amefanya kazi mpaka
nikieleza hii mahakama kuhusu vile ulikuwa umelewa na ukaushiwa viatu mbaya na mtu, unakuja kusema ni mimi, nitakuwa nasema urongo ndugu yangu.
Urongo Sauri, mimi nimemwambia wewe misuri.
Na viatu nilikuhusia? Hapana. So, kielele, ni nini unaleta hapa kwa
kelele?
Lakini ukiwa mrefi, utachuache kiatu mzuri na kiatu mbaya.
Ndio hiyo unateka advantage ile watu unahusia sababu wamelewa.
Na ni kwa nini uliuza viatu ukijua ni vya mguu moja tena hata havifanani? Sasa
forgive your manners. Forgive your manners, mheshimiwa.
Nakwambia ongea lugha ya taifa, wacha kujifanya unajua Kiingereza na haujui.
Rudimitwe. Rudimitwa.
Tangu lini mwerevu akajinyoa mwenyewe?
Najibwaga uringoni na maswali mengi kinywani.
Je, mtandao huu usipodhibitiwa pasi na kuwa na mipaka utawafanya vijana wetu kuwa na utumwa?
Sisi ambao ni vijana wa huku Kenya tunaiga tabia ama tamaduni za nchi za kigeni.
Kupitia kwa mtandao huu vijana wana uhuru wa kukashifu uongozi mbaya.
Je, wakidhibiti hii mtandao alafu janga lingine litokee, wanafunzi watasomaje?
Mtajie visiwa viwili unavyovijua katika bara la Afrika.
Siwa cha Zanzibar.
Piga makofi jamani.
We want to look at this conversation of generational gap. It's something that has been outside there. In the political circle, many things have happened. Also in church, we've had those complaints.
Now we have a group of young people that are everything different.
Wow.
From how their parents were when they were young. Because we have so much freedom. And sometimes when freedom is too much, it can be abused.
That's right.
And they usually say actually true freedom has limits. So let's give honor to those that are due honor. It doesn't mean I agree with you. It doesn't mean that I say yes to you. It says we may disagree, but respectfully.
Wow.
The first time, entire period of time contemplated by the law for maturity. So you have these issues of passing the law very quickly, then you bypass the stakeholder public participation element. That is one of the areas that I was very key and very keen on. The issues of policies also, once the policies are brought to the institution, there's an issue that which arises that the executive will bring policies, you will be called to a meeting at the office of the governor, they'll tell you we need to pass this housing policy, and this policy must be adopted tomorrow so that we can proceed. But as a technical advisor of the house, I was stuck to the rules that this process must undergo the relevant public participation exercise. The other issue, apart from the legal requirement of public participation, was the conduct of the public participation. There is what we call cursory, or you are doing public participation for the sake of ticking the boxes. Public participation, as I'm aware, as a lawyer, going by the decision of the High Court in Kiambu County, because in 2013, the Kiambu County Assembly did the same thing. They passed a budget without the adequate stakeholder engagement. And that issue went to the High Court, and it led to the court case, which has become the bedrock of effective or the extent of the public participation exercise. So aware of this legal requirement, as a clerk, I ensured that we have effective public participation, which means the relevant actors, if you had passing a legislation in Nairobi, you must, if affecting matatu, you must have a presence of those stakeholders, and those stakeholders must also be explained what is there, because what we want to achieve is to get a feedback, so that this feedback can enrich our legislative process. So that has been my experience as advisor of the Assembly in terms of the requirements and how to conduct stakeholder engagement in critical matters of law. And granted an opportunity to be the chairperson of IEBC, having undergone through this particular process, having first-hand experience in terms of the legal consequences of not undertaking an effective stakeholder engagement, I'll be in a position to assist the Commission to navigate this particular process through my expertise and experience.
Thank you. I just want to do one small follow-up question to the question that was asked by CPA Tanui. Sorry, FCPA Tanui. And you are trying to suggest that IEBC can actually be keeping money, or rather funds, beyond the stipulated financial period. Did you know that the 1-year financial period stipulated for every government agency and institution is purposely meant to control performance? And in that, if an institution is not able to utilize the funds allocated in a year, it is a sign of lack of good performance. If you're not able to absorb, if an institution is not able to absorb the monies meant for that financial year, then it means there is lack of capacity or competence to use the money. Or something else has changed, because that is always the assumption. I don't know what the expert has to say on this, but I don't want to involve you in a debate, but I just wanted to point that one out so that you don't leave the room thinking that that would be appropriate.
Basically, I can just basically answer. Of course, if at the end of financial year you have not exhausted your budget resources, it means there's a challenge in terms of your internal processes, how you have been able to manage your public finance resources, in terms of procurement planning, and also implementation of those particular plans. That one is basically for a commission, that will be an issue. As an oversight, part of oversight mandate of the commission, that will be one of the issues the commission should ask itself. Out of our procurement plan, why have you not been in a position to utilize these resources, and have you led us to have surplus resources or to return money to the treasury? However, back to your question, of course, the Public Finance Management Act provides for that. This money must, at the end of the financial year, all the unutilized resources, they're supposed to revert back to the national treasury. However, as a legislative expert, because I've drafted similar legislations which have got funds, I've drafted the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Act, which restructured KARI and established KALRO. As a part of legislative design, you can create a fund within the particular law for reasons, but although the budget committees in Parliament frown against that kind of drafting. So basically, there are certain exemptions made to certain institutions so that they can be allowed to keep money beyond their financial year. And that is why the legislative design is to have that money deposited in a fund. So that fund now can be, if you have not been able to complete, or maybe this particular procurement process for if you start procuring Kim's kit now, and we have already obtained almost 10 billion from the National Treasury for IBC for the next financial year. And then this process has been marred with court cases like it has happened before, where the matters have dragged all the way to the Court of Appeal. The IBC, the idea to have the fund is that this money now for that exemption or circumstance can be deposited in the fund, so that once you resolve, because the procurement has already been started, and by the end of the day, the court can also agree that the procurement was done properly. You will now proceed and continue with the procurement. But what will happen, if you don't have those resources, you'll have to go back and restart procurement afresh. So that is the legislative design of having a fund. And that's why it has been given to few institutions: Parliament, Judiciary, IEBC, and also the county assemblies. That's the one in the legislative design, the funds are created for that particular purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask Bwana Bore to also ask you some questions.
Mvenge.
Yes, sir.
In the discussions you've had with you, one of your strengths you believe is political persuasions and ability to negotiate. You have mentioned a few cases where you talked with the Auditor General to allow you to do some arrangements so that you can have some little money to spend. While that is the case, between 2017 and 2018, and I think 2019, you spend most of your time running away from your office, maybe because of MCAs and the clerk of the assembly trying to chase you away from office. Wouldn't you use your political skills to negotiate yourself back to the office?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bore. I think if you were to ask me today, the job of a clerk of assembly, it's a job which I cannot say I cannot take. That's why I'm taking the IEBC job, because it's equivalent to that one. But these are political offices. Like the one in the county assembly was an issue again of a political dispute between me as an accounting officer and my chair lady or the speaker. Those tensions which we have also had within the county assemblies, whereby a new leadership comes to office, and because of the positions you have taken in terms of firmness, processes, and the firmness and how you want to implement things, a political decision is made out there to hold you out of office. So those are the challenges I encountered. The first one, first of all, was to institute a malicious criminal case against myself and my management officers. We were arrested, Kamata Friday, we were thrown out, we went to court, and the court under Section 210 returned us back to office. So the job of a CEO without proper structures has got those challenges. And that's why, if I'm given the opportunity to become the CEO, sorry, the term has been my lingo for many years, the chairperson of the IEBC, I'll be able to assist the commission to navigate that terrain so that we don't have these unnecessary tensions between the commission and the secretariat, the chairperson and the CEO. I've lived that experience. I've gone through that experience. And what I can do if I sit at that different side, I'll be able to assist the commission not to navigate that one, so that the secretariat is given the latitude to discharge its duties. Back to your question, whether I need to negotiate my way back. After I left the assembly, I decided to go, because I'd gained experiences, I'd gained competencies, I decided to open a law firm so that I can go back to what I'd set up in life to do, that is practice of law, and also to set up a consultancy so that I can now use my skills which I'd acquired in assisting other institutions. So going back, negotiating back to the county assembly, I think that was a period of time which was very good. I was able to set up the institution from zero to what it is today. So I believe that in life you have to go to the next step and take up the next challenge. And this is now the challenge I'm coming in to take, if you give me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mvenge. Now, in 2018, you just alluded that you are charged in the court of law, and you are charged with 5 others with very serious offenses under the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the Penal Code, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, for unlawful acquisition of public property. Maybe this is a chance for you to explain to the public how that ended, and is it part of the problems that you faced at the County Assembly of Nairobi?
Thank you very much for bringing that particular issue. As having set up the institution in 2013, I was able, by 2017, I'd established the entire institution. So in 2017, there was change of leadership in the assembly because the clerk is a permanent officer. Now you get a new political leadership. And during those particular process, a decision was made by my political leadership to get rid of, to hound us out of office, because that is what that issue I've said, that is what the court found, to order us out of office, together with my management team and also the leaders of the board. So part of the scheme was to create a fictitious or malicious accusation that we had not supplied, we had paid for goods not delivered, books worth around 800,000, and that complaint was based on a draft report of the internal auditor. We were arrested, Kamata Friday. We went to court. We were charged, and the court, we were acquitted under section 210, which means you had no case to answer. And the court, in its judgment, basically made a finding that this case was maliciously brought by the complainant to effect a change in the institution. So this was basically a classic case of abusing the legal process to get rid of officers. And of course, these are the perils of public service in this country. And having undergone that particular process, if you grant me this opportunity to be the chairperson of the IEBC, I will not want to visit the same on my officers or the secretary. I don't think that we need to weaponize the criminal process to remove people from office, though that was the genesis of the case, and the judgment is here. I've come with a judgment, and if you look at it, you will see the court, when acquitting us, it actually made that finding, that those charges were baseless, the complaint was baseless, and it was malicious case.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish you the best, Muvenge.
Thank you very much. And you, together with the ambassador, you have actually pronounced the name the way it's supposed to be pronounced.
Okay, let's try Muvenge. We want to ask Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair Jacob. Just some preliminaries before I shoot my question. At the moment that you are applying,
move close to the mic.
At the moment that you are applying for this chairmanship, were you aware that the Parliamentary Service Commission would be providing secretarial services to the selection panel?
Actually, I was not aware. I just saw the advertisement the last minute. I moved very quickly. I just picked up, even if you look at my CV, I had not had an opportunity to engage on it, so I did not know that the Parliamentary Service Commission will provide the secretariat services to this particular body.
That is in spite of your legislative expertise that you told us that is your forte. Anyway, I won't ask because you knew what I was going to ask.
Yes, I know.
Now let me go back to where my good friend Bore has left. Because one of the things that you talked about as your skill set when you are answering the vice chair, and as Bore has clarified, was political skills. And I think you have spent some time showing us how your case was weaponized politically. What Bore was trying to say was that if you have political skills, then isn't it also true that in that political divide, you had your side of the political class fighting your case? What do I mean? That after you were acquitted, rightly so, you decided not to take public office, that even the one you took in Isiolo is more of advisory. And it happens, using your political skills, that the governor there was at one point both minority and majority leader in the Nairobi County Assembly. What does that tell us, given the job that you want to take, which is a political office? Wouldn't one insinuate that if you became IEBC chair, you'd use your political skills?
Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, I think I need to put into context what I meant by political management skills. Political management skill did not mean I'm a politician. I meant that I've been a political manager of politicians. So a clerk of the county assembly is a political manager, is a manager of politicians. So being a manager of politicians, in the course of your process, you become a political manager. You acquire political management skills. The law governing the officers of parliament, both at the Parliamentary Service Commission and the County Assembly Service, requires that the officers of these institutions must be non-partisan. You should not be aligned to any political side. That is what I learned in Parliament, and that is what, when I was in the Assembly, I was non-partisan. Had I been a politician there, had I had a political side, I'll be back in office. But because I decided to be an officer, what I've learned before is not align yourself to anybody, go there, do your job. I went to City Hall without knowing any politician. I was sent, I carried my laptop, I arrived, and I set up institution. But in the course of my doing the work which I'd set up to do, which I thought is what is in Parliament, whereby the officers in Parliament are insulated from the political intrigues, I found myself thrown in. And thrown into that particular moment, that is where now I found myself in, and I had to leave because now I'm a Kamba in Nairobi. I don't have any political, I don't belong to ODM, I don't belong to Jubilee. So, but the problem, that is how it was. Working for the governor in Isiolo, the governor was, when we started the assembly, he was my minority leader, he was my majority leader later, and also, he was my member of the board. So we worked well with him. And he understood my professional confines. He understood my legal skills. He appreciated my knowledge of the law. He appreciated that it doesn't require a courtier to please him. Sitting there as a governor, he needs a legal counsel who is able to give him independent legal advice out of the legal department within the county. And that's why he requested me to come in as a legal advisor so that I can be giving him that independent legal advice whenever the need calls upon. So it was not because he was my political protector. It's just because during the course of engagement with him, he actually appreciated the limits and my skills and my integrity in terms of integrity and also my legal skills.
I know him very well. That's why I brought it up. Now, Jacob Ngwele, after being acquitted, he says that these political intrigues and public office, I'm done with it. I want to go and open my law firm and do what I professionally was trained for. Those are your words. Yeah?
I did not leave because I was acquitted. I came back to office, and then
a new political regime.
Yes. No, okay. It was during the new political regime that after they failed to get me out with the criminal case, they went ahead and instituted another process. And in between, I realized that.
You decided, let me go and open my law firm and proceed. And then barely 2 years later, Jacob Ngwele again is like, I want a public office. Where does Jacob Ngwele draw the line? Wouldn't the same political intrigues follow you into the IEBC chairmanship? Or what clothing does IEBC chairmanship have that will keep you away from the political intrigues that drove you away from the clerk of the Nairobi County Assembly?
Thank you very much, Council. I have to put the issue into context. What I said is that there was a court case, and afterwards, my political, I can call the leadership, I don't want to name names here, but whoever had the desire to hound us out of office devised another scheme. And that scheme was basically to question how my transition from parliament to the county assembly, how it happened. And that the issue, of course, was created there, that I was not properly there. So many issues arose. And basically, my natural inclination was to go back to parliament because I'd come on secondment. But I realized at that particular point that instead of going back to parliament, having grown through the profession, having attained certain skill sets, having attained certain experience, it was good for me. It will be demoralizing for me to go back at a junior position. It's better now to grow further and pick up the next challenge, which it's the destiny of us lawyers. So I will not be a quitter. Become the chairman of IEBC, I'll not be a quitter.
Lastly, can you share with the panel any experience you have had in managing teams and resolving conflicts, especially in high-pressure situations, if you have come across any?
Thank you very much. I'll still draw back to my long experience in the legislature, both the national and county assembly, is that being at the heart of the political process, you are the one who is called upon to give the advice or to provide guidance in that particular process. I was the head of the secretariat. And being the head of the secretariat there, I had officers behind me. So basically, I was the team captain. I was the head of the team, which was required to motivate the team so that they can implement. During my period of time, throughout the period I was there, we normally used to encounter on a daily basis challenges which our politicians could not even understand. But as the team captain, drawing from my skill sets and my ability to navigate those particular processes, I will lead the team to deliver what was required, both from the leadership in the assembly in terms of the work we're supposed to do, and also from the executive. So throughout the period of time, the achievements I was able to achieve in terms of building the chamber of the assembly and committee room, I did not do it alone. I did it as a team captain of a well-organized team which had procurement officers, accountants, and architects. So, and most of these processes, we used to do them under pressure. Pressure of time, pressure of resources. Therefore, I have the inbuilt capacity to withstand pressure. I also have the ability to manage teams so that I basically can describe myself as a transformational leader. I'm able to identify a problem. I'm able to pick up a vision for that particular problem, and then I'm able to manage the team, to guide them so that they can achieve that particular objective. So I'm a team player.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you have some quick questions, please, for the candidate?
Bwana, you have told us the way one of your skill sets is in legislative experience. One of the celebrated legislative administrators and served for very long as a parliamentary clerk in the 70s. He wrote Parliamentary Practice in Kenya. More recently, posthumously, he wrote, or his writings were published, Parliamentary Demise and Rebirth in Kenya. Who is that person?
The clerks have known, this one might have been James Ngugi. Whether it was James Ngugi, because the clerks of parliament, one was James Ngugi, then you have Japheth Masia, you had Lindiri, and then you had Gishoi. So if he was in 70s, the clerk who was in office at 70s was basically James Ngugi. And James Ngugi was succeeded by Japheth Masia, that was now post-70s. So
let me try and correct a little bit.
Yes.
Do you know of a parliamentary staffer who wrote those two books?
Yeah, if it's a parliamentary staffer, then it's definitely my colleague, my former colleague, Kirui.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't know whether I've answered you. Have I got it right?
That one will be for the panel to decide whether you got it right or not. But I like the way you have walked through the previous clerks. That's why I was revising the question. You served in the city of Directors. What's the difference between Nairobi City as a county and Kisumu City as a county?
Thank you very much. Kisumu City as a county is with respect to the municipality of Kisumu, that is a city, under the Urban Areas and Urban Areas Act, whereby you can recognize certain cities which have grown in terms of population and development into cities, but that does not change their nature, that is their county. However, Nairobi County is a county and also a city. All of them are merged together. So you'll never go and create the city of Kariobangi or the city of Buruburu. There'll always be one city in Nairobi. But if Kisumu was privileged enough, they can have two cities if they're able to grow those urban areas to the levels envisaged under the Urban Areas and Cities Act to be cities. They'll gain recognition, so you'll have one county with two cities. But Nairobi is a city and a county.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Uvengei. We have enjoyed this discussion with you. Very robust responses and answers, and we are grateful that you came. We would like to ask you if you have any question for us or any comment you'd like to make, kindly.
Thank you very much, members of the panel. I'm very grateful. I've gone for interviews before. This is one of the most engaging interviews because the traditional format of interviews I'm used to is who is this, what is parliamentary practice, what is the section line of the law and everything. And this one is one of the best interviews I've ever attended in terms of able to draw out the particular, the qualities of that particular candidate. Thank you very much for the exercise you're undertaking. I wish you the best, and I wish you the best so that you can deliver for the country the best commission to deliver the will of Kenyans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wishing you all the best in your endeavors. Feel free to pick the water with you and the notebook. You find your documents as you walk out. Thank you very much, and blessings to you.
Thank you very much, and Chairman and members of the panel.
Asante. We have one candidate to go. So can we have a short break, 5 minutes, to allow Fatuma also to pray, and then we come back. We come back at 17:20 to proceed with the next session. So media, we ask you just to give us 2 minutes. We need to finish something, then we can be able to take that break.
Wellness is important in our daily lives so that instead of just surviving, we should be thriving.
Ways to prevent a stroke or heart attack is for you to know what conditions you have by regular checkup. People don't know they have hypertension. People they don't know they have diabetes.
I was pre-diabetic. I was afraid of getting lifestyle diseases because I come from a family that has lifestyle diseases.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Friday night again. Greetings in the name of the Most High Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice, we
have to do it twice.
Did you find the Globus, huh? Indiana! Why the heck is that still with ya? Where's Luke? What did you do to him? Let go!
We're done here. Let's move on.
I'm not done yet!
Intruders! There are intruders in the cathedral!
No! Stop! No, that's... What's the shocker? The reliquary? But where's the Globus Cruciger?
Oh!
Huh? What the heck? What's up with y'all?
I knew you were up to no good. Where did you hide the Globus Cruciger?
What are you talking about?
We have another one here. So, you even had an accomplice. Take them away.
Oh! Hey, let me go! I'm not the bad gal, I'm the good gal! I'm innocent! Mr. X will be here any moment. You lost the reliquary, but the Globus Cruciger is ours.
Good. That was a quicker job than with the seal in China. Shadowman, bring me the Globus Cruciger.
Yes, sir. Indiana. Indiana?
What's with the holdup? Mr. X demanded the Globus Cruciger.
Come on, we've got enough stupid with Shadowman already!
What?
What is this, Indiana? You dare defy my will?
You're the one who broke our deal. I gave you the heirloom seal, but you never sent me back to the president as promised. And it seems you don't intend on keeping your side of the bargain this time either.
You lack patience, Indiana. You can't defy me when I'm the only one who can take you back here.
And I'm the only one who can bring you your precious relics. Or do you think those buffoons who know nothing about history can do the job?
Hang in there, Angela. Are you threatening me?
We can put it that way. Now, you come here and get this yourself.
What are you doing, Shadowman? I'll double the pay. Take the Globus Cruciger from him now.
Double? Now, that's an offer I cannot miss. Now, kindly hand over the relic, Indiana. no longer intend to be Mr. X's hunting dog.
Oh, gosh!
Pass Mr. X a message. I'll let him know where to come over the radio. Nice impression of the brat.
Yeah, no need for Luke. I will protect the relic.
A copycat's a copycat. You're nothing to me.
Don't underestimate me. I, too, am a relic guardian. Leo!
That attack took me by surprise, but you're too weak to even barely leave a scratch.
You'll see. I'll get the relic back no matter what it takes.